right? What did we do last election that we shouldn't have done? And what can we improve on? What did we not do that we should be doing, right? And what did we and what else did we do that we should have done better? I think that is what the conversation should be about. And not some people try to tell us about IPOB or release of a non-decam. That's actually ridiculous. Now we're talking something serious. I'm bringing this thing. So to be honest with you, in my own opinion, what did we do last election that we shouldn't have done? I think those days we are going on spaces, shouting, bring your dogs, prepare for this. I think we shouldn't have done that. My honest opinion, because all of it were counterproductive. You finish it the next day, IG of police makes another announcement. So I think we shouldn't have done that, right? What are the ones we did that we didn't do that we should be doing now? A whole lot, a whole lot. From I think we should start earlier than we started the first one. That's why I think we should start by far earlier. Second things we should do is we should get more people on our side, monitor our votes, don't lose sight of your votes until the results are announced. Focus also, I mean, we should be focused on where our support is not very strong. And for me, I will still repeat it. If I can mobilize 1 million Nigerians across 30 states, not 36, 30 states, that's 30 million. I mean, there's no amount of thuggery, there's no amount of changing of result, there's no amount. They won't even attempt it, to be honest with you. They won't. They won't. In 30 states, I don't need the 36 states, 30. Just mobilize 1 million Nigerians. And what will it cost to actually mobilize? For example, um, in places where me personally I can actually get involved and influence votes, it's about 4 or 5 states. If it's not Edo State, maybe Delta State, Anambra, or Cross River State. These are places where I know personally I can actually influence a little number of votes depending on what happened. I think Anambra be my strongest because I think it's my hometown and all those things. And one of the things I can actually do, right, if I want to increase the number of votes coming from Anambra State, looking at if it's my, okay, what did I do last election? Okay, last election, things weren't this bad and I was very okay and I was very good. So um, we paid transport of every single Anambra student who was in school and was having difficulty coming home. And we also assured them of their transport going back. So in that, we reduce the number of people who will stay back in school and not vote. Because this voter thing is actually, when these people come out and start shouting vote and die and all those things, this thing will only work where this part of thing is already prevalent. Already prior to that time, the southeastern people, just like you hear guys say here, very much interested up till this moment. If you see go, many people are not interested in the voting process because it was all charade, especially after 2007, where results were announced even before people went to polling. It was all charade and all nonsense. So I mean, a lot of people were not even interested in the process. So actually, I mean, you can actually do that and actually get the numbers right. In fact, if not for the fact that sometimes started using voters card as a valid means of identification, and everybody needed to have it. There were times that people who had voters card, adults who had voters card, were minority uh, in our region. And you look away from all those things, and I want to start passing blame where there is no blame, or where there is little or no blame. So I think that is, for example, um, I know old people, people in their 70s, they actually like to vote actually. So if I'm going to expand on that this next time, if I'm going to bring out everybody above 70 and make sure he's going to vote in the next election, it will not cost a lot. In my own town, in the whole town, or even in my village, right? In my whole town, right? Probably it won't cost enough. It won't cost much. You just get one or two bikes or tricycle, go to their houses and pick them up, or just dedicate one driver with a cab. Just go to their houses and pick them up and bring them to the units. That will increase the number of votes. If I had done that perhaps in the last election, that 210 votes that you got in my polling unit would have been maybe 300, because there are a lot of them who, because they can no longer walk to the station, to the polling booth, was the reason they didn't vote. Then there were also youths who never registered. Those ones, I don't even know what is their problem. I think, with the fact that INEC on their own strategically tries to disenfranchise us, so those ones are a whole lot of problem. These guys are in their 20s, above 18, and yet they never register to vote. Sometimes they just come to polling booth and hang around, waiting for one or two, but they never register to vote. I know a lot of them. Those ones, I don't really know what to do with those ones. You go, you see, I mean, in that governorship election in Cross River, it was actually I saw. Like inside Unica, men were just there playing football and basketball. At the end of the day, you're going to have a governor who is going to be in charge of your resources for, I mean, almost 8 years is guaranteed, because it's very difficult to even vote out a sitting governor, because of to even have alternative in Nigeria is difficult. So around these things, you sit down. So by the time they finish, right, you come out and shout, "Oh, they rigged it." So if I'm actually going to do that, I don't really know what to do with people like that. If they have voters card, am I going to be begging them to come out? Because the work, a lot of work after that presidential election and what happened there. A lot of people lost hope, right? So a lot of works were actually put on, because I remember going to the markets and all those, passing the market and seeing people with their megaphone preaching the LP message and all those things. It was so it was very inspiring that even when I finally returned to Anambra to vote at that time, I mean, it was actually very massive and very impressive that 99.9% of the people who came there knew that they want to vote Labour. Even those who were visually impaired and all those things, they were looking, they will ask you, see, show me where I want to vote Labour Party, Labour that I want to vote. So I think there are much to also do on that, right? Much to do in bringing out more people in the polling units to vote, because I know it doesn't matter. I know what I mean when I say that people turned out en masse to vote in the last governorship election, especially presidential election, because if you compare with what we had in the governorship election, it's almost a 400% increase, right? You go from 100 and something thousand to 600,000. That's a whole lot, right? But that's not the best we could have done. We could have had maybe 1.5 million votes. We could have had up to that. We could have had that. Actually, judge, because again, I do not believe the numbers that come from there. But if I use my polling unit to actually judge, there were about 1,000 or close to 2,000 registered members, right? At the end of the day, we had 200 votes, and that's actually low voter turnout. I know some of those people actually there, they were not updated, multiple registrations. So on the average, I think probably the total number of actual people who could have voted would have been maybe um at worst 900 or 1,200. Let me not go with the 2,000 something, 900. So if you had 900 people who were supposed to vote and only 200 voted, that's actually a poor number, right? So that explains why you have 2.5 million or 2.6 million or 2.7 million registered voters in Anambra State. At the end of the day, the votes that are coming out of there is just what's it called, 600,000 votes. That's actually very poor. Or you have 2.5 million in Rivers State. At the end of the day, you're having 400,000 votes. That's also poor. So I think a lot of work needs to be done by INEC. INEC actually disenfranchising. I don't really know. INEC is our biggest problem. They are enemy of the people in every way, shape, or form. I mean, and I really need to, even this idea, and that is why me, I support the idea of people voting without their without their voters card, because once you put the VIN number and your thumbprint, it should be good to go. But again, here is the problem with that. Um, you are giving leeway to people who wants to manipulate. So APC will now come to where they are strong and right that 10,000 people voted here and they voted for APC. So this thing is actually very, I don't know, INEC is our biggest problem going forward. And we really need to know what we can do to these people so that at least, as corrupt as they want to be, they will moderately affect the result of the election. Not this nonsense, because they are part of our biggest problem. Yeah, boss Famsi, welcome to the space. I see you. Um, what do you have to tell us before going forward?
INEC is not actually the problem. INEC has the template to do a free and fair election. The problem is that the main actors are the one meddling into the this thing. Nobody will tell me that it was INEC that purposely switched off the beavers. It was the ruling party that told INEC to switch off their beavers. If you want INEC to conduct a free and fair election, they will do. Because the same INEC that conducted a free and fair election that saw Obaseki defeating on the second term election was the same INEC that did the first election that there was electoral violence and everything. So INEC is not actually the fault. The problem is our politicians, their desire to always win an election at all costs, irrespective of the fact that if they are popular or not. So that is what, if INEC sees a leeway, they will always do a free and fair election and all that. The reasons why they don't do free and fair election is because they are people that results. And whatever you feed them, that's what they will give you. The reason why INEC let's try to rejig it was because despite the fact that it was a very the electoral this the electoral laws in our electoral guidelines are always stipulated. They created loopholes where people INEC can be able to wriggle themselves away when they want to commit fraud. Like issue of after coalition can be done in any way that will suit INEC. Thereby, you are giving INEC the possibility of saying, okay, fine. If we see that we are losing and we don't want electronic, we can mandate INEC to go anywhere. And it's also backed by law, because if INEC decides that we don't want to do any this electronic counting again, this is what we want to do. We want to do manual collation and writing of results on the East from ECA to A from down to E and all that. We are not obligated to do this. That's they have the law to back them up. because the law will tell you that yes, they can do whatever they want to do because that's what the law says. So the problem is that until politicians begin to act like statesmen and see election as not a war but a choice by the people and all that, we'll continue to have these kind of things and all that. So that is for INEC and all that. As for Obi's 2023 pathway to victory, I keep saying it. If you check the 2023 trajectory, Obi's greatest problem is the North. Take it or leave it, is the North. The Northern vote, if the Northern vote has come with that same block that was coming out from the South side and Southeast, Tinubu, it would have been home and dry for Obi before 12 noon that day. But because of the funny results that we saw from Kano and other states and other, it will be
Yeah,
very
but
difficult
see, one
for people
second though,
to
there's something I'm just considering, right? Why is it that Obi did by far better in North Central, where there is no clear popular politician who supported him that he did in Southwest? Can you explain that? Because in Southwest, so many big people supported him, Obasanjo,
now
what is
in the
it
south,
called?
in the north
Ayo.
central region, in the so if you watch prior to that election, that is why, yes, I'll keep telling you, obedience played a greater role. But what they call it, how will I put it? Well, will I say posterity or will I say destiny also played another role in his that? Because if you check when Pandev, that is those Niger Delta something Pandev headed by this what's this guy, former commissioner of what's his name? EK
EK
Clark.
class. EK
EK
class.
Clark and southern leaders and northern leaders they met, both the Middle Belt Forum. What they said is that power should shift to the southeast and all that. And that was the rhetorics that they played. And this thing also helped Obi. So if you check Nigerian this thing, when they say north, people tend to relegate the north central. And the North Central believes that if you go and check recently, when they say North, people, it's only basically Northeast, Northwest. The Northeast and the North Central are conspicuously silent. So when they are saying power should shift to the Southeast, that is what the North Central people they held on to. And they believe that if the Southeast had won and they had gotten their victory and done their tenure, if power is going back to the North, they will still use that same thinking to agitate for power should go to their North Central because they feel that they are being alienated from the political structure of this. Because when they call North the Northern vote, everybody just tuned it to the Northwest. Consider the fact that there's also a North Central who had not tasted anything and the Northeast. And as such, when these minorities from the north, because I call them the minorities, and if they decide to now say, fine, power should shift to the south, because that was the narrative that they were playing. And all these things worked for Obi. Yes, the obedient women played a greater role, but some of these things worked for him because they felt that Igbos were being marginalized. Some people who voted were like, no, we should cede power to the southeast. And the North Central also believed that if Obi had won that election and had done the necessary number of years, when power is going to the north, then they will start agitating that it's not only the northwest that they have, there's also the northeast and north central. And as such, they themselves should give a shot at the presidency. So that is why the votes came in from the north central too. But the basic reason that why the northwest did not churn those kind of votes because of one, the Muslim ticket, and the fact still remains that the northerners had never, the key people in the north who are the who are controlling how this thing, had never really placed their trust and Obi. They felt working with Tinubu would be a safe one for them. It will be like a win-win for everybody than working with Obi. But thank God that their eyes are being clear now, and they are seeing the true handwriting of the war of the main people in power. So that's just it. So Obi's part of it still boils down to the fact that the North still holds. If he takes the North, and people are saying yes, Tinubu will do. Now the truth about it is that if the North overwhelmingly supported an Obi, if you go to the Southeast and the Wigi, and if there is any little chaos and all that, it will explode in the North. So it's like the North will not be a check and balance for Obi in the South. Why it just for that seat with Tinubu in the South, the North will just go there for checks and balances. Why they have also brought their own result and all that now being favor. Alfonso, can you hear me?
Famsi, can you hear me? I have a question.
Okay, go ahead. I'm listening to you.
Yeah, uh, yeah. So you have highlighted the point that very very important point. The issue we have currently in the obedient movement is in the north, and people like us have been clamoring for a coalition led by Peter Obi. That would be the easiest way. But Alfonso has said no, it cannot work. What other thing can we do to get the
So,
North to
so
support Obi? That's my question.
this allegation is very unfounded, right?
What Alfonso is,
Again, I don't really know. It's
the
difficult
North
for
should
people
just
to.
come out openly.
It's very
You
difficult for people. One second, Famsi. It's very difficult for people to actually do this thing because again, let us be honest. I don't know, Famsi. Can you even hear me, or are you talking?
say
Alienet,
what
can
you
you hear me?
believe is that yes, I can hear you.
Host, you are breaking. Oh. Host, you are breaking. Is your network okay?
Okay.
I
Yeah, I
don't
can't
know.
hear
Famsi, I'm
you.
hearing. I'm listening to you. Okay, okay. Now it's better, host.
So
Your network.
what Alfonso believes that things do not work like that. Politicians want to negotiate with you. So that's why I said I keep saying this thing that we are not there at the negotiating ground. Leave Obi go to their round table and decide because the truth of the matter is that an Erufai, even if an Erufai is going to sit, okay, fine, Obi, you will go for the president. They will still tell you that this is what we want and this is what we want. They will still come to negotiate. They might decide to say you will do 4 years, assuming that this is what they want to do. We have the key. We always decide and say, fine, if we are a negotiating thing,
Sorry, is it
that
my
both of you
network
keep.
or Famsi? Host, is it
Yeah,
my
what?
network?
Are you hearing me very well? Is it
You are
breaking?
breaking from my end. I don't know. You are
Breaking a
breaking
little
from my
bit.
end, oh, Famsi.
So,
I'm
I don't,
breaking.
small. I mean,
Am I breaking
Small,
now?
yes. Okay, it's better now.
I'm
It's
still
better
breaking.
now.
So, like I earlier said that I've also just feels that the not to just come out and say Peter Obi is the president. But the truth about it is just that these are northern politicians. Whatever they discuss, we are not there. So everybody is just speculating. This is what is going on. They are saying this and that. Yes, the issue of 4 year of him doing vice might be on the table, but we are not here. But I know fully well that there is always a negotiation going fully on ground.
yeah,
And
Famsi.
these northerners, we always tell you, these
Famsi.
northerners will always tell you, nobody will give you power without negotiating what he wants to get. They will negotiate, okay, fine. If we decide to give you the presidency, this is what we want, and you agree. Say, okay, fine. Look at Donald Trump and Elon Musk. They are quarreling. But before Elon Musk, negotiation that went on ground, and Elon Musk is feeling Donald Trump is reneging on the promises. And Donald is saying, Elon Musk, that I'm going to do this thing. But he never opposed it. Now that I want to do it, he's opposing it because of this. But that I never said so, I was going to support. So all these things, they will always negotiate. This is what we want, and this is what you are going to do. Are you ready to do it or not? This is our stand. Okay, fine. Give you president and all that. You will give us some, maybe commissioner, minister of works, or minister of power, or whatever, minister of petroleum. They might decide to say whatever. Are you getting? Because it's always a give and take. So that not that at the end of it all, we'll go home empty-handed. So they will always negotiate. So let them sit down and do their negotiations and all that. And whatever they come up, fine. If he says, if he's okay with it, let him forge ahead, because he cannot go into that election where you listen to there was yesterday, this guy spoke yesterday now. This guy, Michael Zekome, he said it openly that all the paraphernalia, the finance ministry in his this thing, police, but everything in his hands. So how can you go to an election with that kind of person? For you to go to an election with that kind of person, you will need to go with force. Because if you go empty-handed, you'll be roundly defeated. Not basically the fact that you're not good, but basically the fact that everything will be skewed against you. So it is only a coalition that is very to power for a man who has taken everything and kept in his palm. So that's just it. So let's allow him go, negotiate with these people, and whatever comes, fine, we take it that way, because that's the only way we can get to power.
Again, from here, there's something that is happening here, like what Alien X always said. I mean, to be honest with you, I like to be optimistic like you, right? Alien X, request mic now. You're not on the speaker session. I like to be optimistic like you, right? Yeah.
Famsi, can you hear me? Sorry,
One second.
Famsi.
Yes, I
One
can hear
second.
you.
Please
One.
now, Alfonso, it's me that asked the question now. Let me just
Wait
get
now,
clarity.
because you mentioned my name now. You say I don't believe in it, right? I want to even put this thing clear, right? The thing is this: once for 1 minute, I want to be optimistic, like see. On the reality of things, I don't want to be delusional because I cannot pretend that I'm not seeing what I'm seeing, right? It's not. I mean, I don't really know why we are doing this thing or why we want to continue, even as it is. If you suggest, right? um you may not ask yourself why Obi didn't attend the last book launch. You say, sorry, the Amechi's this thing. You say because he's in London. Now he's doing his book launch, he didn't even invite any of these people. I want to also be delusional that these people are coming together and they want to hand him over, or they want him to, I mean. And the thing is, see, the people don't have the courage to say that at the same time, if the thing is not working in his favor, that for one or two reasons that you are not part of it. You don't actually want to say that. So at the end of the day, but they want you to imbibe the defeatist mindset. Look at it. Why is it that they always come and ask Obi supporters, will you accept the coalition if it's another person? Why is it always thrown at them like that? They don't do that to all the other people. But again, they were doing that. They began to do it because I think they know that they have already advanced their scheming, right? And if you go by what you are seeing, it's just like Atiku that went into the last one with APC, right? It was with open mind. What was it? I mean, after everything, or do you think that there's someone who will not be schemed out in the coalition?
Now
You think the coalition will favor everybody?
let me tell you something. Let me tell you
Wait, wait,
something.
wait, wait. And from here, the only person, the only thing that will happen, right? The only thing that will happen finally is that they are going to be losers and they are going to be winners. And that's why they are preparing my mind to be the loser. And I reject that with everything I got, right? And again, that is why they are trying to let you know that in a case you do not have the top ticket, right, he can be the vice and run on that ticket. And again, this thing is very simple. And we are seeing this thing by them bringing these people together, trying to do all these things and all these things. And all these CPC boys, all these Buhari APC boys around the country are ground for 8 years. All of them very simple. If you want to tell ourselves the truth, right? These people are coming together because first things first. Go and ask Atiku Abubakar. He said it in the press conference that Obi was in rush to become president. So he believes that Obi ran and took away votes from PDP. So what they believe is that without Obi, those votes will go against APC. It's as simple as that. So, and at the same time, they believe that the North is angry with Tinubu. So the North will turn out for whoever they present, who is going to be a Northerner, right? And they also want it, they want to also believe that, look, this vote that will come from Southeast or South will never go to APC. So let us galvanize it. And at the same time, they are telling you to your face that if Obi is the candidate, they cannot get, he will not necessarily get the support of the North. That is not a necessity. He will not. And they are doing it and they are playing the card before you, showing you all these things. But somehow, let me now ask you, in the whole coalition meeting that you have seen, how many people that are Obi stalwart have you seen there? That's the first question you ask. That's when you know when something is skewed against you. That was what I think
Now,
today even understand when Tinubu
let me
wanted
tell
to
you,
deal.
let me tell you one thing. Number one, these people, number one, let me just give you one. You see Rotimi Amechi, the coalition will not consider Rotimi Amechi before Obi. Just take it or leave it. If Obi is not a party in that coalition, they will not be comfortable. And whether
It's
they
not
want to make
about
Obi vice
pharmacy. It's
or
not about
whether they
doing.
want
It's
to
not
give him
about.
the ticket or not, or they want to make him vice, you see Amechi. Amechi is only there for the coalition to either finance the coalition or at least be a part of the government because he is also among them.
Amechi that ran for presidency in the last election and I believe
Amechi,
was waiting for Buhari's endorsement.
see, the truth about it is that if Amechi, they see these politicians, they have sense. So
In case you
if
don't know,
Amechi
Amechi is
becomes,
more
if
ambitious than
no,
Peter Obi
if
in
Amechi,
presidential
no,
election.
if Amechi decamps and go to the APC, to another party, to ADP, they know that he cannot muster that kind of votes that will be brought. So nobody will consider an Amechi when Obi is there. That's number one. Just take it. Number one. These people are not fools. They are watching DC. Number
How
two,
about
the
how about Atiku
coalition.
Abubakar?
Listen,
Wait, how about Atiku Abubakar?
the coalition knows fully well that Obi does not go with people, that it does not go with names, that names don't mean anything to Obi. What they know that what drives Obi is the people, not
But
names. So
if you are latest on this thing, you know
they are
that Obi is
looking,
not
they are
even
okay, they are
part
looking
of
at,
this again.
see, anybody that Obi comes there, come here, they will tell you comfortably that if you are not
Okay,
standing at the back
sorry,
of Obi, yeah,
Wait, Famsi, sorry. You know I was the one that asked the
yeah.
question, so you can
Fancy,
see.
I want to say this. Sorry, please.
Wait,
You're talking, Fancy. You're talking politics.
It's politics.
Nigeria is at the
wait. Now I'm
emergency
the one that
unit
asked
as we
question.
speak.
Now, please, please,
Please, can
let
I?
me just
Let me
finish my
just
question, please.
let me
No, no,
just
no. I
drop this
was the one
point.
that asked question. Now, host, I was
Can
the
I
one that
drop
asked
this
question.
point?
Please,
Alien, please,
no,
Alien
please.
X.
Let me
Let me
just
just drop
make
this
this
point.
point out. I want to leave now. My network is not good. Please, I'll allow you talk, please. So see, you see where the problem is. Alfonso and Famsi, you can see how you people have been struggling. Like I have said several times, our Obi's main problem towards the presidency is galvanizing in the north. And whether
Yes,
you like it or not,
these
that
people
has
are
always
not
been.
bringing you
And
to
there
help
is
you
no, sorry, let
galvanize
me
in the
finish
north.
now. Let me
Wait,
just
wait,
finish
wait.
with one line,
I
please.
mean, I
Because
mean,
let
uh,
me
Wait, now,
Ali
Apostle.
X,
let me finish with
Apostle,
one
wait.
Ali
line
X, calm
now.
down now,
Wait, let
calm
me
down,
listen to
calm
what
down.
he's
Oh, I think
saying.
you
Alfonso,
are afraid
wait
of
now. Let me
engagement
just
now.
finish with
Wait,
one
or
line
you
now.
want to,
Wait, wait,
or you
wait.
want to just talk to us and leave? Just say I mean, just engagement. I'm not even cutting you.
Apostle,
Nobody is doing
wait.
coalition to
Wait,
help
let me
you
listen to
Let
what
galvanize
me
in
he's
the
just
north.
finish
saying.
what I want to say. One
Wait,
line. You people will
Apostle.
talk. One line, please. So now I have asked for those people who are saying Obi should run alone. What is your strategy? For those people saying that he should go into coalition, which I support, but I want him to be the leader of that coalition. How do we get him to be that leader?
I
Simple.
mean,
If
you
anybody can
actually, I
answer me,
mean,
I will drop.
Alien X, you actually, what you're having here is wishful thinking, to be honest with you.
Now,
Yeah, I
number
mean, you
one,
just
let me
calm
tell you.
down. Famsi, 1 second, you will go so that you respond, right? I'm not saying Obi should go alone, right? I believe he should galvanize support amongst the politicians who wants to work with him and who will do that sacrifice for him, right? That is not what we are seeing here. I mean, why is it difficult for you to see what I mean? How can you place something before you and you are not seeing it? So Atiku Abubakar is trying to galvanize vote from the north for Obi, and is bringing up. I mean, Malami, what's it called? Buratai, and all these former APC members who ran government in the last 8 years and they're not trying to galvanize vote for Obi. If you actually believe that, you can believe anything in this world. What is? I mean, what are we doing here?
Okay, now what is your solution? How
I
does Obi
mean,
get the knots?
wait,
Tell
wait,
us.
wait, 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 wait. You
No,
actually
you
you
are
can
always
believe anything.
complaining. Alfonso,
You
you
can
are
believe
always
anything.
complaining,
You can believe
complaining,
anything
complaining.
in this
What
world.
is your solution? Tell us
I
your
mean,
solution.
the thing is
Can
this:
I
you
Can
come
you
can
in?
tell
just
us your solution?
wait one
Alpha, can I?
second. Wait.
LNX, I can answer that. So the actually in one like that, then you should move on to the people. This coalition actually
Okay. Now
already has
your
no
solution.
LNX.
Can
Wait,
I ask you
this
questions on
coalition.
your solution? Please wait,
No, let me land.
Malam.
I've not finished my solution. So I'm telling you already so that you can understand where I'm coming from. Whether be alliance with the coalition or not, there is already a
Malam, that
problem
is
with
right.
the
All of them, they have no political value as of today. In case you don't know, whether Malami, El Rufai, all these characters you are calling, you have governors who are members of political party who are sitting tight. Those people are more relevant and more important than all these people because I mean, when I was talking about that political juggernaut, PO just met Bala Ahmed. That's even a more important. Bala Ahmed is ready to work with him.
thank you.
That's more
So
reasonable
Alpha,
than. I mean, El Rufai lost
yeah,
his.
uh,
El Rufai lost Kaduna supporting Tinubu. So I mean,
Okay,
yeah,
that's
can I
no,
give you
Alpha,
feedback,
it's
please?
actually
Alpha.
stupid to
Can I
think
give
that El
You,
feedback
Rufai
on what
won
you people have
Kaduna.
said?
Wait one
Please
no,
second.
wait.
One
Alpha,
Can
let
I
me
give
second.
land.
feedback on your
LNX,
solution?
One
No,
second.
now
One
let
let me
other
second.
land
people
now.
talk. Now you
And
people have
don't
given.
Alliance and agrees the way you want him to agree. PDP is there. I can guarantee you that they are going to have their own candidates, particularly if they don't agree. Right? And don't
Okay,
forget,
Malam, I think I
don't think for
understand
a
what you
second
are.
that
Where you are,
PDP is not strong. Do you
Malam, I
understand?
understand
So
your point.
regardless of
Please.
what he does, there's already a problem. So why not Kuku,
Okay,
look at it that look, let me count my losses and do what I need to do to improve the odds, which is who aligns with us in the north? Let us take that and move on.
Okay, Malam,
Let's stop
please
hoping
wait
that
now.
all
Malam, we
these
have
people.
gotten you
Yeah,
now.
go ahead.
Malam, I've gotten your point now. So your solution is that he should go and look for people in the north, and you're already happy that Bala Mohammed, which some people are already laughing at, is already in. Now, you also claim, according to you, that one of the reasons why the coalition will not work is that Atiku and Co are already planning a coalition, and most of it will be in the north. If they are already planning
Atiku
and
is
already
planning
picking,
coalition
let
to
me
become
finish
the
now.
presidential
God,
candidate.
what is this?
So
What
I
is
mean,
this?
get
This
that inside your mind and rest. Atiku will be the
The
he
confusion
planning to be
going
the
on here
let me
currently. Hello,
finish now.
listen.
Let people finish
The
talking now
confusion
on this
going on
place.
here
Please
now
now.
is on the
Let me
chessboard of
finish,
the
please. Let me
AP
just
of
finish
the
what I want to
APC.
say now, please.
You've been trying to say something since, and you're not saying anything. This is the confusion the APC have decided to plant amongst us. I've been talking about unity. Unity. We need everybody. We need
Which
Atiku, but
unity?
they
You don't
must
have the
hold
north and
on,
you are
hold on,
shouting unity.
hold
Which
on,
unity
hold
do you
on.
want?
They
When they are
need
going to
Atiku.
scatter that
We
north
need
for you, which
El-Rufai.
unity do you
We
want?
need
again, to be honest with you, we don't have the North, right? If the North do not want good government, there's no problem, right? I mean, let us enjoy bad government with Tinubu. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. If you want good government, you vote for the candidate that will give you good government, right? If you don't want, you can support your Tinubu. I do not care. That is the point we have come to, right? Anybody who fails to understand that the coalition is, I mean, it's Atiku's coalition. I mean, you're actually joking with your life. How do you want to be disappointed on the day they will finish it and it emerges the candidate? Is that the day you start making moves for what else to do or what? You should be clear to the part. I mean, if you actually be, depends on what you want to believe. I don't know. Me, I do not care because, again, it's very simple, right? This set of people believe that Peter Obi was the reason they lost the last election. So, if it's not on the ballot, they will win. That is what they believe because they believe for some weird reason we in the southeast cannot vote APC, and for some weird reason them in the north cannot mobilize for V. And if we cannot come to a place where we will agree, I mean, there's a big problem. We should learn to even stop giving these things on credit. That is my own thought. So we should learn to stop giving these things on credit. Nobody controls anybody's votes. That's just what we should stop giving it on credit. If Obi has not done enough to earn the votes of the North, he needs some people who lost the election woefully. He needs El Rufai, who lost the election in Kaduna State, right? And his governor is not backing him. He needs Malami, who also is in nowhere political power, right? He needs all these guys who lost out in APC formula because Asiwaju has sidelined them. He needs them to come into. I mean, that's actually when you look at the 2015 coalition, right? It was gathered to cheat at. It was actually a grand plan to cheat Atiku out and make sure that it's not in the tickets. It was a very simple formula, right? Atiku was going to be the candidate of the new PDP or their new party SDP, right? They were going to run and may lose or may win the election, but most likely lose, right? um they were deceived to come into APC and form a more formidable form. At the end of it all, right, they removed Tinubu from
Where was
office.
that?
Sorry,
When was that?
huh?
2015. 2015,
2015.
Atiku was not any factor. Atiku was not
No,
any
no, no, no,
factor.
no. That is what you think.
In
That's what you
20,
think.
no, listen now,
Calm down,
listen.
calm down, calm down,
Atiku
calm
began
down,
to the APC
calm
even
down.
lately. He-
Huh? You said
Atiku, okay, in 2011, Atiku contested with Jonathan and was defeated. In 2015, Atiku was never a factor. We had a Buhari who was commanding votes of close to
no.
12
I mean,
million.
the whole
Yes.
idea is not whether it's a factor or not,
He
right?
was never a
The
factor.
wait,
Nobody will
calm
carry.
down, calm
See,
down.
If
No, no, no.
APC had given the ticket to Atiku, Atiku would be roundly defeated by Jonathan.
Wait, calm
Roundly
down.
defeated.
That's not that's
Atiku,
not that's not that's not the argument, right? That's not the argument, right? Atiku was hoping to win that. Wait,
was
if
not open.
anybody has he was hoping to get that presidential ticket. He has the ambition. He
Nobody would
wanted
have
it.
given him the ticket. Even me,
Okay,
the APC, even me,
wait,
the PDP, as at that time
wait,
knew that we are going to fight Jonathan,
wait,
Buhari.
wait. Okay, in 2019, right?
Mm.
Atiku, why did Atiku also run?
Now,
He didn't believe he was going to win the election.
wait,
He soundly defeated. Let me tell
who
you,
told you?
let
The
me
North will
no
still
calm
argue
down,
with
calm down.
him.
Wait, calm down now, calm down. You don't need to argue, right? I mean, not which not is that. The thing is this, it's very simple, right? Tinubu's pathway was very simple, right? Tinubu already worked for Buhari and they saw his doings, right? And he has his
So,
southwest in
Amechi is
bad.
not work for Buhari. Amechi is not work for Buhari.
And he was soundly defeated. Now that's the problem. He could not
How?
bring any numbers. All
Amechi,
the elections.
how,
No,
how
no,
do
no,
you
no.
want, wait, what numbers do you want Amechi to big? Amechi was the one that even spearheaded this. I think did not know. Amechi sacrificed his own brother. I say,
I
which number
mean,
does he want to bring?
all these things are unnecessary talk because if they had known they would have supported him. They knew
Yeah,
he was going nowhere in the first
how?
place, right?
How?
I mean,
If Amechi had contested with Peter Obi, if Amechi had contested with Peter Obi would have defeated him. Oh.
what would have stopped Atiku
He
from
was
running in that
defeated
last
in the
election?
south, oh, but it
What
will
would
not
have stopped
result
Atiku? What would have stopped Atiku from running in that last election?
Atiku.
Wait, you believe in your mind that if Amechi goes head to head with Atiku in the north in the last election, that Amechi will win a single state or even finish a strong second? I mean, how do you make calculations? How do you make calculations?
They will still give the victory to this. Did Jonathan win 2011 election in the north? Who was
He
Jonathan?
lost.
Was he
He
popular?
lost in the north. He lost in the north. He
He
lost
won
woefully
some
in the
states
north.
in the north against.
Yeah?
He won some states in the north. He
He
won some.
didn't win. Wait. The thing is this. I don't know why you make mistake, right?
He didn't win any state in the north.
He lost
Yeah.
woefully. Calm
He
down.
didn't win any state in
Calm
the
down, John.
north. It was the middle belt was
Let
what
us
helped
look at the
Jonathan.
numbers, right? I mean, we have to do this thing easily. This thing is very easy to look at, right? Amechi, if he was the presidential candidate, right, except there is no northerner running, even against Kwankwaso, he would have been soundly defeated. I mean, make no mistake about it. Soundly defeated because Amechi has no support in the south. Zero support. In the north, he still have any support because number one, against an Atiku Abubakar, he would have been beaten in the whole northeast, sound and clear. In the whole northwest, he would have been pocketed. I mean, Tinubu did well because of the Muslim ticket. Number one, they see him as Muslim, who they have supported
See,
before.
see.
Secondly, I mean, you keep shouting. I mean, these are the things that are very simple to see now. Very simple to see. Amechi would have lost, but Amechi was jostling for the ticket. He wanted the ticket. And I make no mistake in telling you that in 2019, another candidate would have defeated Buhari in that election. Another northern candidate that has votes in the north would have defeated Buhari. A northern candidate whom would have commanded the type of votes that Kwankwaso could command for Abba Yusuf would have defeated Buhari because all he needed was 35% of the votes in the north, in northwest and northeast, not even the north. And he would have done that. But Atiku ran the election and lost woefully. But he took the ticket. So you think Atiku is doing this thing because he's looking for who will win the election? He wants to be at the front of the ticket because you have to even be at the front of the ticket to decide whether you win or not. That's the whole mentality. Nobody is sitting there to tell you you will be the best to win this election. Go and take the ticket. No. They believe that whoever they put forward, and that is why you have started hearing words like, whatever the coalition present, we are going to support it. That is exactly what is already in the timeline of everybody telling you that they are pro coalition. Anything they present, And you are seeing this thing. They are not looking for candidate that will win an election. They want to make you believe.
Alfonso, please, can other people talk, please? Please,
Yeah,
I
yeah, yeah.
beg,
You
I
can
beg.
go. You can go. You can go.
Okay, so Malambati side, I'm happy that we have now gone into the crux of the matter. My only fear, and God sees my heart, my only worry is how to get the North. It is how to get the North to believe in Obi. And maybe Malambati side, I will use this next 1 week from today. Today is Saturday till next week Saturday. I will be sending you spaces of northern spaces, political spaces. Then I want you to go there and ask them what is their perception of Obi. What do they feel it will? How do you feel like his chances are? And that is where we need to look at what other strategy. Okay, you people have shown us all the problems that are in the coalition, good and fair. You have shown us all the. Let
Alien.
me feel. Oh my God!
No. I mean, why are you afraid of engagement now? Can't you talk with somebody, or you just want to
No, let
talk?
me do at least
I
5 minutes before
I
engagement
just
now.
want to ask you now. I mean, you're engaging. I'm not even anything. I'm not like taking the mic. Like I want to ask, right? You, if you believe that the North, their masses, for example, have do not have any way, or they don't want to support to be, or is their perception about him is wrong, right? Or he's not going to get votes from there. So why in God's heaven will you believe that they are doing a coalition, the Northerners are doing a coalition to front a presidential candidate whom their people will not support? I mean, that
Okay,
is even
now
the
so
that is the height of his.
this is why I have been supporting the coalition. I feel like the coalition, if they allow Obi to be, because number one, it is time for the South to be part of the to lead the coalition and every single thing like that. If they give Obi and say Obi should lead the coalition, if it is ever possible, I know you people don't believe it will ever be possible, but if they give Obi this thing, the leaders in the North will be able to talk to their people to say, you know what, let us vote for the coalition and we would get where we want to go to. It
Alienex,
is very simple.
Alienex.
Please let me just do 2 minutes.
Why
Let me
must
just
the
do
leader in
2
the
minutes
north
to
be,
put my thoughts
why must
out
they
there.
talk to
Please,
the
I
north?
beg you,
No,
I
no, no,
beg
you
you.
will continue.
Okay.
Why must they talk to the north and they don't need to talk to the south? Now, they don't need to talk to the south to support a northern candidate, Abi. But the north,
The
they need
thing
to be
is this,
convinced to support the
Malambati,
southern
I don't
candidate.
know why they are not seeing this.
They are all, they should go with their
Malambati,
votes, if that's what we are thinking. They are all
this is
No,
mad.
Malambati side, you are not
This
getting
thing
what
is
I am
irritating.
saying. Malambati side, you are not getting my point. My point is that Obi should lead the charge of the coalition. We should try and negotiate our way for Obi to lead the charge. And I feel like he has a strong point to bring on the table. If he is,
again,
oh my
Alienex,
God,
to be
this
honest
thing,
with you, wait, calm
I
down now.
don't suffer for
No,
this place. I swear, I swear.
wait, calm down now, calm down. We need to finally come to agreement in this thing, because we need to understand this thing. It's very simple, right? Because I mean, just to be honest with you, so that when you go back, you think about it, right? If you are fixated that your people will not support a person, right? The thing for you to do is not to front that person first and try and go back and convince the person. It doesn't work that way. And that is why, and on their own, they also believe that our people or the Southerners will support their northern candidates. That is the first thing. That wrong perception must, you first have to cancel it. If you are among the people who believe that Obi cannot get the support of the North in the first place, right? There's no need for him to be in the coalition in the first place, because the northern elites that you hope to help him galvanize the vote, that will be the reason why they will not support him. They will be like, you see here, our people cannot support you, so we can't even trust you to lead the coalition. Because
Okay,
if you
please,
remember when
let me
Sule
just, can I
Lamido,
just talk for only 1 minute before you people interject me, please? You are not getting what I am saying. The northern people support whoever their leader says support. You get leaders over there
that is
who
that
are
is not
literally,
actually true. That's not true. But continue.
Okay, thank you. When I'm finished, you would correct me. Once we get the coalition, automatically it will be the easiest part to get the nut. Now, the question I've been asking for the people who have been saying no, the coalition will never support Obi. The coalition will never favor Obi. In fact, it will truncate Obi's this thing. Is that how then do you bypass this coalition to get people in the north? Malam Batisite has said go for Bala Mohammed. Let us trust the work these people are doing. Nena Disambo, I forgot her name, that is in the North Central, and who else again? Obedient coordinator to do. That is not going to be enough. That is not going to
Okay,
be enough.
can I
So
answer
please
you
let
now?
me finish now. Okay, 1 second. I promise 1 more minute and I'll mute my mic so that everybody will fire what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. All I am saying is that when you are criticizing the coalition, when you are saying the coalition will not work, prepare a viable solution to get nothing less than 2 to 3 million votes from the north. Let us see how feasible it is. If you feel you can do it, tell us how we can mobilize you and go and get the things for us. That is what I'm saying. Because for me, right now, I believe that if Obi can negotiate his way properly, Obi can get this thing. But you people are saying, no, it will never happen like that. Then let us look for another strategy to get the north. If we do not get the north, we would keep on going around the same circle, whether like it or not. And it will not be easy this time. 2027 will be a little more harder than 2023 for us, whether you like it or not. So please give me solutions. Sorry, not me. Give all of us who believe in the competence and capacity of Obi. Like I always say, I would support Obi with my life. Give us a solution to get nothing less than 2 million votes in the north or 25% in 4 or 5 states in the north, and then let us see how we can go ahead and forge what we are forging. If you cannot give us, then please, I'm sorry to say, you don't have any right to criticize or demoralize the coalition. Simple. I yield the mic.
Okay,
Elenet, Elenet, thank you.
Malam
So,
Batista,
sorry,
Malam
Alpha, wait
Batista,
now. Let me just go a
one
bit,
second now.
please.
Just 30 seconds. I want to put out something. First of all, the Northerners don't vote who their leader tell them. If they don't, Obasanjo would have won in the North second tenor, right? Buhari won the North in second tenor. If they do vote who their leader told them, Jonathan would have won the North first tenor. Buhari overwhelmingly won in the north. So they don't vote whom their leaders told them. And North don't even have a single leader who tells them what to vote. So that's actually a fictitious lie that they tell every now and then. It's not true. Election results have proven that it's
Yeah,
actually a lie. So Malam Batis, I continue. I will talk about the votes and all
yeah,
those things. But 1 second
yeah.
before
So,
Malam Batis, I continue. See, this idea that Obi is rejected in the north, right, is actually one of the weakest arguments for the why he needs the coalition. That is even the more reason why he will not be trusted with the ticket. So the more you go around saying he cannot get the vote in the north, the more you are making it easier that is a northern candidate that will lead the coalition. And the more so the northern candidate does not need support in the south. I mean, is not rejected in the south, right? The northern candidate will not be rejected in the south. Which of the northern candidate can get 1 million votes in any state in the whole south? Which of them? Did Atiku get 3 million votes in the south in the last election? Did he? Did he even get up to 1.2 million votes in the whole south? So what on God's heaven is he backing on to get it this time around? But again, you people want to make the argument to favor one side, and you are making their argument for them, thinking unfortunately that you are
mm,
using it to favor
okay.
Obi, that he needs these people to work for him. No,
Mm.
the whole idea is that they say they not have rejected Tinubu. If they have rejected Tinubu, let them vote for Obi. If they cannot vote for Obi because they have rejected Tinubu, then they have not truly rejected Tinubu. It's as simple as that. Because if you have rejected a Tinubu and say it's bad, I mean, turn it in your number, do it for Obi. But if in case you have rejected Tinubu and you are looking for another person to, I mean, you don't want to vote Obi for one or two reasons, I mean, what exactly are you telling us now? Anyway, Malam Batisa, the mic is yours. I beg. I don't really know how to say this.
Yeah, Alpha. Yes, Alpha. Thank you very much. So, Alien X, thanks for your submissions. So submission and your concerns are duly noted. But you see, first of all, we need to establish one fact that every Nigerian need good governance. So the idea that some set of people, part of the country, need to be persuaded and pampered to do what they need to do to have good governance is actually it's not something I like to listen to if I've been honest. Some of these are the reasons why some of us can just say, look, whatever will happen, let it happen. If we're all seeing what we are seeing, and we all think that, okay, this country needs to be rescued, and then for some weird reason, some part of the country need to be pampered and be carried like eggs so that they can support and help us change a bad government that is affecting all of us. I don't think that's an argument that would, stand the test of time. That's number one. Number two is the fact that we don't even know. There are certain people who work for Peter Obi in the north here. There's a lady, I can't remember her name now, that if you tell her that Peter Obi didn't get support in the north, she will fight you like mad. Because she was in Kano and, she has some weird number that she put out there that Peter Obi got, but because there were a lot of supporters were not on. I mean, people were not on ground to defend those votes because of the carelessness of Labour Party and the sabotage. As a matter of fact, that's why it was rigged out. And same in Bauchi, same in Gombe. I'm not saying he won those places, but he had a lot more votes than was recorded because of sabotage. Right? So the people who actually work for Peter Obi in the north, I don't think we are being fair to them, honestly, for some of these things that we're saying here. Because it would just look like, so all of their efforts, is it that it has now gone down the drain? It's not even recognized that these people think that, one major big strategy now needs to be put in place to be able to win the north. Yes, in terms of majority of the votes in the north, in the KKK states, I would also, align with you to say, okay, does it need to do more? Yes, I think it needs to do more. But, the unfortunately, because of the incompetence and the corruption in INEC, we're not even able to know what the real numbers are. We don't know what the real numbers are. That's the truth. At least if we don't know anything, we saw what happened in Rivers State. Journalists subsequently reported the real numbers. But till today, INEC has it on record that APC won Rivers State. So and look at what has happened across the country. So again, I would say that regardless of what the outcome of the coalition is, it is not going to be a silver bullet. And one of the main reasons why I believe it's not going to be a silver bullet is that, number one, there's a behemoth of PDP, with their platform. If PDP has other ideas, then the coalition is in trouble. If PDP has other ideas, if they're saying, okay, they now have a structure that they can work with, and they are thinking differently, they don't necessarily have to support the coalition candidate. As a matter of fact, PDP governors came together and said that, look, they are not interested in any coalition. I don't know if you can remember that, except if people want to come and join them. So already, even without anybody disagreeing with anybody in the coalition, there's an inherent problem that makes it feel like, look, it doesn't appear as if this coalition will be what we're hoping it's going to be.
That's true.
Do you understand? So already there's a problem there. A lot of people are not paying attention. A lot of people are still thinking whatever the coalition brings. They are not even. They are just. We are just pretending as if PDP does not exist, and that PDP automatically will support the coalition. Nothing can be further from the truth, and that's why I'm looking at it. That look, this is all just contrived. All this, and let's also not kill ourselves. If Peter Obi decides to step aside today, if he decides to keep quiet and says, look, he's just going to continue to comment about bad governance and continue to make recommendations on how governance can be improved. And then as much as possible, if he has some money, he goes to build boreholes and give money to people. Do you know that all of the vibes and the momentum around this coalition will almost die off? Because first of all of the politicians, all of a sudden the veil will be removed, and you suddenly start to see that look, there's really nothing special about these guys. Hey, this Malami was with Buhari. He was Attorney General. Amechi, of course, served in Buhari's government. He was in APC. So all of a sudden, El-Rufai obviously even worked for Tinubu. So all of a sudden, the coalition takes on a completely different, start to
The day
give
we go now, we'll start remembering that is a.
I'm telling you,
I mean, this thing
I'm telling you.
is actually.
So these are the real the what promises the coalition even really truly holds, and whether there's a very high chance that it's going to give less money to the politicians and give more to the citizens, or use more for the citizens. One of the major problems we have with this government is that it cares about the politicians, because this government definitely is things out that if it does not satisfy the politicians, they are the ones that will speak and create a perception, negative perception, of his government. So it does not really care about whether people are hungry. You can see how they shout you down. Whether there's no rule of law, you can see how much of a joke our judiciary has almost become. It doesn't really care about all those things. It just cares about the main guys. The politicians need to be satisfied, and that's why they can throw all kind of taxes at you, raise, any tomorrow Monday they can raise anything, anyhow, add any kind of charge to you. It doesn't matter as long as the politicians keep getting, increased FAC allocation, and then you buy, vehicles for House of Assembly members. The judges get, all these their, bumper packages. And start packing money and be using it for yourself. It's public money. He says it every time. So somebody like that wants to come in and help, and somehow Nigerians still think that you are providing help, something that you are supposed to carry as your personal project, and make sure that you do whatever you need to do to make somebody
Sorry,
accident.
don't be offended also, but I think for me, I think many of us don't understand the minds of average Nigerian politician, right? 0% of Nigerian politicians actually thinks about the candidate who can win election when they go into primary. That's never their mindset. All of them that goes into the primaries wants to win, irrespective of fact, because they believe that for one or two reasons, if they hold the ticket, they stand a better chance of becoming the can win. But again, except maybe there is one or two people who are not part of the contestants who actually believes in one way or the other that we must field the candidates who can win before we actually so that we can win this election. That is when it comes to the matter of choosing the best candidate. And I've seen that in all Nigerian primary, federal government is doing everything to win drop his ambition because I mean it will look he won't even listen to you.
He's somebody that can also step aside if the situation calls for that. But I know a lot of Nigerians will be heartbroken. They will not want that. Because he says it's,
But
if it is working,
if he starts,
working.
he sure win for Tinubu. Forget what everybody is talking about.
Yeah. So if you don't
But
want him to step aside,
anything
then
that
all these people will be pumped to do whatever they need to do. Party platform. If it's not action to be PDP, this already established that even if because all of a sudden is all of his ideas and now start to be seen in the light of a candidate of a major political party. This coalition people, that's not something you should do. Something you say. For me, it's easy for him. Then he should step aside and whatever should be, should be. And the not keep waiting for people, somebody waiting. I think
did not, Jonathan Shekara was second with 500,000. Jonathan finished third in Kano, right? State, Adamawa and Taraba. Why Adamawa? Because Adamawa is a PDP state with high Christian population, and they want Taraba because Taraba is a Christian state. Any other state in North Central, in case you did not know. He did anyway, but if you followed it, you will know that Jonathan's performance in the North was abysmal. It was like Peter B's performance, especially where most of the was governor. But somehow CPC of Buhari won it. Kaduna.
So that's kind of Peter. Are we going to be here?
Even run and not them are not bothered about no about this thing is very simple now. Read the room easily. They know that
All
someone, right? But if you are going to a judge where he's the elder brother of the judge is actually the judge, and he has made it clear to you that he's going to favor his younger brother. If you are going there, it's either you seek that the courts be taken away from there and taken to another place. Okay, now you see the news on the AD ports. But when I see people like Sullivan and Chime, right? These are people that, yeah, they had good time in government, and you can see count on them to make rational decision for our nation. I will say, okay, let us go there. Or people who this man is trying to bring in. I mean, Tunde Bakare said something in his church one day when he said you were there when Tinubu took over you were there when he captured all these states. Then you are thinking that he's taking over all these places to come and give it to you. So you are here watching Atiku making all this move, bringing all these people together, just to come and say, Obi, come and negotiate your pathway to coalition. I mean, you are just joking now. I mean, when you even say this thing, I even kind of laugh more than you laugh when I look at Ota alternative to what they are doing. Because negotiating anything that or I don't know whether they're saying it, they will stand on that. One Kwaso said it the last time that they will not support Obi because of Biafra agitation in the north. So you want someone like that to now say, okay, what they will tell you, come and show loyalty first so that we can present you to these people's in next. And showing loyalty means deputize at least, that's the least you can do. Then convince your people to see support this thing so that when we would have finished, we'll come back and do it for you. Because now our people don't trust you. Don't you think it's political suicide for any set of people to stand and say, oh, our people don't trust you, but lead the coalition will campaign for you? Who does that? When Sule Lamido openly told Jonathan and said, he said to Jonathan, they will stone me if I campaign for you. He told Jonathan like that. He remained in PDP, but he could not even campaign for Jonathan in Jigawa State. So you are bringing the same man.
Who are they going to hear what they have to say? I wish you could go to that. All of us on this space will go there and go and get a feel from them.
Don't bother. You see, it's not that serious. Let me tell you something. See, the reality is that so we are all desperate. And I dare say that the North is more desperate than the South to get rid of Tinubu. Because they according to them, they believe all the economic problems that we have, they believe that there's deliberate attempts to curtail the North, that they should do what they need to do to get rid of it. They should keep waiting. We are coming to come and beg. Expecting somebody. If it was somebody else with this kind of tell them, look, I'm presenting, you can see what you are seeing, Nigerians. We have a better way of running these things. Try and get your votes across and make sure we get in so that we can make changes. If you think you are comfortable with this government, yeah, you can continue. It's not a problem. To the North and go and tell them that. Now, look, I'm here. It's I'm an option. It's not compulsory, but I'm an option. If you think you want something like a difference, this is what I've done before. This is how I've run government before. I am a very prudent person. I'm going to take a lot of money that all these guys are currently stealing. I will bring it and use it to better your lives. If you want something like that, this is the plan. Keep it simple. All those, it does too much. As far as I'm concerned, it does too much analysis and it's not needed. Just say that and go and sleep. Go and relax. Even all this coalition, honestly, you should be coming to me. Peter Obi is the people, they should be coming to him. I'm telling you, they should be coming to him that which direction should we go? But you know, I feel insulted. If I was Peter Obi, it would be an insult. I'm not data. INEC could not provide the people. Using technicality. That states which we are not even sure of. Telling you that there are northerners who work for, because for them they don't believe presence in the north. Yeah.
Malambati said, sorry to you know, just briefly. I'll give the mic back to you. People paper over. I have various results in Bauchi, like that Labour Party won like several. That ground game in the north, because make no mistake, I think that threat of someone is in the south now. That's, I mean, I'm in Lagos, yes, but like I'm from the south. In the south, you definitely choose to secure as much as possible. Because there were some. So I think people are a lot of people are too focused. Yes, coalition is important, but I think we can work and choose. It gives you a better bargaining position. You understand? Your downstream infrastructure. Malambati side should be in Lagos or maybe whatever, and be able to say, look, I want to do it in Katsina and have access to within a certain ward, a certain polling unit. I can even do WhatsApp.
Woman, sorry to interject you. I know I don't like people interjecting me, but see,
Go on.
as a southerner, even if you Nigeria. Quality schools giving them free Nigeria. Quality schools giving them free, almost everything free. In fact,
He
you
never
people,
had the opportunity to run now. If he had the opportunity, maybe the story would turn out different. He never had that opportunity.
Chukwudima, can I speak?
Yeah,
He just came up now.
how
How
for
can
Okorocha doesn't it has
years to election, how would you build infrastructure to be able to get votes in the north? How?
Thank you.
guys.
Thank you for that question, Elian. Thank
I mean, if not, is not going to vote. Let them go.
you. Can you stop beating us? It's
Let
frustrating.
them
Now you
go
can't beat
to vote. I do not care. What was that? So how do they want to build infrastructure
Alienex,
in the south
you keep
to get
asking the
vote?
same question. I
I
don't
mean,
think you
how
are.
do they want to
Malam
You
Batista, you
still
are
keep
not a
asking.
subject matter expert. Allow the guy
Comrade,
to
calm down.
speak.
Comrade, you just came.
No, you don't
Stop.
submit now, Malam Batista. Make others talk now. We are not
It's not,
here to
it's not your
listen to your
business.
lectures.
Can you mute your mic,
Why
please?
will I mute my mic? You've spoken before.
Alienex, please.
Oh yeah, let me
Alienex,
speak. Let me speak. Mute your
you
mic. Let
keep
me
saying
speak.
the
I want
same
to
thing.
submit. Okay, so Chukwudema,
Okay, I don't want to
I'll
listen
take
to
it
you
from
either.
where the last speaker
comrade,
stopped. You understand?
Comrade, what is
calm
always
down
your
now.
problem?
Calm down.
Learn to respect the
Comrade,
rules.
there is
When
no
you come
first.
back,
It's not your
you
turn
will
to
speak.
speak. You are not respecting the rules
So, is
either.
it your turn to speak? Can you
Is it
mute your
your own
mic? What
turn?
is wrong with you?
Is it your
Will
own
you
turn?
mute your mic?
Is it your
Is it
own
your
turn?
turn to speak?
And that's
If
why
you
you are
can't
always
respect the
losing
rules of the
election. Is it
space,
your own turn?
can you get out of this space and let people speak? What is
No,
wrong?
you only
That's how
come
you
to
came
speak to
on the other space
pontificate.
that
You're
time.
a
Comrade,
You
weakling.
don't
I
even
don't like weakling.
know how to value
You are too
yourself.
weak for.
yes.
Anyway, it's not your fault. It's because I come on the Twitter space with real flash
Man,
like
Batista, you don't have the
you have not
capacity.
started
Stop
life.
pontificating.
Shut up and
You lack
out.
the
A
capacity. I
non-entity
don't
like
like
you.
weak men. You are too weak for a man.
You say
You
I'm
only come.
My spirit, how they use and fight. One I know best. No, they fighting with people. I mean, it's very deliberate anyway, and we are still pro Peter. Alicia, that is deliberate because one or two reasons. You feel that we need to do something else, right, or something else, or 80,000 votes. So how does he want to make inroad in the southeast? In the whole south, he got very few number. In the southwest, he got almost nothing. Minus Osun State where he won. Lagos State, he couldn't even get 10%. How does he want to make inroad there also? Why is the argument always against Peter Obi? Make una the rest on Obi matter. I mean, we know they beg anybody as it stands today. They should be begging us that, see, we want to give you the platform to use to run for election. Not we coming and starting from beginning after. I mean, this is actually insulting now. My
Mike, mute your mic. I will not have
No, I'm
this.
not
Let a
joking.
woman speak.
No, I'm not joking.
I will not have this.
Alpha,
You get?
honestly,
I will not
I'm
have
not going
this.
to be on the same stage with this refract.
Just go down. Go
This
down
guy
if
is a
you not be on this
non-entity, but he
space.
does
Go
not
down. I
know.
want you to go
You
down. That's what I
understand?
want. That's
So
what I want. Go down.
It's not even. See, you are not
Go
going to
down.
tell me
It's not
because
even your turn to
you
speak.
don't have the mental
Go down.
acumen
Go down. Go down.
because
It's not your
you
turn to
don't know your
speak.
right from your
You will
left.
not
You
speak
come
over
into a
me.
space,
Go down.
everybody say you
I
disrespect
for
people.
tell this guy
What
to
is
mute
wrong
his
with
mic. It's
you?
not his turn. Let a woman speak. Wait for your turn and you speak. You can't be hijacking the
You are
mic
just
every
a
time.
numbscore. You don't even know
You
your
can
right
you, you
because
can you can't be hijacking the
people
mic every
celebrate
time.
you on a space.
It's not your turn.
What is wrong with you?
It's not your turn.
Are
It's
you
not my
not just
turn.
coming?
Let a woman speak.
Are you not just coming to a space? At least show some home
Malam,
training.
malam.
Did
I
your
came here
parents
when you were
train you at
speaking.
all
You
to
spoke when I
respect people?
Woman, is your mic now. Collect your mic and speak. I mean, Malambati
I'll
said,
mute my mic now.
At
Make a
least
woman talk.
show some home training. What is this guy is annoying sometimes. Yes, speak. Nobody is stopping you from speaking. Then you came into a space.
Malam. If you want to go there,
You
me I
found
go
people. No,
insult you.
I'm not. I
You
don't
so
want to
don't
have
even
it.
go there, Seth.
When I leave this space, I will just block you off because I'm not.
Bati
You
side.
don't mean anything to me.
Folabi,
No,
So,
no, no, no. No,
Folabi, off your
listen,
mic.
both of
Off
them
your
are
listen.
mic.
right.
It's not
Both
your
of them.
turn.
What is wrong with you?
It's not your turn. You
What is
cry too
wrong
much
with
for
you?
a
Don't tell
man.
me to off my mic.
You
You
are
just
too
come in.
emotional
You are
for
a
a
very
man.
stupid person.
You are too
Both of them
emotional.
are
If your parents
very
trained you
useless
well,
You see, I mean,
characters.
done a
if your
great parent.
parents trained you
but they are how they make my space rowdy, I beg.
Drop this guy.
Well, Camry, why are you always doing this now? Allow the space go on now. You come here and start creating chaos. But anyway, to not stop anything, we are moved on from the charade. It doesn't matter what you guys call it. We have moved on. You can even see the book launch. If he's interested in all those things, would have brought all those people. But again, they are just, if they come, they will just, they are not. Anyway, it's not even my problem. My own idea is getting Nigerians to actually vote in the next election, because from statistics, it's shown that only few percentage of Nigerians vote. Imagine the last election, I said 32 million out of over 20 million. And when you check elections in other places, you see 100 million, 150 million, and all those stuff. So I think a state like Lagos State, for example, has 7 million registered voters. At the end of the day, only 1.2 million votes. So what are the other 5.8 million people doing? Why they didn't vote in the election? And these are even my concern, not all this all this talk that's not going to change anything. Because for me, again, I think we need overwhelming support in the last election, not some people that are trying to scuttle people, to steal some other people's votes to win the election, because that's what some of them are trying. They want to steal some votes from the most popular candidates and front themselves. So anyway, a woman again is your mic. When you finish, you go to comrade. After comrade, Madam Batiside, you go. That's the order. I beg you. I beg one, no fight. A woman, take your mic. A woman, you're no longer there. Okay, then comrade can go now.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Chukwudema. Thank you for giving me the mic. And Chukwudema, I take exception to the fact that Manambasa is making the space
I'm
graphic,
here.
but you
no
made it
I
about
did
me.
here. I
no no.
did here. I did.
So the Alpha, this is
Please,
why I
can you
draw the
mute your
line. Can
mic?
you tell this guy to
This
make
guy,
his
can you mute your
submission
mic?
without
Batiside,
are you stupid? What is wrong with you?
Batiside, can you mute your
Who gave
But
you
mic?
the right to
comrade,
make?
Can
I
you
said you
respect
should
your old
keep
age?
my name out of your
Can you
dirty
respect your
mouth.
old age? I don't like weak men.
Is
You
this
are
guy
too
an
weak for a
imbecile?
man.
What is wrong with you?
But a woman, wait, so since I called you to call, you refuse to talk. They waited for comrade to
No,
talk.
no, no. Alpha. If this is what you are going to do, I'm not going to share a space
Uh,
with this
go
imbecile.
down, go
I would
down,
rather
go
leave.
down, go
There's
down.
no
I want you
point.
to go
Do you
down.
understand?
I want you
Wait,
to go
wait,
down.
No, no, no.
Yeah,
comrade,
I don't
But you are
like.
not the one to determine.
wait,
You are,
comrade,
you are too weak.
how come make
wait,
everybody
wait. See, I want,
I don't like weak.
see? Make I
I
You
don't
are
like weak
talking
men.
about
Batsa
weakness.
is
You
too
just
weak.
disgust me.
Very weak man.
You
I don't like weak man.
you
You are too weak
disgust
for.
me. If you have an
but again, why when they leave the matter where they talk, just they fight. And why is Dr. CJ not even here? He would have been the one to settle this thing. But a woman, what I say is your mic after you go to this guy. Um Malambati side, is it that you don't, whatever he has to say, it's just his space now. So it's not like it's not for both of you to be fighting over it. So you let him just say what he has to say. I mean, his view is the view of a minority. I don't believe in censorship because I learned that censorship kind of people will be like you're afraid of what he wants to say, and at the end of the day, those messages uh, go and people want to listen to it. So you'll be like, this guy is actually saying the truth. That's why you are stopping him. So for me, I don't believe in censorship. So we should say whatever. I mean, let them say, let everybody be talking, so that at the end of the day, the whole world will listen and know who is actually making the sense and who is saying the right thing. So whether or not they want, I beg, but more I no even fight. I don't really want to mute the mic, but a public figure, you won't see me on any place trying to talk about the person because it's not important. If you want to fight the person, you can actually corner him somewhere and fight him. But to come to space and be attacking someone, I mean, it doesn't worth it. But if the person is making decision that affects me, so a woman again, you can have the mic. After a woman, we'll go to comrade. After comrade, Madam Batiside. I beg more than no. Now because of people where they stream, and if not, I for just I want to finish. We'll continue. Yeah, a woman, you can go. Okay, woman is not still there again. Okay, comrade, you can go. I beg. More than no
Yeah,
fighting.
thank you, Chukwudema, for your benevolence, for your magnanimosity, for your liberality. Okay, for giving me the mic once again. You know, when we come to space, I expect to engage with men with capacity, not the likes of Bartiside that lacks capacity, right? A man without honor like Bartiside that dilly-dally with his opinions, that change his opinions. I don't engage such people. You know, today you are for coalition, tomorrow you are speaking against the coalition. But I will not spend too much time on such weak men that cannot defend their votes. Chukudima, back to the issue. P2B 2027, pathway to victory. So, Chukudima, you know my opinion. I'm sorry to say, without this coalition, there's no pathway for Obi in 2027. The math is simple. Except P2B runs without Atiku running, or Atiku runs without P2B running, Tinubu wins the day. 35%, an obvious majority in a three-horse race. So we need a two-horse race to make 35% the minority.
Your analysis is flawed. Continue.
Ye- Anyways, Chukudema, you've been muting people all day on these spaces, but I don't mind. I don't mind. You can mute me all you can. Yeah.
I
But
mean,
I'm here to demarcate the message you are selling, the snake
he,
oil you are peddling.
he came here and caused chaos and said I muted you. Did I
Chukudema,
mute?
I not cause chaos.
I
Okay, I
mean,
not cause chaos. I
talk.
came here. When I came, um, this guy was speaking. Then he came again to hijack the mic when people like us were waiting. Yeah. So I not cause any chaos. Because I would have waited for a woman to speak finish if this guy did not hijack the mic. I saw him open a space that I would have come to that space, even though I know it would be the lion's den. Yeah. I would have come and debunk. I know it's a propaganda space. Come and debunk and the market the snake oil he's selling.
So, my comrade, again, when you were here last year shouting that It must be that year. In fact, there was a time you were fronting that year as a presidential candidate. What happened? I mean, were you high on
Look,
something that time?
wait.
No,
Chukwudema.
no, Alpha. So this has to be timed because you know it's so difficult to listen to this guy. So you have to time him. You can't keep going on so that I can have my turn and get out of here.
But you don't
Please,
have
thank
the
you.
capacity. You lack the capacity as a man. So off your mic, let me speak.
So tell
This
me,
guy is just
were you
he keeps
actually
saying,
from that
if
time?
you know how dumb you sound, you will not, you just anyway. Let me let you speak.
Batiside.
No, Alpha. But
Batiside.
you need to tell him
Off your
how
mic.
long
You
he
don't
needs to
I
go
don't I
for.
don't engage men that last
Do you
capacity.
understand? So that
My
Okay.
aim is to
anyway,
frustrate you out of
it's
this
not your
discussion.
fault. It's not your
I don't
fault.
even
It's
want
because
to.
I'm on a Twitter space with you. All these little children, you that have not started life.
Batiside,
If they
you
are
don't
that
say.
capacity.
Batiside,
I'm sure if you meet me in real life, anyway,
Batiside,
it's not your fault.
Batiside,
It's not your fault.
you don't say
It's so, no.
you don't
See,
cross subline. You
comrade, it's
understand? I
not
will
your
engage you
fault.
man to
You
man.
see,
But I will not bring your
ignorance is
parents into the
bliss.
discussion. So if you want to go there,
Ignorance
go
is
ahead.
bliss. So I'll just let you wallow in your ignorance. But we can't keep going forever.
I speak.
Alpha, please give him. Okay, if you ask me to speak, then I'll have my contribution then. So first, it is interesting that
But
just
he didn't
a
answer my question.
non-entity,
When he was shouting
No,
for that
no,
year,
Batiside
no, Alpha,
interjected now. Make
no.
him know be like
Alpha,
say
you're not going to do
I dey
this.
bully him.
You
Make
were
him
here
speak.
when he attacked. So let me just have my submission and then whatever I want to say, you say.
Ah,
So first, when sometimes, these are some of the things insult we need to take for trying to contribute to your own quota, and to see how things move forward. Otherwise, little children, people who have not even started life, they never wash, who have not just stopped sucking breast how many days ago, they will come. He say, "Yeah, a weak man." It's so I easily get irritated. I have a lot of people like Bento, I have people like Trian, but I just don't like dumb people who you try to weak them into line, but just because they are myopic and narrow-minded, and also, so delusional into thinking that no, who is that? Into thinking that their small brain, if they cannot, and and the small mind, if they cannot
you
conceive
always
anything,
come up with one or
then
two
that thing does not
decisions which
exist.
make the life before
How
sacrifice.
can you in
On
your
the
no
mud,
Alpha,
party presidency,
no
on the
Alpha,
mud,
let me land.
everything.
Let me land.
Now it's
Yeah.
coalition. I
So
mean,
I
are you
don't know
not
whether
tired
some
of
of
this
these guys were
discussion?
paid.
Be on the winning side now.
No,
Master
don't worry,
for
Alpha.
Edo
I
State.
will move on now. I will move on. I don't know why some of these people were paid, or I don't know what exactly is motivating them. But it's very easy to see that in 2027, a northern-led coalition is an injured coalition already, right? And these people don't even know that they don't know so much. I just came up here now and talked about the PDP factor that a lot of them just kept shouting from space to space about ignorantly. They don't even know that ab initio, there's actually a problem already. Even if the coalition succeeds, let's say they even have maximum success. If PDP does not subscribe to that coalition, you have a problem. But you see, all these little children know is just to go up and down with their small whatever they have and keep abusing people, attacking people who are trying to shape and form their mind and open them up to superior, arguments and ideas. All they know is just talk, 300 words per second because they've gone to Montessori or I don't know to learn how to speak English. For Peter Obi's presidency. I'm a Southwesterner. I have people who are benefiting from APC government. In fact, I have somebody who was appointed, I won't mention so that people will not be able to trace. This is somebody I exchange WhatsApp messages with. The last message I sent to him, it has not delivered. I know that he's still. So this is how much some of us have been. As a matter of fact, I have gained more under Tinubu's government than any government. I can guarantee you that. Because you see, I have things to play with. I have access to, I'm not going to be saying so many things. So, I really get frustrated when I try to participate in something that eventually, how many breakthrough my people around me have gotten just because Tinubu is a president? Do you know how many awards? Do you know things that has taken more than 5-6 years under Buhari's government to approve? Tinubu just they approve them like water. So when somebody now actually, I'm irritated. It's just like when you are trying to teach a child how to learn ABC and the child keeps messing up. Sometimes you lose your patience and you tend to spank. That's what I'm doing. You say weakness. I'm actually irritated. That's why. Because I don't know why you people cannot see that it's actually a dumb idea to be trying to push a northern candidate to go against Tinubu in 2027. It is so wrong in so many ways. I don't know how you people learn and things stick in your brain in your school. If you cannot understand something as basic as the fact that it is wrong to have a northerner go against Tinubu in 2027. This is what APC wants. This is why Tinubu is consolidating. A few days ago, was it yesterday? What's his name? The governor of Akwa Ibom has now defected to APC. The other day, we had Delta. In fact, the person who deputized Atiku came on Arise TV to say it was an error, that the North should learn to wait their turn. If you go on the street, this is what people will tell you. Even if you take that away, Atiku does not have organic momentum. Atiku has not contested on a weak party before and made, the kind
My
of
brother,
showing that Peter Obi made.
God bless you for this. God bless you real good for this. Sometimes this like we are in a free for all, so we find this thing out. How can anybody even look at such a very poor light-weighted candidate called Atiku and suggest that in a very
Let me finish. Let me land. You will speak. So my point. Maybe you have a better argument other than just insulting people and try to speak as if you are the only one with sense. Maybe I'll be more receptive and maybe reason with you. But if you come just trying to attack and trying to analyze yourself out of logic, it just irritates me. The reason why I become destabilized because I get irritated. It's not as if I cannot afford to keep quiet and listen to you fool yourself, and then when I'm done, I'll go and look for something
There's
useful to
no
do with my
pathway
time.
to this victory without coalition. So is there a people that has pathway to victory without coalition? You'll always make it about you.
I don't even know. I don't know how they came out. Atiku does not have
Wait,
Atiku
wait,
should not even be mentioned
I thought Alpha
anywhere
was supporting.
around the coalition. Go and listen to the PDP, the analysts
I
on
thought
channels.
Alpha
Go
was
and
an
listen to what he had to
L-Rufai
say.
guy.
Do you understand, a woman? Sorry, I'll wrap up now.
Yes.
So for me, I think that we need to be more holistic in looking at this coalition. And I just talked about the PDP factor now here. That this coalition, actually, let's not call it what it is not. We're exaggerating the potential that it holds. That, for me, it is actually not a silver bullet, even at its best. Because all you need to do to weaken the coalition by 50% is for PDP to come up with maybe Sheyi Makinde and Bala Mohammed. And then the platform of PDP will be used to promote those two candidates. It would definitely take away from the momentum of the coalition. And it's not even going to be worse if you have the transactional politicians like the likes of Atiku and Amesha and the rest of them. You just now realize that we have been waiting on nothing. And then Peter Obi would be in one corner, struggling and wondering what could have, should have, if he had spent more time trying to just do what he was going to do. According to him, he's not a desperate politician. And that's why I believe that Peter Obi is just going to go and say, look, let me try. Because apart from the fact that you people are so wrong and offline, you also annoy people. Even if somebody wants to think about trying to even consider it, the way you people come across is so it's so you don't even want to listen to yourself. If you turn around and come on this side, you don't know how annoying and how irritating it is that a very weak and dumb idea is being, foisted, is being, you are trying to shove it down our throat. So anyway, this is where I anchor it. For me, I'm going to stop even participating in this space. I think it's of no value because we're just spinning our wheels, and then intermittently
No, please,
you
please, if you
find.
stay, you don't make a point and leave. That's not just allow others.
No,
Like
no, no.
I
I'm not
plead.
leaving. I'm not leaving this particular space. I'm just saying that going forward, most likely I would do less of this kind of arguments because when it is here. If I was not here now doing this, if I was in a shoot yourself space, this guy will not come here and spew all these insults. He'll probably just make his submission and move on. So the reason why this is coming to me, despite the fact that I doesn't even know why I am, and is because I'm trying to push and make sure that people don't make silly mistake by believing that there will be some sort of momentum around Atiku because the economy is bad. What a joke. How far I yield at this point?
Okay, yeah, thank you, Afo, for giving me the mic once again. Okay. Batisad, I listened to you attentively, and you made no point. If you say you are irritated, that is the goal. The goal is to frustrate you because you are not making sense in this discussion. Yeah? So I want to apologize to my brother Ewoma who was speaking. The goal was to frustrate Malambati side to drop down to the listener section. Anyway, I see him giving opinions on this coalition, I jump into the space. He is always the target. He shoot aside for me. I saw you open a space today, but I was in the siren and I was so angry because the amount of propaganda you would have pushed per seconds to undo the good work of coalition soldiers, the only hope of the common Nigeria, right? To the extent that you are being applauded by bad faith actors, bad faith APC actors. Manabatisa, you need not look anywhere else. You are on the right side of it, on the wrong side of history. How dare you? How dare you attack the Waziri of Adamawa that brought Peter Obi to national limelight? I put it to you that Peter Obi was just a sensation from the platform podcast. It was just a sensation. A sensation that would be a history of the past by now. Against the political wind, the Waziri of Adamawa picked him up.
Was he the
No,
only
no, no.
one that
Afo, don't do
ever
this. Afo, don't do this. Afo, don't do
wait,
this. He
calm
did not
down,
interject
calm
party
down,
side.
After,
calm
please,
Afo,
down.
don't do
Why are
this.
you
Afo, don't
agreeing
do
now? One
this.
second
you're
now.
listening to everybody.
No, no,
Please
no.
leave him.
You
Afo,
will
don't.
hear this question. You will hear this question. Was he the only one he has ever used as running mate? Where is Senator Ben Obi? Where is Ifeanyi Okowa? Abi, Abi,
Comrade,
was he
comrade,
the
I will
only
post
one
that
he
one.
ever
Oh.
used
Comrade,
as
I will
running
post
mate?
that one. I
I
will post
mean,
that one. That
see,
platform, the
continue now.
platform,
He used
the
Senator
platform of
Ben Obi from
2016.
the same Anambra State in 2003. Why is he not? Why is that one not? Why is he not introduced to national politics? Continue.
Batty side. I mean, sorry, Afo. This batter is just, he's always my target. So, Afo, I think the point is clear. The point is clear. Obi would have just been a sensation that would have been forgotten by now.
What happened to
See,
why is the Senator Ben Obi not powering now?
I'm not
see,
talking of
Why is
comrade,
the
Senate.
power
comrade,
Oh
concentrated?
comrade,
my goodness. Oh
I
my
mean, you have
goodness.
to
Do we
tell.
have
I
freedom
mean,
of
what is
speech
the
here?
what
Do
is
we
your
have
comrade,
freedom of
guy?
speech here?
comrade,
I'm on
comrade,
freedom
comrade.
Do we have
Can I,
freedom of
of
speech here?
I'm
see,
on
comrade, comrade,
I
lines and
enforce my constitutional
propaganda.
right of freedom of speech. Okay?
comrade, comrade, comrade. Obi contested with Atiku in 2019, but when the obedient movement started in 2023, did you hear them discussing about 2019 election?
Brother, there's a straight line from the Obedient movement to the 2019 Obi five vice presidential candidacy. Okay?
Uh,
Like I said, like I said,
do you know now?
oh
Do
my
you know?
goodness. Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
see,
This
see,
oh
see.
my
So that he will
goodness.
not be feeling
I
important.
refuse to
Guys,
agree.
Let him talk
guys,
now.
I
Why is
Comrade,
reclaim my
that?
time.
no, 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 no,
I
no,
reclaim
comrade,
my
I
time.
refuse to
Oh,
agree.
Kamsi, allow this guy talk so that I will not be feeling he's making any points. He has been, I mean, he has been always wrong in everything. That's how he went about saying they are having 10 million votes in Edo State, only for them to have 30,000 votes. People like this
Afu,
tell a lot of. I mean,
I'm
just say
still
the
alive,
truth.
okay?
That's the
I'm still
problem.
alive. So I
Just
don't
say
know
the
what you are
truth.
saying. Which one is 10 million votes? I don't even know that.
In that particular space, I nearly died when it came on
Afu,
election day. You say you're having these numbers from Situation Room. I
So
kind of I was shocked.
wait,
Oh, so this
wait,
is able
wait,
to do this
wait,
surprise.
wait, wait.
You are not saying the truth.
Hold on.
You have never won anyone. If you can win, you would have been Putin or Xi Jinping. You won't be here arguing with me. I mean, I won several elections. Are you that? I mean, you that.
Do what the good work we have been doing. You understand? Like I remember during the presidential election where we go dey push propaganda and I go dey come tell us, no, this is wrong. We have to. Let me treat you guys as hostile enemies. Now you are accusing me on election day. Obviously, like I don't have the figures, but you put it to them that you are winning. First of all, then ask questions later. Yeah, because that's what APC do. APC declare the same winner and then they go and do the work. I mean, like, do you have that winning mentality? I'm trying to impose
No,
that
now
winning
what is the
mentality on people. Like, oh my goodness, I'm coming to my
Make
point.
your point.
It's called laying the
You
foundation.
are struggling.
It's called. I'm struggling because there are
How
five
many
people
years?
attacking
How
me.
many years for
There are five
foundation?
people
How many
attacking
years?
me. But you spoke extensively. Nobody attacked you. Okay, and I'm
Why
asking.
can't you just allow somebody to make a point without interjecting?
Oh
It
my
doesn't make
goodness.
sense. I don't really know.
Yeah.
Harsh.
Thank you. So
You should make the point
let me
now.
go
It's
back to the
taking a
topic.
while
Okay,
to
okay.
make
Let
the
me just go
point.
back to the topic. Let me leave every side distraction. Yeah, yes, because when I come to Chukwudima space, I am treated as a hostile speaker, right? So P2B 2027, pathway to victory. Chukwudima have said it extensively. There is no pathway without the coalition. In short, to answer that question, pathway to victory. The only pathway to victory for me is a coalition. It is a coalition, okay? Because what do you want to do differently from what you did in 2023? You want to repeat the same, do the same thing and expect a different result? You want to lead the Nigerian people on another emotional roller coaster? And you go to the judiciary, all eyes on the judiciary. All eyes on the judiciary. Is that your game plan again?
So you want to repeat 2019 for us? Is that what you want to repeat and win an incumbent?
platforms. Yeah, but what should be certain in a coalition, or like what should be expected, is that both Obi and Atiku, whoever is the presidential candidate, they are supporting that candidate, because I'm casting my mind back to when Buhari was running severally. There was no scenario where Buhari, with his millions of votes, would have become a vice presidential candidate. So if I should extend that olive branch to Obi, he has been tested. Yeah. So the ambition of a man is like a white fire. You get? So it will be difficult. So the only scenario I see is Obi stepping down, but practically, you know, I feel it is an uphill task, right? So when we talk of the, they don't have the capacity to snatch it and grab it. This is the third one. You have to snatch it and knows that he does not know. Teach him. He's a child. But a man that does not know and does not know he does not know, shun him. He's a fool, right? If by now you don't know you don't have the capacity, Chukwuma, then what am I doing here? Did you
Ask
not
you, is
learn
it,
anything
is
from
it
2023?
someone that lost 10 times that has the capacity?
And I think you are missing a conversation. This thing goes beyond article. You are looking at this coalition, article and Obi. It goes beyond article, for crying out loud. Erofa is in the conversation.
El-Rufai is nothing without Buhari
Oh
politically.
my goodness.
15, when Buhari was running for
Chukwuma,
presidency, he
I'm not
wouldn't
here
have
to
been
I'm
president.
not here
I
to
mean,
argue with you.
he wouldn't have
I'm
been
only here to
governor.
stop particide. That's what I'm here for. I'm not here to
If he
argue with you.
if he was another ticket, if he was the PDP governorship candidate of Kaduna State, and
Chukwuma,
another person was
like
in
I said,
APC in that Buhari wave of 2015,
Chukwuma,
today nobody be
I'm
hearing
not here
about
to
that.
argue with you. I'll use the mic. My aim is to stop particide on this space. I don't have issues with you. Yeah, my primary focus is particide on this space. So I use the mic. Thank you.
On this space, and I've been arguing that for me, the best way to go is a coalition. But my own, where I differ from where Comrade is that Obi needs to lead the coalition. The truth of the matter is, Obi and Atiku need themselves in this case, in this matter. Atiku needs Obi more, in my own view. We need to work together, push this guy forward, and let us see how we can get it done.
What would
If
be
we can,
Atiku's interest if Obi is,
let
I
me
mean, he's
finish
not the
now. Oh
candidate?
Jesus! What?
Chukwuma, we know you are APCO. Stop that. We
Calm down. No, don't be triggered.
know
I
you are
just
an
have to
implant in this space. We know.
calm
Wait.
down. Calm.
Reject
I
other
want to
people.
ask
Why
you
is it
something.
me?
That, Wait, calm down. With just 1 second, right? Just 1 second. It's because your conversation is right. What other settlement will you take and say, okay, this is okay for me as an Atiku supporter? What will it be? Will satisfy you as a supporter, not as Atiku himself?
Okay, as an Atiku supporter, what you would enjoy is that you have a chance to get to power. That is the most important. So all I'm just trying to say is we have to look for a way to ensure that we get Obi to lead this charge. That is my own. That is where I differ from Comrade. But like I have shown you people that have been saying Obi should run alone. I have shown you people the flaws in everything you people have been saying. I have been showing you the flaws since, in fact, that was why me and my history since 1999.
And Chukwudema, that's what I'm
Since
saying. Obi should run alone. That's my point.
let
And
me
so that's my stand.
Nobody has
ask that question to Malabati side from history. On
My team. Abiola
okay,
cleared it, but he even won
let
so
me
far in the
let
north,
me
in
just
Kano.
let me just finish with this and say Obi is the most viable candidate to counter that hunger is there. They can go wherever they go to. I don't think that statement is correct. My brother, Malambati side, I respect you a lot. I love your opinions on spaces and everything. But you saying that if they cannot realize that this they should come and be begging Obi, that is not how I feel. The country, we are not where we are not
Very
at that
divisive
point.
guy. A very divisive guy.
We are not at that point as a country, and we should not be making those kind of inflammatory statements.
To
Sorry
be
to
honest,
say.
I align myself 100% with that statement. I align myself 100% with that
Okay,
And
statement.
you're
that is
also
Because
divisive. You're
you are
also
the
divisive.
minority. The grace of God, coalition will work. Nigeria will see freedom at last from this evil APC government. Thank you very much. I yield the mic.
okay. Anam, quickly, let's go to you, Anam. After Anam, Nedu. Then okay. Yeah, go on.
Hello. Okay,
Yeah,
thank
go
you.
on.
Good evening, everyone. So, I want to. I was just trying to understand what the topic was about this coalition thing. My brothers, please. I hope you guys will not interject the way on the interject, so it no make sense. Um, so first of all, we have to understand what Nigeria was actually designed for, and what its structure is all about. It does the same with most African nations. Then, when we understand this, we can understand that these people are puppets that they are put in power. You may not agree with me, Mr. Alfonso. I've always said this in here, that what you think is happening is that you think is the vote that determine. No, I agree to a point of this coalition. Let us play it out here. Now, you want Atiku. We all know very well what Atiku is doing there in the first place. He wants that seat. He's not going to do second. He's not going to do Godfather. He wants that seat direct. What are you going to give months? What about El-Rufai? What do you think El-Rufai is doing there in the coalition? You think he's there because he feels embarrassed by Tinubu, or you think that he was the way he was humiliated by Tinubu? No. See, I'm not El-Rufai's kind of person. I despise that man. Puppets like Jonathan, like Yar'Adua and co. Tinubu, is like a kind of there's a term they call them sub-elites. You know very well that the same people that played the role into put him in power, who want certain things from him. So basically, what we are actually looking for, which is better Nigeria, will never be achieved if we are to be brutally honest. So now, I think whether Mr. Comrade or so, I'm sorry, I don't know whether it's you that said that. He said we should Obi cannot stand alone. If I'm to be sincere, that he is able to be on the right side, than for him to hold on, hold on, Mr. Onye, just hold on. Than for him, because I don't think people understand what APC is really about. APC is not some typical coalition that was just formed by some elites. There is a guy on channels. There's this video that was circulating on Twitter here about how they formed the coalition of APC, how they decided immediately after Jonathan won the election in 2011, how become the president, how they called Tinubu to come into play a key role in the installment of people like Buhari. We don't understand that people like Tinubu is a US asset. That's another factor that Erufa is fighting. Erufa is on the British side. Tinubu is on the US side. So there's serious force going on within their crew. Then someone may not. Somebody did not really win that north. That is why he is doing what he's doing in the south. They just gave him enough pass because they knew that if they take too much chances, then we can assume that the next person, if it was based on actual votes, it was Peter Obi that won the last election. But it has never happened where, okay, maybe once, and that was a glitch in 2011 when Jonathan won. That was a glitch. It's a glitch. It's a glitch. That is why even the mainstream media like BBC were attacking Jonathan. It was a clear glitch, and that's why everybody came on the table to remove him. Fayose said it best that Jonathan shouldn't have contested in 2011. But funny enough, Jonathan was able, in his own little ways, in the way that this that's being shown by some of our analysts here, who put Nigeria, put some of these West African brothers on the graph.
Should start making noise that PDP X handle will reluctantly repost to Obi's activity. Obi suffered all this kind of discrimination. He endured the worst form of betrayal. After Anambra primaries, what's the name? The other former PDP chairman, the guy from Ben. No politician has stood for the people and received the amount of assault like Obi, right from Anambra State. So your child, you decided to walk back a primaries that were done in Obi's own home state in order to disgrace Obi so that they can plant in their men, Eselon Oga, that's Chris Uba's men, that's Chris Uba's list. Obi saw this thing and quietly, respectfully threw in his towel. That was it. So he now declared for president. Everybody started telling Obi, oh, how you are going to share money in the north, how you are going to share money. Nigerians are not going to vote for you, blah, 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 blah. Oh, this is not Nigeria. Everybody will be a professor when it comes to Obi. Now Obi stood on his principle because the biggest open source intelligence in the world called WikiLeaks once described Obi, and that thing was actually the US ambassador's comments or the US ambassador's wire messages to Washington then, that Obi would choose principle over pragmatism. That's what he's telling. This is American ambassador's assessment of Obi in 2006. And why the American ambassador said that is because the American ambassador was privy to what transpired between Peter Obi and the House members, because the person who was even telling the American now somebody was saying, what will obedience do differently? What obedience did not do in 2023 was the fact that obedience did not defend their votes. It was not about obedience. Was gonna be or is gonna be very malleable. He has a lot of baggage. That's why the man is borrowing money. All this money is borrowed. I can tell you, the monies are funneled back to this France because there's nothing the man is doing. So, but Obi stood his ground. Now the world is saying that, listen, Africa has had it. It is all over. It's written in the stars. Africans have had it because the number of people want to go back. People want to go back to their village. So to because the world is going nationalism. So the whole world is seeing that yes, Africa wants a new list. Not like we will still be under neo-colonialism because we are still starting, but not at that level. So and there is something that's opening up in Nigeria today. There are, unfortunately for the West, a man but nobody understands the risk of there's something called cost benefit analysis. To win 2027 for P2B, he does not need that vote again. All this, go to the north and do this. P2B has sealed it. What we need is just defend our vote. And I'll tell you that much. If people will not vote for Obi, if Nigerians say, we're not going to vote for Obi, I will be very.
Okay, very simple.
No,
Are
wait,
you
wait,
currently
who is that? Who is that? Who is that, please?
is Njenje, I want to ask
Wait. I mean, I was taking things from there. If you were bored, that's you. There's something you said that tickled my ears about the. Are you here?
Continue, I can hear you.
There's something you said. Let's
Okay, 1 second.
yeah. Please don't. Let's be a little bit. I'm seeing your hand on Yeka. I'm seeing you accurate. I'm seeing you Malambati side. Uh, Nedo, I want you to wrap it up. Then after that, um, I wanted to hear from Jimmy because Jimmy has experience with what do you call it, being an election observer, and there are very important things that, with respect to what I shared with Alpha about some certain polling units and wards that were winning, but there was a paucity of reliable agents because of people that sabotaged and those Nigerians.
No.
I was waiting on the question. Please allow me
Please
because I'm
now.
about to round off.
This, not all these blah blah blah. Please. Yeah. So
No,
our
but I'm not even round up my presentation. Sorry, I'm not even round up my presentation. This guy said he just cut me short and said he wants to ask you a question. I said, okay, ask.
trying to dance to the government. I'm trying to draw out a roadmap for people to talk.
I've not finished my submission. Somebody said he wants to ask a question, and I gave the
Chief,
person
what
space
is
to ask a question.
your vision? Jesus Christ. You said something about WikiLeaks and the ambassador writing someone picking principle over pragmatism. I want you to expand on that in your whatever.
In 2019, and they failed woefully. Have you also reminded them that also?
We do that every day. We do that every day to them. I tell them every day. So let's focus on this one, please. Nedu, please. I want to hear what you say, because if you are in Nigeria and you are seeing what is happening and you are telling Nigerians to go and do the same thing, people were battered, beaten, and you are saying we should do the same thing with this corrupt Tinubu in power. Well, let me hear your answer first.
Okay, a woman. So here is the thing. Like I said, it's not me that said it. It was I've forgotten the name of the American president, but this is WikiLeaks. And you know what WikiLeaks is? It's just an interception of cables. Intelligent cables. So what exactly led to the American president sending that message is when Obi was impeached, there was a lot of intervention and say, hey, in fact, I have an uncle who led that who was in the house when that impeachment happened. I have an uncle, and the game was Obi. I don't want to use the word bribe. Obi settle these people just to 2 million naira. Obi said he is not giving anybody 1 naira. Many big Anambra, in fact, Obi will tell you that that's one of the things that endeared him to Obasanjo. People thought it was joking. He was joking. He said he stood on it until the end. So the American, Anambra was very hot then, very, very, very hot then. So the American ambassador, whether he came to Anambra or maybe Speaker Nebe was summoned to Abuja, but he had a discussion with Nebe and asked Nebe what's going on. Nebe told him that that's the speaker. The name of the speaker was Nebe, or it's Nebe. Nebe told him, oh, sorry, that the thing is, P2B was made to actually settle the members of the house, but the guy said no, that he would rather go. So and one thing you got to know, in every embassy, even Nigerian embassy in wherever, they always send something called cables or like in the diplomatic term, it's called dispatches, wire messages. It's always report about what is going on in the country to the State Department. So then the Anambra election was hitting up because this is a state that has been under the radar because a government house was burnt and everything. So in his report back to the State Department about what was going on in Nigeria, not just about to be, he was describing the Anambra thing, and he said about to that. This is now his comment. This was what WikiLeaks intercepted, and his comment is that Obi will choose principle. Obi will choose to do the right thing. And when P2B says, people think that P2B doesn't fool around. Anything I hear from P2B, I take it as Bible, like scriptures. That in his assessment of Obi, that Obi will choose principle over pragmatism. Because what was pragmatic for Obi to retain that seat is to bribe, is just to settle the man with just 2 million and he would have. But no, he said, no, I'm going to choose principle. So that's where the word came. So that's where the assessment came from. And that assessment, it's I think even David Hudeyin has actually shared that WikiLeaks document. You can Google it, or maybe when I Google it, I'll still post it. I may post it on the Jumbotron. That's that. Now to the second question about if we can do what we did in 2023 and then win in 2027. Now here is my own assessment. Like I said, I may be wrong. This is my take. The truth about something many of us don't understand is, and I'm quoting Obi. Obi said on many occasions that he I think as of maybe last month when he was in UK, that put me anywhere. This is P2B. Put me anywhere. 2027 election will not go the way of 2023. And I'm betting on that. People say to me, oh, Chinedu, where is your proof? Where is your evidence? And I tell them my evidence is that Obi has said it. And why is this so evidential? I will tell you why. You see, if I were Tinubu, let me tell you, if I were Tinubu today, because of what I know in technology, I would allow what's the name? This electoral reform to pass. Because no matter what you do, no matter the amount of laws you have, I will allow it as an alibi, as a game to game Nigerians. Because no matter what you pass, no matter the technology you deploy, let me tell you, even the card readers can be rewired on that. That's rewired from the manufacturing and say, hey, 2 days, that's the day of the election. Any vote you vote for Obi will be recorded for Tinubu. And immediately after that election, the manufacturers will stay in China and rewire it. That's They will reconfigure it from China. You take it to court, you vote for P2B in court, like assuming you want to tender it as an evidence, you vote for P2B in court and it will read for P2B. So what I'm trying to say in essence is, there is nothing that would have happened today in Nigeria that will be a pointer to what is going to happen in 2027. Don't forget, in 2020, we had a dual election. It looked good. Buhari went to what's the name? Buhari went to Chatham House, went to the United Nations, was all over the world saying 2023 election will be free and fair. Even somebody told me, a guy higher up told me that Buhari actually assured P2B and told P2B that he's going to ensure that 2023 election was credible. Now the point I'm trying to make is, no matter what you see today, it's absolutely no point at what. So even if Tinubu is obeying all the laws, in fact, if Tinubu wants to play smart, if that guy has anything in his mind, he will start playing by the rule and then take everybody by surprise in 2027. So the only thing you can count on today is what Obi is telling you, because he is the only person in Nigeria today that can galvanize that amount of, I'm telling you what I know, it's only Peter Gregory Obi that can galvanize that amount of both local and international support. Then Atiku cannot do that. So my take in 2027 is, what we need today is to go to, when we get to 2027, to make it clear, we don't need to go to the streets. The moment Tinubu understand, because there is a lot of, one thing many of us don't understand is, there is a lot of, even amongst the military, even amongst the DSS, they continue to do simulation. They know when Nigerians have had it. They know Nigerians will not take this. Everybody knows. To make it clear, the moment Tinubu understands that, man, people are not ready to take it, he will leave off. He will not shoot one gun in the air. I tell you that much. But if these things are things we're gonna know closer to the election. The election is still far. I tell you that much. The election is still far. We are going to know how much prepared we are. Vote is not our problem. For me, I'm going around here. I don't believe vote is our problem. And even if vote is our problem, I would rather lose. I will lose very gladly. If Nigerians say they don't want to, be fine and good. But what I don't want us to take is any kind of frigging that, especially the kind of frigging that happened in 2023. Thank you, Ayo. Thank you also, Ewoma and Chukwudima for the time you gave me.
Yeah, thank you very much. I agree with you. If you are going to lose by vote, I have no problem. Like Northerners, Nigerians say no, we don't want Peter Obi. I mean, it makes a whole lot of sense that they don't want. I don't want him. But if you are going to, I mean, anything beyond that, I don't really care because let it be that. But it will actually be bad if the election is conducted properly and the election is actually lost. That will be the worst part of it, because I don't believe that Nigerians want Tinubu to do a second term. But anyway, I don't really know. This thing is kind of somehow, and it's
So Alfonso, you said we should repeat that Obidati ticket again, right? You agree with Nidu on that, right?
I mean, stop. I mean, Alien, you have to stop this nonsense you do every time, right? I mean, the world is not binary. People change based on what has happened. Obidati tickets. I am not the one that is going to choose who Obi will run with, right? In one hand, they are saying coalition. In one hand, they are looking at running mates. If Obi changes running mate and maybe have El Rufai and the coalition have another candidate, does that change anything in the first place? That is what you should be. I mean, the whole thing about it is, in one hand, you say we won the last election and it was rigged. In one other hand, you're saying another thing. If you actually won the last election, I don't think should be thinking about numbers this time around. But again, it's either you did not win and you want to increase your base by penetrating the northeast and northwest, or you actually won, it was rigged, and you're looking at how to stop the rigging the next time. You cannot have it both ways, to be honest with you. And I think it's time we now know what is the truth this time. I think it is time we now know what is the truth. Did we actually win and we're rigged? Or is it that we lost the election and we are trying to build more alliance so that we can win? Because in the mind of Buhari and his supporters, 2011 election, they won it. Till tomorrow, every election Buhari participated in, he called it fraudulent until when he was eventually declared winner. So again, this whole idea of
I think you're getting a few things a bit wrong. I think your argument does not really gel for me. let me explain to you
No,
what
no, no, no.
you
No,
seem
no,
to
no.
be
I know why you know
confusing.
what I'm saying. You don't have to explain.
Sorry, let me explain to you, please. Can
No, no, no,
people,
no,
so
no.
that
I
people
beg.
can hear the other
No, no,
side
no.
too?
Someone is
Please
actually
don't
waiting.
cut
No,
me.
no, no. I beg.
Let me
Someone is
make.
waiting to speak now. What is this now? I mean, you don't have to explain anything to me. It's not today that I started following these things because I
No,
don't.
now you made you. This is not
No, no,
it's
no.
not
Just break
a
it down.
monologue.
This guy is waiting
Let me
to
just
speak.
bring another side of the conversation.
Oh God, someone is waiting to speak. Then we'll do back and forth. You explain to me, I will explain to you what I didn't mean, that you misunderstood, and we'll continue here. And someone else want to speak. It's Onyeka's turn to speak. You will explain to me when it's your turn. I mean, it's uh, a woman has said you go after Malambati side, so I mean you go after him. So by that time you have enough time to explain everything to me. Me, I'm not saying that we didn't win or we won or anything. Me personally, in my honest mind, I believe Peter Obi won the last election. But again, do I support the coalition? Yes, if the coalition will come together and give Peter Obi the tickets, yeah, I trust what he can do, whether he is in government, if he's in government. But if you are telling me keep open mind, I do not support it because I'm seeing it clearly and knowing that they want to choose another candidate. And I'm 100% sure that if they have another candidate, they will lose the election. I mean, I can bet anything I have on earth on that. Any other candidate you put up, you are going to lose to Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and you will lose shamefully. There's no two ways about it. So me, I'm not keeping open mind on that. In fact, Tinubu's pathway to victory, second tenor, lies on P2B not running. Anything that takes P2B out of the ballot is a winner. That is just it's as sure as any other thing. But that's my own personal opinion anyway. But I believe I can put my money on that if it comes to betting. Onyeka, I have the mic. Jimmy will come back to you shortly. I beg you. Please. When is your turn? You explain every other things to me. Personally, I don't. I basically do not care because I think it's becoming a mockery on what um we achieved last election, that people are trying to ridicule it. Is Alien S trying to make it look like Obi is not the president because he had that year as a running mate? Is that what you are trying to do here? Because that's what it's becoming now, to be honest with you. Because a PDP guy told me in the last election when we build up that PDP lost 2019 because of Atiku. Because Atiku chose Obi as running mate. If I had chosen another person, they would have won. Unfortunately, he chose Okowa, and they couldn't even win anywhere in the south, minus Akwa Ibom and Osun State, and that's 3 out of 17. But the other time, they got 12 out of 17. So he showed me something. So all those type of mockeries, actually, I don't need it here. So be dirty or not to be dirty, that's not what I'm debating. So me, I'm looking at it the most pragmatic way and the best way to go going forward. That is the way me personally want to look at it. And I'm opposed to any coalition that will not produce as Obi as president. That is my own. Yeah, I'm opposed to it. No two ways about it. If you're going to have a northerner, northerners can wait another 4 years. It's as simple as that. And not even the north and south sentiment. There is no northern candidates minus Atiku Abubakar. I've said this several times. Minus Atiku Abubakar, who can maybe he has had some friends in the south who can do a little bit well. If you put any other northern candidate in the ticket, if we lose to Tinubu overwhelmingly in the entire 17 states of the south, minus none. I mean overwhelmingly. Put any other person, Bala Mohammed, Sanusi Lamido, El Rufai. I mean, El Rufai's one will be the worst because the way he will be beaten in the south, I mean, it will be resounding. Even the state where he pick his running mate, he won't make 25% there. Any northern ahead in any ticket outside Atiku, we lose overwhelmingly in the south. Not even Kwankwaso, who tested his popularity in the last election. But anyway, I'm muting now. My boss Onyeka can go. After Onyeka, will go to Malambati side. After Malambati side is Jimmy, then Accurate Eagle. We'll call back to Alienes. in that order. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Um, the thing is that I agree to everybody. If Tinubu or APC supporters are on this space, they will be happy seeing the way the opposition is, the way the opposition are tearing themselves apart just to agree on what to do. Chukudema said that if we are not whether we are sure if we win the election or we are not sure if we will be won the election. Now, the thing is that we are not even sure. But just like Buhari supporters in 2011, 2007, and I think 2003 as well. Yeah, he contested 2003. Nobody knew, and his supporters will also be claiming that he won the election. So the poor part is that we don't know now. So are we now going to test that follow that same route to go and test the accuracy of whether the election was won or not? Igbo people say na Uzodimma guy Igbo Rabo. There is one thing we are forgetting. You see, even if Obi won the election in 2023, the fact is remain that Tinubu is now the incumbent. And we can say whatever we want to say. The fact remains that he has been prevaricating those bases because if we talk about Obi base, we are talking about South as well. Because I think Southeast is locked down for Obi, but if we're talking about South, we see where he now has new allies. I know a lot of PDP guys during the election. They were in PDP, supporting PDP, Okowa and Co, and the rest of them. But they are now in APC, online here, they are now APC. They are now supporting APC. You see our Akwa Ibom state governor defecting. Yes, we know governors might not have much influence, but they are governors. We have, there is Wike now. There is Akpabio. There is Oshomole in the South. We don't know. And River State seems to be gone as well because Sim Fubara is also. So we don't know what Tinubu is going to do in the South. We don't know. P2B got a very huge amount of the vote in the South, but we don't know. Edo State now is also gone to APC as well. They won an election there. And if you look at Labour Party's performance in Edo State, even though it's not an indicator, it's not an indicator. But if you look at the performance in the governorship election, it's nothing to write home about. So you don't know how those things are going to affect the 2027 election. So are you now going to go and test it and see if you actually won the election or not? The consequences of Tinubu winning 2027 election is very dire. And you see, my brother, I don't know if it's my brother Nedu or who else. I think it's or somebody behind him say it's better for him to lose and you know that you stood on the right thing than for him to win and than for him to be pragmatic. Nobody is saying that they should rig. What we say is that we need more numbers. We need more numbers. Politics is all about numbers, and you cannot implement laudable policies without winning an election, my brothers. You cannot implement it now. You cannot implement it. You cannot implement it. What we are talking about is numbers, not. We are not saying we should go and rig. If you do a coalition and then you defeat Tinubu, and if you want to defeat Tinubu, if you defeat Tinubu with 1 million votes, if at the end of the day, Tinubu, your actual vote is 11 million and Tinubu scores 10 million votes, I'm sorry, my brother, they are not going to declare you. Hope you know, they are not going to declare you the winner. If you want to defeat an incumbent, this is not America. You have to defeat him with our 5 million votes. So in such a way that there is nothing he doesn't have any option than to step down. The way Tinubu is going, didn't you see the day he was commissioning that coastal road? He said, if you don't want to drive on the road, or if you think that the road is too expensive for you to toll. You go and follow through, you do mortar. He doesn't care. He doesn't bloody care. Is that the kind of person that you think will play so gentle now that he has power? Remember, because we can say whatever we want to say. You know, we are in our own cocoon. We don't know what is happening in other places. Buhari no too put body for that election in 2023. So Tinubu, yes, he was contesting under APC, but it's not as if maybe he was even having much of an advantage like that. Yes, he has an advantage, but it's not as if he's having a full advantage as somebody running under an incumbent. But now he himself has the power now. So he's going to do a lot of things. You get, so let's not make the opposition begin to the ruling party begin to think they have, because I think I don't know if it is Alien or the comrade that said it. You need to let your opponent know that you have won the election. I remember in 2015 election, before then, Amechi said that if you rig this election, we are going to we are going to run a parallel government. What is that showing to you? It's showing to you that from the mind of Amechi, they have already won the election. That the only option PDP had at that time was to rig. And it stayed on the mind of Nigeria. But if we have doubts in the candidates we are presenting in this election, the narrative now actually is that they are going to win. That is what APC is telling you. With every defection, they are telling you, even though they know they are not popular, they are telling you they are going to win. They are telling you once you run on a different ticket, they are going to win. And once it is like that, whoever replaces Yakubu will go and do his abracadabra, nothing will happen. They will tell you, Ashe will tell you now, we tell you that apart from coalition, that you are not going to win. And they will go and they will send people to channels and Arise Television. They will argue it with you and nothing will happen. If you try anything, they will say, oh, you want to destabilize the country. But if you carry a momentum that will energize a lot of people to come out and register, come out and vote, and come out and defend their vote, you will see that the incumbent will not have any other option than to surrender. Tinubu is not good luck. Good luck say that the blood of any Nigerian is not worth his presidency. But Tinubu is telling you that power is not served a la carte. That's what Tinubu is telling you. That power is not, that you need to grab it and run with it. You see, there is a difference in ideology in the two, because we are looking at it. The first and only time an incumbent has been defeated in Nigeria was in 2015. That was when the incumbent president said that the blood of any Nigerian is not worth. And before Jega could even announce the remaining, I think it was remaining 4 states, Goodluck had called Buhari. He hasn't even finished. He haven't even said, oh, having satisfied the condition. No, he hasn't even announced 3-4 other states. Goodluck have called Buhari and said, congratulated him. That was the reason why there was no any judicial issue. This is the difference. Now, Tinubu is telling you that power is not served a la carte. So what he's telling you in essence is that he's not going to leave it for you. So you need to defeat him in such a way that he has no other option. But this one we are saying, oh, we want 20. Even if you win now, those places that will be won in 2015, is it not? Is South not among? Is Lagos not even among? With the way these people, I don't want to sound tribalistic anyway, they are threatening now that if you do anything, you think you are still going to win the Lagos. Leave the Lagos for them. Grab the vote you can be able to grab. 300,000, 400,000, any amount of vote. Even if they are going to win marginally in Lagos, let them win. But now what you are going to do is that you are going to now go and break new grounds. If you look at the 2023 election, I mean, you can allege anything you want to allege. I mean, I don't know. I'm not Yakubu. But if you see Obi's vote in Sokoto, he got 1,000 votes in Sokoto. In Katsina, I think 2,000. In Kanu, out of 1.8 million votes casted in Kanu, I think he didn't even score up to 20,000 votes in Kanu, based on what INEC brought out. Now, you might argue that, oh, that might not be the vote, but Obi's got 500 and something thousand votes in Anambra State. That is because he's popular there. He got, I think, 400,000 in Enugu. That is because he's popular there. He even won Lagos now. So, what am I trying to say? If you are popular in a particular place, you are going to get votes. no matter anything they are going to do. But for him to get like 1,000 votes in Sokoto, which means they did not vote for him there now. Okay, you can say, okay, they reduce his vote. Okay, did they give him 50,000 votes? Or did they give him 20,000 votes? That vote is not enough to win. If you look at the electoral numbers in Nigeria, we need to go and look at the numbers. Because you can't just stay in Port Harcourt, or you stay in Onitsha, or you just go and stay in Abuja, and you think that Nigeria is restricted to you there. No, Nigeria has 36 states. We have 36 states in Nigeria, and all those states will be counted among the votes. So you can't just go and win in Akwa Ibom and say, oh, you have won the election. No, because you are living in Akwa Ibom, you haven't been to Zamfara State, you haven't been to Sokoto State, you haven't been to Kwara State, or you haven't even been to Osun State. You say you have won the election. Are you looking at the numbers coming out? If you are scoring 200,000 votes in Cross River State, and somebody is scoring 800,000 in KB State, the person will always have more votes than you. You go and look at the number. We may say, oh, the northern votes are inflated. I know they're not very well. Yes, their vote might be, but they actually have those numbers. If you like, go and vote again. They have those numbers. So please, let's not begin to castigate. Finally, let me say this. The tickets that I want, if you ask me, but you know, wishes are not horses. Is that how they say it? I would have preferred Obi and Erufai ticket. But I will not say, oh, because Obi and Erufai ticket is what I prefer. They better go and lose. If that ticket is not there, they go and no. If Tinubu wins till 2027, this is just 2 years. So remember, we are just in early June now. This is just 2 years after he took over. This is just 2 years after he took over. 2 years. He's this powerful. Now, I had a costly look. You see, Nigerians, it seems we are not even noticing something. I think, is this status? No, not status. Somebody brought out an analysis. PDP now has nine governors. 9. Hi! PDP has 9 governors. When I saw that, I didn't even notice. PDP now has 9 governors. 9 governors. It seems we don't actually know how alarming this is. PDP, People's Democratic Party, has 9 governors. And now they are mutiny that Peter Mbama might join. Of course, even if he doesn't join now, he might join post 2027, just like Dave Umai did. He might just use that PDP and win an election. After 2027, he will now join APC. Caleb moved one of Plateau State. That one said, even in PDP, he's an APC governor. Even with the PDP toga, he's an APC governor. It seems we don't know. Which other governor? Fintiri, the one in Adamawa State, they are even saying he might join. So we don't know. So by the time Tinubu wins in 2027, because we say, oh, it's better he wins. By the time he wins, the PDP, let's assume everything remains constant. PDP might just be about 2 or 3 governors. And by that time, Tinubu will get more powerful. He will get more powerful. He's just 2 years now. By the time he reached 2026, 2030, for example, because if he wins 2027, he will rule till 2031. By the time he reached 2030, by that time he was having 7 years in power. I swear to God, nobody can challenge Tinubu again. Nobody. If you like, come here on Twitter and shout from now till you are not going to challenge him. He's going to win there. I mean, he will just bring out somebody. That northerner that we are afraid of, they will bring out a northerner. And this time around, that northerner will be an APC northerner. It will be an APC northerner. They will pair him with somebody like Abio or Wike or somebody like Oshomole. You know, APC, nothing concerns them. They go bring candidates. Once they bring candidate, they don't care about capacity. They don't care. Look at the candidate they brought in Edo State. They don't care about. They go just bring out anybody. Once they bring, they will tell you power is not server like that. You go see the campaign up and down. Before you know what is happening, they will begin to win states that you will be surprised. By the time they win, what are you going to do? That particular person will now be in power, and they probably rule for 8 years. From now, add another 6 years of Tinubu, another 8 years of a possible, most likely APC northerner. That is 14 years. Come on. All these kind of things. I mean, me, not as if any kind of change in government is going to, any kind of Tinubu's government is going to affect me so drastically. I know it will affect me, but it's not as if it's going to affect me like that, I don't have any option. But let's consider normal Nigerians that will be affected by this. Does it make sense now? Before Tinubu came in, what is it called? Dollar was, is it 400 and something? Now it's 1,600. Petroleum was below 200. Now it's almost 1,000 naira. By that 2036 you are talking about, he must have, fuel might be like 2,500 in such a way that if they give you 5,000 naira in the polling unit, you will collect it and vote for them sharp, so that you can even eat. So we don't know. So please, I beg us to finally, because we say, oh, El-Rufai is a despicable human being. El-Rufai is a despicable human being, but you want his vote. Make it make sense to me. El-Rufai is a despicable human being. You don't like him, but you want his votes. Oh, we want to run alone. Yeah, you want to run alone. Yes, you win 2023 election. Let's agree to that. And even we are not even sure. We're not even sure. But okay, let's even assume that you even won the election. Now, Tinubu is in power now. He's in power. Those we know that the Northerners don't like Tinubu. We know Northerners don't like Tinubu. But being that he's in power, there are a lot of clerics. Because me, I understand the Hausa very well. I listen to Voice of Hausa, I listen to BBC Hausa, I listen to a lot of all those northern radio and TV stations. A lot. To gauge what is happening there. There are Islamic clerics. There are leaders that are still campaigning for Tinubu in the north now. They are still campaigning for him. People are telling them, look, don't stop campaigning for him. Oh, you are paid. They say everybody can campaign. This is democracy. And that is true. The Northerners, but he will still go there and still get few 25%. Rig Lagos, you will be looking at Lagos, he will tell you he will get like more than 1 million votes in Lagos. He will rig the whole of Southwest, and then South, he will use Oshomole and Wike and the rest of them, and do his abracapa. Now, the North Central we are even depending on. You know, don't they see, say they don't they change mouth? They don't they give us on certain appointments. They don't they give, their man is the chief of defense staff now. They are changing mouth now. So if he goes there and gets vote now, you now go and spread your vote around. PDP will bring candidate, Obi will contest.
You've been on this, like, people this stage now.
Okay, make I just finish. 30 seconds. Obi go contest. PDP go bring candidate. What is it called? Atiku go contest. Maybe El-Rufai go come contest. Kwankwaso go contest. Who again? Bala Mohammed go contest. And by that time, Tinubu will tell you, opposition, you have spread your vote. I am the winner of the election. Power is not served a la carte. You go climb there, they go declare him, and then go there. Let's pray in 2020, by 2031, that he doesn't force Akpabio to change the constitution to give him third tenure, because Akpabio go do amu. Thank you very much.
Please, can I just add something? There was something this guy said that's not correct. Here is the thing why we believe P2B won that election last year. Oh, sorry, two things. There is a disconnect between what happened in 2019, so 2023 and 2011. Under Buhari's 2008 presidential election, I followed that verdict very, 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 very closely. It was given on the 12th of December, 2008. What Buhari was arguing before the court was non-compliance to electoral rules, and there were about 120,000 polling units. It wasn't 120 then it was 120 or 130, and he only cited 40. Buhari had no issue with from EC8A. Buhari had no issue with all the electoral, all the election rules. He was just talking about non-compliance with some polling units. And Justice Lebo Kutigi, the guy who was the lead judge, told him, listen, we cannot cancel the election just because we're able to cite 40, 50 cases of non-compliance.
So that we don't extend it. So that we don't extend it. I understand. I didn't tell you P2B did not win. Wait, I didn't tell you he didn't win.
Wait now.
Okay.
I'll first say something. I'll first say something. He said, I'm not even talking to him, I'm talking to Chukwudema. He said he's not sure. Now, why are we sure? Why we are sure is that in 2023, What we were asking INEC was not non-compliance. We said to INEC, you said you did the election. You said because every election is recorded on a result sheet. Give us that result, even if it's mutilated, even if you just give it to us, we want to see it. That's what we're asking. And INEC was not able to provide that from appeal court to the Supreme Court. In fact, the ones we even had, we even had, we said, okay, we had this election. Can you give it? They could not give it to us. So if they could not show even a mutilated result sheet that yes, this was how we came. This was how we came about the result of 2023. It's safe to conclude that to be one that case. That number. Number two is you said something about you are not sure that anybody has defeated an incumbent. That's not true. Abiola defeated an incumbent. In fact, he defeated a military incumbent, a military guy who was supported. Like he defeated Buhari. Sorry. IBB military, IBB Abacha military. And let me tell you something.
So what happened after he defeated him?
Wait.
No, sorry. What happened after he defeated him?
I just listened to you. So
Even though that
I'm
thing is not correct, though. But what happened after he defeated him?
No, nothing happened. IBB cancelled the election. What happened to IBB? He lost. He left power.
I don't really understand what you're saying. That was not an incumbent.
What was he? What was it? Is Tofano backed by IBB? What was it?
That is not an incumbent. That's not an incumbent. Tofa is not in power.
Sorry, guys. I had to do that. I beg no vex. Please, there are people on the line. You can't be going. You say you wanted to drop a point, and you are dropping 2-3 points. You understand? Please make it snappy. In a minute, so the mic can pass to accurate. Then Malambati's side. Then it goes. Please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I talk very fast because I'm always conscious of time. But the guy was just interjecting. That's why it's going like a roller coaster. I have just said this too, but I want to say something. The problem Obi had in 2023, is the fact that since Obi declared his since Obi declared his presidential election in 2023, Obi was making it clear to every high profile meeting he had, including meetings in the State Department. I am aware of that. Everybody, almost every higher up in Nigeria knows that he will follow the process. I will go to court. If I am rigged out, I will go to court. If the court said that was what Obi was doing all over the place. He was sounding so malleable, and people found a lot unknown to him. People found we may call it weakness or malleability in what he was saying, and that was why they penetrated him. Now, Obi told David Hudeyin, I heard it from David Hudeyin the day INEC announced the election. So David Hudeyin said he was asking Obi, why doesn't he want to call for protest? And he said Obi told him that he had an agreement with some people that he's not going to mention, he's not going to call for protest, and he's not going to say anything that will destabilize the system. So he wants to keep to that agreement. Now, what is Peter Obi going to do differently? What Peter Obi is going to do differently now is that he was going to have a lot of high-profile meetings. He has to make it clear to every high-profile meeting that, listen, if this election is rigged, I will call my supporters to the streets. I tell you that much. If Obi says this thing, Tinubu will not rig that election. And you know why? Go and listen to what that is said, I think 2-3 weeks or 1 month ago about 2023 election. That they had what it takes to seize Eagle Square. He said it in open air. He had already told them, let's apprise America, like let's apprise Washington, let's apprise what's the name, Geneva, let's apprise Norway. Sorry, NATO headquarters. Once we do it, we will seize what's the name, Eagle Square on 29th of May. And they worked. The only thing he didn't tell you that all those arrangements was Obi that worked out on it. So what Obi is just going to do is to make it clear that he is going to stick to that business. And I tell you, if he sticks to it, Tinubu will leave office. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Accurate, are you there? Accurate. Can anybody hear me, please? Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Okay, madam, that is accurate. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Good evening.
Man, you're not clear, bro. Like, what's up?
Okay, can you hear me?
You're like having like interference too.
Roma, if you mute, he will be clear.
Okay. Can you hear me, right? Can you hear me?
Accurate. It seems like you are charging your phone.
I know what I'm
speaking. That's why
saying.
it's giving
Exactly.
us.
Yeah, it's not
Yeah,
just.
or there's headphone.
No, I'm talking. Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Okay, go for it now, guys. Yeah, just go for it. 7 minutes or something. Thank you.
Okay, I'll even speak, less than that. Um, I want to ask question and ask us question here. What are we really want as a Nigerian? When somebody asks, somebody says something here, say whether Peter Obi win the election or not, or he just say he win the election. From my own perspective, he won the election. What we as this younger generation should think about, what do we do from here? Now, Peter Obi is a single man who contests for a presidency under platform of Labour Party. We are all here. There is other vacant like local government chairman, councillor, House of Assembly. Which one are we going to partake, or we just a president as Peter Obi, and then we leave the rest of those, position for PDP and APC to whine in? We should look beyond that. Yes, Peter Obi will come, for a presidency. For me, as a young Nigerian, everybody reason the same way.
Where your network they get problem this midnight now? Which level be that? Anyway, 1 second, no more than no verse. I want Madam Avery to go before the other speakers. I think it's fair like that. So
No, Malambati side has been here all full. When Malambati side go, then
yeah,
she goes.
um,
Then you can go. And even Jimmy too. Jimmy.
I mean, no, I think no lady has spoken on this platform now since I started.
Oh, okay, yeah. True, that's true. Yeah, sorry.
Almost 6 hours. So I mean, she can go. Then we'll come back to all of us. Yeah, Madam Avery can go.
Alpha, thank you. My two hands are raised. The woman. Thank you, everybody. Uh, Good morning, good night. See, guys, me and Alpha, we have been talking in the DMs. I want to beg all of you, the people that you are moving with, they don't use they are not physical. They have the spiritual side to what they do. Me, you guys see me pushing article. It's not because I know him or because there is anything special about him. He has let's say the stars are aligned for him. Let's just put it that way. It sounds cuckoo. I try to explain it to Alpha in the DM and all that. He has a chance. Whatever they do, whatever APC tries, these are not things you should even be talking about as someone who is even a little bit educated. You sound like a crazy person, but there are some things you have, there's nothing you can do about it, right? He has a chance to win. And if we align ourselves with, no, you are laughing, Malam. That's the same way, Alpha, like I told, that's the same way I told my husband. PSG was going to beat Inter 5-0. He was like, for final, madam, rest. What happened? He was not crying later that if he had known, he would have put his money. It sounds cuckoo. 2 times that Trump has won. I told even they were swearing Biden in when I said, this guy go come back. Oh. I told them, they were like, it's impossible for Trump to come back.
Please, can
That.
you open a ministry? I want to
He,
come.
he came back. There are things that you just they are give it's not something I should even be saying, but you guys are not listening. I have to now tell you this space is recorded, and it is hard for me. When I was talking to Afo about it, I told him please don't tell anybody. But there's nothing else I can do now. There is a chance. You are laughing. Well, now our lives will take the place, so it is possible. And moreover, let us put that aside. These people are diabolical. They can bury people alive. They can do different things. They can turn things around in the spirit. The way when you go to sleep, they don't go to sleep. So there are things that they can do. So that may not even stand if we don't back him. They can always take it away from him. But I saw it clearly. What I'm saying is, let us start a movement, guys. We have this platform. I tuned in quickly to Mindset Space. He was saying we have Twitter. This is a very big tool in our hands that we can use. Instead of us to be here waiting for these people to pick somebody and come and give us, let us start a movement. That guy that went to see Ireti, Senator Ireti that day, he's a very vocal person. We can begin to work with people like that. There is a Kenneth Okonkwo. He's very vocal. Let us be the ones to pick who we want to work with and begin to make demands. We are talking about Obi, Obi, Obi. Which platform is he going to run? On which platform is he going to run? They have ruined LP. And because I'm someone, I don't give a shit. I'm going to say it as it is. If you like, hate me or follow me, I don't care. For Obi not to hold on to LP when he was there, as a politician, it is messed up. For LP to be destroyed under him, hates me. It is messed up. You never allow such a thing to happen. You don't love Obi more than me, but this one.
Mama, what about Atiku and PDP?
Hold on,
Are you
hold
not
on,
saying
hold on,
it?
hold on, hold on.
Madam, you hate
The
to
hold on.
you hate to be that
That's your
Jesus.
problem. That's your problem, really. You can't compare the situation of LP to PDP. You have to know that there was a
PDP is
contending
the
force with
worst,
Atiku.
the worst.
What is this now? When you want to speak, I'm not going to interrupt you. Can you just wait? You are being rude for no reason at all, and you don't know any better. You are flying blind, and you are probably thinking you are so smart. If you people don't want to allow me to talk, I go rest. We will still be here when they call the result. There are times when things are like this happen, I try to talk.
Madam, give us your candidate now. Just give us
I
who are your
have told
candidates.
you. I have
Who
told
and
you.
who?
Pair Obi with Atiku. Let Atiku do 4 years and go. Obi does 8 years. Even
Why?
if you can
Why?
Please
get
now, what is
hold
Why?
this
on, hold
now?
on,
Please
Convince me
now.
why.
hold
Please,
on.
please,
You
please.
are not
You
one
have to
Nigerian.
worry about
Hey,
some of us,
calm
our
down. Don't
mental
try to.
health.
Okay, Madam Every, still have your time. Please don't
Yeah,
interject.
Madam, you are no more Nigerian than
Yeah, you have your time. Sorry, that was double
I
mute.
have my opinions and you have yours. And I will be here. I will all be here. You will all be here. Yes, my takes are always out of. You always feel a certain way, but at the end, you will come back and say I was right. Atiku is old. He can do his 4 years and go. If Obi becomes president now, the atmosphere is so harsh. He wouldn't have support in the House, in the Senate. You start hearing about impeachment. That's if he's even able to win. And then they are going to start talking about 4 years because you are still playing by the rules that was laid down. You start hearing, oh, he can only do 4 years. Except you guys want him to just be a president for 4 years without actually effecting any real change. 4 years, what is he going to do with a hostile House and a hostile Senate? What is he going to do? So if we are pursuing only Obi, Obi, Obi now, remember that politics is a game of narratives. They will come back with this Igbo thing, it's Igbo this, it's Igbo agenda, it's this and that and that and that. But if we're able to break away from that now, show good faith that we are not in this for any tribal whatever. If we are able to throw it back to the north, now the same way they removed Jonathan and threw it back to the north. They removed the southern guy because they were looking at the future. They were looking at the future. If we can look at the future and do these 4 years, Atiku has come out to say he's willing to do only 4 years. Obi has his 8 years. And that time, like the speaker before me said, we would have our people in place because we'll be powerful enough. We are not just going to do this campaign like what I have in mind. I have it on my wall. If you care to go read it on my timeline, rather. What I have in mind is not a situation where they use us for elections. They use us, we campaign, we do this, and then we go home and sit. I am looking at a situation where we are part of the government and we have input in who becomes who. Like INEC chairman is non-negotiable. It has to come from us, or it has to be someone we approve of. But if we are not part of the discourse, if we don't throw ourselves into this to say, oh, like that guy I spoke about, like that Peter, instead of us complaining that the government of the day did not do this, did not do that, we begin to go on our rise and say, this is who we want to work with. We don't want to work with any other person. If you are a Nigerian, you are between the ages of 18 and 50, go and register and give only 100 naira. Give only 100 naira to this campaign. Only 100 naira as a Nigerian. This is who we want to sponsor. This is what we want to do. And we choose leaders that can speak. We begin to do campaigns. There's nothing that Tinubu will do. But when we are divided, Atiku will run, this one will run, this one will do this, this one will do that. Then our votes are scattered. A lot of people are suffering in Nigeria. The youths, they don't know what to do. You see them, all the content you see online is about sex. You see them, there's nothing for them to do because the government is not equipping them. They're not equipping them mentally. They don't have anything. If you put the message out there, if we begin to put the message out there, we can get their attention. If you give Nigerians something to look forward to, they will fight. They will come out and support. If you give Nigerians something to look forward to, they will come out and support. We just need to organize. Since for you to even be here, for Afo to keep holding these spaces, it means he cares. It means you and I, we care. Let us channel this energy to gather the people like the way we were able to do it that 2023. We should be able to do it now. It's not even in 2027 that we're going to start. Let us start showing force now. Let us start letting them know that you guys are coming together, or everybody's decamping to APC. Let us see how many you people are. You people that are old and in APC, let's see how many if too much, 10,000. The youth of Nigeria, they should be up to 150 million. If you rile all of them up, give them something to look forward to. A vice president that has been there before that will probably have, knowing that the youth are backing him, there are people that can be loyal to him. There are people that can risk themselves for him because he has been in power before. And his age, you don't even know. He can enter office today and tomorrow will be his president. You don't even know. You don't even know. And he has already come out to say he would do 4 years. And I heard someone talking about Erufai. The reason I would be afraid of Erufai is because I think Erufai is being thrown into that mist by APC because he was in their camp just recently. And there is nothing you can point to that is really the quarrel between him and Tinubu. And then when you bring somebody like that into your team, Oppo research would be very, very, very bad. Atiku has been running for so long. So whatever they want to bring out about him, it's been done. That's another point for him. It's been done. He's been running. So whatever they want to say, they have said it all. But someone like Erufai, there are people now, I see it on the timeline, they say they would never vote for him because Christians were killed, this was this and that. So we can pull these two men away from that coalition. Without the youth, nobody can win election in Nigeria. Without the youth, nobody can win election in Nigeria. Instead of us to be waiting for them to do this coalition and then come and present someone to us without us being in the mix, without us having a say, it is not good. It will never work. If this coalition wins, say they even win, without our input, without us using the power that we have, which is our number, they will still go there and do something else. Who knows if they'll be worse than APC in the end? They might end up being worse than APC. I am saying we have the numbers. They are hungry Nigerians. I'm not saying hungry in the stomach. People who want to make something out of their lives. If you feed them with the right information, you can rile them up for support. You begin to hold rallies, you begin to go on a rise. You have to show now that you can win. The only way we don't win this election is if you rig it, because we are more than you. The Nigerian youths are more than you. And this is who we want to work with. If you say Atiku is not good, that's fine. But I've laid out why I think he's first of all, Like I said, I'm cuckoo. The stars are aligned for him. And two, he's old and he has already promised 4 years. And it will take away that tribalism talk from this whole thing. And then you can have Obi for 8 years. You can have Obi for 8 years with a Senate and a House and local government chairman. Because if we are campaigning for Atiku, definitely we'll have people coming that will now throw their hat in the game because the youth are supporting Atiku. They might now want to whatever party they. And now we are not even talking about the platform that they want to run here to. We are not talking about the platform. When we come together to say these are the people we want to support, then we'll begin to say we can remove your hand from PDP or Nigerian government allow us register a new party. We are not even doing that one yet. When the youth are telling you they want to register a party, who are you to say you don't want to register it for them? You are on a rise. You are sending. You're on the radio. You are holding press conferences. You are telling them this is what we want. Why don't you want to register it? Then that will become the discourse. That will be what we'll be talking about, and then we'll have a platform to run because we are just saying Obi. LP has been messed up. And those people are in the pocket of these guys. You will be surprised on election day, they'll tell you, they'll put the leader of that party aside and tell you they don't have a candidate. It will be like film in your eyes because there's so much corruption and all of them are being blackmailed. If we don't throw ourselves into this and make it be that we are the ones that are putting forth candidates and we are the ones sponsoring these candidates. And then when they win, we are going to be part of the government or we are going to be the ones to nominate these people. Whoever wins will still go there and still be answerable. They will not still be answerable to us because we would have not shown our power. We would have not shown that we are the ones to elect, to put people on the throne and dethrone them. You guys may not agree, but come up with better ideas and see, like that guy that, like I said, the guy that went to Ireti's office. We should start working with that guy. He's very vocal. Instead of complaining, we should start consolidating our power. We should start making demands. Wike has no right to be putting his hand in PDP like that. Let us start going on air to call him out and say, we want your hands off this. We want to use this platform. We are the youths of Nigeria. Start the 1 million man march. We did it before. It is not too early to start it. Let us start telling the world that Nigerians are suffering. Every 2 weeks, we should be in different states, marching, so that the election will be impossible for them to rig. Do not wait for that coalition to happen and then they present you a candidate. They would have already gone to make deals behind you that you would not be a part of. And when that government comes, they will not be answerable to you. They will not be answerable to you. And I know we love Obi, but what on the street, people don't feel like you. A lot of people don't feel like you. A lot of people, when you are around like minds, you think everybody is thinking like you. But when you sample opinion on the streets, when you hear what people have to say, they love him. He's a good guy, but he's not tough enough for such a time. The last speaker, Nedu, was trying to explain that, it was because he did this. How many people? It was because he agreed, he made an agreement, this, and that. How many people are you going to explain that to? How many people are you going to explain that to? But if you pair him with a former vice president, there will be that show of strength that people can begin to have faith again. People can have faith and say, okay, this guy is here, he's part of them. He too will know how to fight them. And in those 4 years, imagine we get Department of Education. Do you know the good that one of us can do in the Department of Education? Do you know how much change can come when one of us is in INEC or we have a say in who becomes the judges or even the clerk of judges? You guys are laughing. Most of you, I don't want to use harsh, but most of you don't even, a lot of you don't know how government works. You don't
My
even know how a lot of
respected
things work.
sister, can I
What?
ask you some questions when you're done, please?
No, please let her wrap up. Honestly, I'm tired. Let her just
No,
wrap
that's why I
up,
said
please.
when she's. Oh, I can't ask her a question
I'm
when
falling
she's
No,
done.
asleep.
no, she
Chidi, let
Please
me,
let
will
her
ask
Chidi,
her
wrap
I
up. I
question.
followed you
beg you in
one
the
day.
name of God.
No, yeah, she can ask her question. I mean, to be honest with you, why won't she ask her question? To be honest with you, I don't know. I use that word enough. To be honest with you. Anyway, go on.
Alfonso, this your
Wrap
space
up.
is sweet today. Your space is sweet.
Chidi,
Alfonso,
please go
honestly, you
ahead. There
just
was
give
a
some
day
of
I
you
don't
us
know
here,
if
said,
they
that
punish
Alfonso they
us.
cook
Ah,
Chidi,
tonight.
Yeah.
Wait now. Let her speak
Chidi,
now.
there was
I
a day
mean,
you were speaking, and I
Uh-huh.
followed you immediately because I was
I followed you right
aligning.
back.
Yes, I was aligning so much with what you're saying. Please ask me and let me
Okay,
see.
yeah. The only reason, well, let's say I'm aligning with like 85% of what you're saying. The only place and the reason why I picked up the mic is wait, oh, so you look for everything to ding Obi. It's his lack of control of LP. That is what you're using to hold him. Do
But
you
that is
know when? Wait, let me ask the question. Do you know how and when he entered LP?
wait,
And then
Chidi,
you now want to.
Chidi,
Hmm?
wait, 1 second. You say you align with everything,
No,
85%. Is that
no,
what?
85%. Meaning, okay, because I don't want to, someone even said he's falling asleep. I don't want to waste people's time. What the part I align with is I would prefer that there's youth participation in picking who heads the ticket. Because the way I've listened to some spaces and it's beginning to look like we, the youth, were just like sitting on our hands and waiting for the
That's
elites
not
to
her
present.
position. Now. Wait,
Huh?
Chidi, don't understand her position. Her position is this: we should align as the youth and align behind Atiku and make sure he's the candidate and Obi vices him. Not that we should just choose anybody.
Oh,
And
really?
that,
I better stop smoking what I'm smoking because that's not what I heard. Really? Okay, I thought she said no, but
Chidi,
I thought she said we as the youth
Chidi.
we should participate.
That's my preference because of some, yeah,
Uh-huh.
that's my preference. But I also said that if you guys don't agree, you can go your own way. But like Atiku has a chance of winning. He has a
Okay.
chance of winning. That is
Atiku
why
doesn't have that kind of chance.
So
Please,
you
but
said oh
please.
sorry, make on no vex. So you said okay, the LP thing, right? You know when and how he joined LP. Then you now want to excuse Atiku or give him grace, somebody that can be termed as part of the founding fathers of PDP. He's been in PDP as far back as 1998. He is not in control of his party today. But it is Obi that, and I'm not sure how old LP is. To show how I don't, the first time I heard about LP was like July of 2022. I'm not sure how old the party is,
okay.
but as old as it's not exactly a
Okay,
new
let me
party. It's
let
just
me
that
let
hold
me
on, let
let
me
me
see,
answer
hold
you.
on.
I already
So
get
you
your
now
point.
want
Oh,
someone
wait
that
now.
just joined.
No, let me
LP already
hold
has
on.
his founding father. So
let
you
me
want
let
someone
me
that
let me
just
answer that.
okay.
LP PDP is such a big, wide, and strong party already, and
Mm-hmm.
there is a Wike there, and the president, and Wike is not just anybody. Wike is
Mm-hmm.
powerful as far as this country goes. LP
Mm-hmm.
was a party that no one knew at the time.
Okay.
Obi was the reason LP became powerful.
Okay.
Even if we obedient wanted to take over LP at a certain time, the way the country was afraid of us, we would have been able to. Because
Mm.
without us, LP was nothing. So you cannot compare LP to PDP. PDP
So are
is
you
a
just conceding that Wike is more powerful than Atiku? Is that what I'm hearing? I don't want to
that is not
misquote
what
you.
without
Oh,
the
okay.
presidency, yeah, Wike is not more powerful, but he has the
Okay.
president behind him, and there are other forces in PDP. Like it is so wide. It was not
And you
like
think the
LP.
presidency is not behind the problem in Labour Party?
Of course
Leave
it
her.
What
Let
what
her.
is.
Let her
what point
finish
are you
The
now.
doing?
presidency
Mm-hmm.
is behind. I've made this point before. The presidency,
Okay.
APC is the behind the problem in LP. But before it
Okay.
got to that point, there was a
Mm.
time nobody was paying attention to LP. And on a space like this, I came up and I was like, it is time we take over LP, because when you are in opposition and you have no party, you can be tempted anything. Let us take over LP. The same way you
Was
guys
it
have
before? When did you say
yes,
this? Was it before the election or after?
yes.
When?
It was
Yes.
on a
When was?
space.
That's what I'm saying. Was it before the election? You were like, let's take over LP, or was it after?
I think it was after, because then we were
And then,
trying
okay,
to
after the election,
hold on.
was it before judiciary or
It
after?
was before judiciary, because we were
Exactly.
planning
So you see
protests.
somebody
Hold on
and
now.
even.
We were planning protests, we were planning
Mm.
different things, and I was trying to say you cannot go and protest without an umbrella, because you hear people say, "Oh, I'm obedient, I'm not LP." So I was trying to say obedient is not a party. When you are held and you don't identify with a party, you will not be treated as an opposition. The way an opposition is treated is different is different from how ordinary citizens are treated. So I was like, let us go under a party. Let us take over this party because I know they can dip their hands into this party at any time. Because if you don't have a platform, you cannot do anything in Nigerian politics.
But the party at that time was focused on election litigation. Is that when you expected our principal to now dabble into taking over a party?
Those things,
Mind you,
Chidi,
at that
And
point,
wait,
there was really no
you
fracture.
think,
Abure even used to follow him to court at that time.
and,
Hindsight
and
is
wait,
2020.
again,
Chidi,
Hindsight
again,
went. Go
does
ahead.
she think a political party is just like something you go and take over just like
That is
that?
what I was trying to say. Please,
Chidi,
like I'm saying, no
Chidi.
matter if you think LP is a small
Without the
party,
court,
it's
without
still an
any,
old party that has structure. You
how?
can't just come in
What do
and
you
say,
mean? What do you mean? What do you mean without INEC? What does INEC have to do
A
with the?
party is a legal personality. There is a structured way to take over a party. You don't just go and take over a party. That's not the way it
and yeah,
happens.
You
because
cannot take
Do you
INEC
over a
still
understand?
has to
party. Let me tell you
recognize
how
you.
to take over a party. When you are
Alpha, you're not being fair to me. You see now, you said it's supposed to. I yielded the floor, and then now we can't
Okay.
speak again. You see the
And then, okay,
problem.
sorry, one more
You
question.
know, I yielded my
Because
spot
I
for
know.
her.
no.
Hello, good evening, good morning from wherever you're speaking from. Yeah, we have Avril. Please, what you do for me right now is take a minute and land this plane. Then we'll move the mic. Thank you.
Anyway, the way to take over a party, like if you're in a community and then you guys are the leaders in your community, and suddenly a new party comes and people are rushing, the thing you do is to form a faction. You start bothering them like the way we were at that time. We could have easily disturbed LP, forced their hand. If you don't want us to bother, there would have been people to do this if we were ready. Force their hand to hold a convention. And that convention, they will select from your people, you select from their people. That is how it is done. If you were ready to listen at that time, there would have been ways to do it. So don't say, oh, you don't take over a party, this, that. You force their hand
Did you give Atiku this advice?
till I'd never cared for Atiku before now. I have
Exactly.
never
So if
cared
it's
for
that
Atiku.
easy, why hasn't he since 1999 why does he have his own faction?
I have never cared for Atiku. The only
I
reason,
know, but it seems like you can
Chidi, let
now.
me
So
finish so
why
I can
doesn't he
go.
have
The
his
only
own
reason.
faction?
Madam Chidi, please. Sorry for the mute. Please. Avril has been speaking. Please let her finish. When you have the mic, you come up, you address whatever she has said respectfully. Okay? Let's allow her land this plane. Go
Anyway,
ahead, please.
Afonso, thanks for the opportunity to.
Dr. CJ, you said they laugh for there. You they laugh.
Afonso, I don't know why you let me speak, but thank you for allowing me.
Hold on, I have a question for you.
Thank you guys. I hope whatever you guys
Hold
do,
on,
you
please,
don't.
madam. I have a
I'm here.
question
I'm
for you.
here. Hold on. Let me finish. Stop interrupting me.
Please,
I'm
there
not
are
leaving.
people waiting here now.
The
There are people
the
waiting. We can
the
one.
Please, guys, I don't know how you guys want us to do this thing. I've said again, if she has finished, she will let us know in a minute. And when she's done, whatever she has said, I don't know if you're not listening. I don't know if you're just here laughing or whatever. I'm supposed to, we're all listening. So if you have anything to say about whatever she has said, please, you come up and you address it. She has answered a few questions. If she's here to answer questions again, we'll give her time to answer those questions. But please don't talk over her. Please let her just submit. I beg.
so as I was saying, whatever you guys do, don't just wait for a candidate to be handed over to you and then you use your strength, your sweat. Some people will even lose their lives and then hand the government to them. Become a part of this. And whenever we get to that point, we can have that discussion. I have so many ideas on what we can do. You guys might not agree on my candidate. It is the reason I gave you why I support him. It is fine. You can come up with your candidate, but Atiku can win. That is why I support. That's why I've never cared for him. But if you don't like that idea, come up with a better idea. Let it be that. whoever he's going to work with. We are the ones sponsoring that campaign. 100 naira from every Nigerian will go a long way. The youth of Nigeria, everybody can spare 100 naira. And then we begin to go from state to state and begin that show of force now. Like, it is the youth anchoring this. We are not waiting for a coalition. If you wait for that coalition, they will be worse than APC, because the forces that are behind Nigeria's problem, they are external because of our resources. Until we we have to start putting one leg inside this government. And however we are able to enter the government, that is what we should be thinking about. Let's not make the mistake and hand this, even if they win, they will not care for us if we don't show them that their winning has to go through us. So, thank you. I'm here for whatever.
In,
Who
in
is
10
clapping?
seconds,
Who is clapping?
oh,
No,
Thank
no, no.
you
I think
very,
it's my
thank you
turn now.
very
I
much. Thank
mean,
you very
man,
much.
I don't get it.
Is the co-host. You know, say Alfonso don't give me co-host.
Dr.
Me and
CJ,
my guy
Dr.
here,
CJ,
a
no verse.
woman.
In 10 seconds, I remember 2015 vibes again. I mean, I carry my money, go buy Buhari card. They walk up and down for someone is almost 70 years old at the end of the day. And I just reasoning how I'm going to do this for another old man. I mean, with that time. Anyway, I don't care. Could I continue, I beg?
Thank you, thank you. So, a woman, let me and you there. I don't know if you're still here, but yeah. Let's move to Batiside if he's still here. I
Malam.
beg.
Not you didn't pronounce my this. It's Malam Batisa.
Malam Batiside,
Batisa.
please. I
Yes.
beg.
Once the
Decorum,
coalition
I
finishes
beg,
and they
please.
allocate our roles, I will change to honorable. I'm just waiting for the coalition to allocate our roles. Once the coalition comes
Honorable,
out with
mute
our
your
roles,
mic.
I'm going to change to
Honorable,
honorable.
mute your mic.
Once I change, next, wait now. Once I change to honorable, then just know that the coalition has taken shape. We are all waiting for the coalition. But let me
All
tell you
right, I beg.
something.
Proceed, I beg.
That nothing frustrates me like, whenever I hear Atiku being, suggested as president, I feel so frustrated. As a matter of fact, I believe that one of the ways to know somebody who is not on ground, who is not really on ground in Nigeria, is to suggest that a northerner can win in 2027. I can guarantee you that. And honestly, for you to know how certain I am, I'm willing to bet up to, I will take you up any amount anybody wants to bet. If Atiku is the leader of the coalition, as a matter of fact, Tinubu will just go and buy suya and be eating. Because this is exactly what APC wants. Just go and bring a northerner to come and take over from Tinubu after just 4 years. Go and bring a northerner. That's what they want. So it really frustrates me. If it's something that they are making a mistake and you are in the opposition, I wouldn't mind because you are only working to make my position stronger. But this is something I'm part of. This is something I'm really passionate about. And another thing is that I don't think a lot of people understand the show of force that obedience are capable of, bringing to bear when they are called upon. A lot of people do because of the rigging and the wishy-washy manner in which INEC conducted the 2023 elections. A lot of people also do not understand what the obedient movement and Peter Obi achieved in 2023. Because that's the only way you can ever suggest that Peter Obi should be vice president to anybody. With due respect, it does not make any single sense to me, particularly Atiku. Go and listen to what PDP people are saying about Atiku. Today, a lot of PDP people are actually begging Peter Obi to come back to PDP because they know that Atiku is not going to, of course, be on that platform again for 2027. Right? So that's out of the way. And I hope we stop saying this thing, honestly. We can discuss strategy, we can do, but once we mention Article 2027, I mean, can't we see that it is so wrong in so many ways? In so many ways. Not even about his age, not about the fact that, he's been contesting, not about the fact that in 2015, the main reason he defected to APC was because of zoning. I mean, how it is, for me, it's so simple and it's so clear to see that Atiku should just be participating and helping us in any other way apart from trying to be president in 2027. So I really get frustrated. Anyway, the reason I wanted to speak again was because I was just thinking about PDP. Again, a lot of people made their submissions without considering the fact that if PDP carries out their threat of not aligning with any coalition, it's going to be a problem. And as a matter of fact, this might be a backup plan for the APC. APC can actually fund the PDP candidate in 2027 just to further weaken the opposition, right? So honestly, if you ask me, I think Obi should explore the PDP option. I know that, yes, there are a lot of problems with PDP. I know that, there's a wicked factor and all these other issues. But is there anywhere that you can look that you won't find problems? Even this coalition, I submit to you guys that there might be a lot of moles even in this coalition, because honestly, I don't know why all of a sudden almost everybody who work for Tinubu in the north, including El Rufai, all of a sudden now the ones planning to remove him, and we think that all of them are 100% genuine. Honestly, if I were you, I would not totally trust that coalition. I would just be looking at them and be working with them, but I'll be doing it cautiously. So these are the 2 points I wanted to point out, that this coalition, again, I would say, is not a silver bullet. Let's not put all our eggs in this basket. It does not make any sense, right? Because it might just be a contraption. It might be a facade. It might just be a way to distract you from what truly matters, which is to make sure that 2027, the execution of the election by whatever platform Peter Obi is running on delivers that election efficiently. Because I believe that sabotage and corruption is what sold us out in 2023. A lot of Labour Party agents sold out, and a lot of them, inefficiency is also part of it. The organization was just shambolic. So for me, these are the things that I think we should be working on. And I'm one of the few, many Nigerians, let me not say few, that believe that Peter Obi's presidency will be totally and completely different from any other president or from the presidency of any other person in this country. I'm not just supporting Peter Obi for nothing. There are certain things I've, studied about him, and there are certain things I've heard him say that I know for a fact that if Peter Obi becomes the president of this country, Nigeria will change. He's a different politician, and like I said the other time, a lot of people who are just fantasizing about Atiku, I know it's not going to happen. I know it's the easiest way for the opposition to lose is actually to put Atiku there. In fact, I can almost consider you as working for the APC. If all you think, if your best strategy about 2027 is to make Atiku the head of the coalition, I think you might be working for the APC, either deliberately or ignorantly. Honestly, in my opinion, because it's just so clear that Atiku is not going to win in 2027. But let's keep watching the space and let's see what we'll come up with. But for me, on the final note, I think Peter Obi should do whatever he needs to do, come out on the space and address us. A lot of us are, we consider him relevant actually because he wants to be president. As immediately he says he wants to be something else, it becomes, everything just drops from 100 to 0 for me. I consider him relevant, and the reason I do what I do, the reason I did what I did in 2023 is because I'm fascinated about the idea that a person of Peter Obi's character can be president in this country. Once he drops that ambition for any other thing, and I don't care, then that ends it for me. Right? I know a lot of people say, hey, you want to, it doesn't matter. It does not make any sense, totally and completely, to be pushing for, whichever candidate, honestly. So I will yield at this point and see. Let's see what others have to say. Thank you, Alfo.
I'm not working for APC. I hate APC more
No, you
than
cannot speak
anything.
inbound. Can you wait
So
for your
please,
turn? I mean, it's not a phone. She has to wait. She's making and creating a narrative here that if everybody keeps quiet, she's going to lead. Please, whoever is a co-host, it's either I'm permitted to talk, but she will not be allowed to counter every time. If I'm permitted to talk, I will talk.
Wait first. Dr. CJ, are you there? When don't come on for co-host. Okay. I think anyway, the next speaker is Jimmy, right? Jimmy, you can go. Hey, woman, are you there also? Waiting there happen now. Jimmy is 10 over 10. After 10 over 10 is um I think
To my network. I mean, but anyway, yeah. I'm here. Malam Malam Batisai, thank you very much for your submission. I mean, I see that you and Avril are standing on the opposite direction. So, but yeah, who is going next? I think it's let's have Jimmy.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Okay, I wanted to speak, a while ago, but let me deal with the point I wanted to make when Alfonso was saying something. He was saying that if people say that Obi Dati won in 2023, that if that ticket won, actually, that there wouldn't be any need to tinker with it. Now, while I'm not exactly going to tell them who to use and how they will put their ticket, now there's something with politics. Politics is dynamic. The circumstances you had in 2023 may not exactly be so. There may be reasons, to tinker with a ticket, even though the ticket you still insist that the ticket won the election. You might be wanting to increase your margin to make winning more likely. You might have seen also that because you are coming together with other people, you might be wanting to give them something, on the ticket. So there are other reasons. Let's not have this idea that it has to be a one-way traffic. So if you want this, then you must use exactly the same thing. That's the only thing. Now, this is without saying that they should change it or not change it. But I just wanted us to have that at the back of our mind, that people asking that it should be changed or altered does not exactly mean that, oh, that then they did not win that election, in 2023. That's one. Then on the issue of candidacy, I have heard people, even those who went spiritual, talked about a number of things. Please, madam, I would like to get maybe maybe you can help us solve some problems too. But that's jocular. That's on a lighter side. Look, politics is based on permutation. Politics is based on, there yes, you might want to, some people might want to think it is spiritual and all that. No, these things are purely based on, is a social science. So leave the spiritual angle. After all, that angle is something we can't do anything about, because you don't even know who is higher spiritually. So you can't, there's no way you can know that. So please, let's be more serious when we want to talk about the issues of the country. That's what I think we should have at the back of our minds. Then about which candidate goes in 2027, I think we have to be realistic here. While I'm not insisting it has to be Obi or nothing, because of course, circumstances might throw up someone you might think, for one reason or the other. Even the Obi might, look at things and say, I'm not contesting, or I'm not, going to be on the ticket. But I think for his own good too, that he doesn't go to run for VP. Why am I saying it? It might look good for certain other people who are doing permutations, but for him, if he runs for VP and that ticket, doesn't win, he has ruined his chances forever, and it will dent him the most. So if I were to advise him, I'd rather that if he's not getting the top of the ticket, he should just sit it out. He should just sit it out and leave that legacy. It's best you have, leave that legacy of 2023, even if he doesn't and never contests again for the presidency of Nigeria. It's for his own good. Then about what where the this thing. I mean, somebody asked what comes to Atiku if he's not on the ticket. I took note of certain things that people have been saying here. If he's not on the ticket, I mean, are we reducing this to an Atiku issue or a Nigerian issue? Are we really thinking about the ordinary Nigerian person? Is it, or we are thinking about what comes to politicians as individuals? And when you think you'll be able to satisfy every politician, I mean, there will definitely be certain things they get, well, I mean, when you are part of a team that wins an election, so there will be definitely things that you get within that. So it should not be our concern as citizens. What does this person get? I mean, that's it was shocking hearing it on this space. Somebody coming up with that. I think that is for Atiku to bother about, and for other people, other politicians to bother about, and not my bother. What I want is a country that works for everybody, that works for, that works for me, works for everybody. I mean, even if you decide to live outside Nigeria, you still want a country that you can be proud of, that you can come back to any day and still be proud of, that this country works. Now, if we are running in 2027, I think one thing is more important than even the permutation of the candidate. There was certain things I noticed during the last election, because I was an observer. I was one of the election observers. Now, there were certain things I noticed, especially that's why I still believe, strongly, even though that people are saying a number of things, that LP won this election. Because there were areas where I saw that there were very wide margins, but what we saw was a lower margin, when the results, when you look at what was on the EC8A, EC8B, you now compare to what was eventually posted on IREV. A number of these places were different, but we were hands tied. I mean, you're an observer, you're not a party agent. And what we noticed is that in a lot of these places, LP as a party, didn't have agents. I don't know why that's why I don't take this guy, Valentine, that was following Peter Obi around, very seriously. Because if I was a young person, following on that is what that was what would have been what I would have insisted on. I would have handled it myself, not through the party, but through having a plan B, like having your own agents, which you're going to work with, to make sure that they are at even if it's not for the declaration, at least to have something for the court, to have something for your court or your pressure, in the media afterwards, but all that was not, that was not done. So I think that if anybody is going to come up in 2020 beyond electoral reforms, because one thing I know that people are clamoring for electoral reforms, but let me make this clear to Nigerians. Look, they can give you electoral reforms and still cheat you with the electoral reforms. So I'm not so much a fan, not that I don't like electoral reform, but I don't think it is electoral, even with what exists now. Anybody who insists, this is about insisting on getting it. If you insist, you're going to have it. But if you don't insist, forget that. Even with electoral reform, they're going to still beat you to it, because they're going to use the wrong these things and still bend the rules. Indeed, they can now rig it from source, from whoever is delivering the technology, rig it from source. So whoever is going to run against these people, because I keep saying that from the experience, from time, I mean, I know this group right from the time. I mean, this BAT group, I know the way they operate, and the way they have operated over years before they got to presidency. If you are not, I mean, for you to be able to defeat them, you must go the extra mile. So whoever wants to defeat them must be able to, first of all, not just match them money for money, time, in terms of monitoring your own elections, and also being, there was something that David Hundeyin, I won't stress that further. David Hundeyin called it, you must be able to match them on all fronts, and even at diplomatic front too. If you're able to do this and get it right, I'm not talking. You see, I didn't mention votes because I know that the votes will definitely, be against them. I'm not in doubt, because I mean, everybody, even some of those that they give money to come online, and do all those stuff for them, who will still vote against them, because they actually know the reality. I mean, they were not expecting that they would lose Lagos, because they actually distributed a lot of money. They were so confident. So, but they eventually lost. So a lot of the people that are coming online, because they are paid, so they spread something on the WhatsApp group and tell everybody to copy and go and paste, will still vote against them on that day. So I'm not talking about votes. I am talking of something beyond votes. If you are not ready to go beyond votes, so please, it's not about just votes. It's you must, if you're going to contest against these people, you must be ready to go to go beyond votes, in terms of protecting the votes. That's what you should be planning by now. And I believe that the people who are up against them actually know what they are up against, and these are the things they should, whatever they want to bring up. Look, I'm not so concerned about, yes, I'm concerned about having a good candidate, but I'm not so concerned. It's not about the person individually. As in, what I mean is, it's not about the person or be just as a person, or article as a person, like people make it, be about individuals. I'm not saying these guys cannot. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the most important thing here is about how whoever is going to bring the opposition together. And then, first of all, the opposition has to be together, and then two, getting a platform. Because another thing is that these guys in power just want to make sure that any platform, even if there are platforms that will contest that election with them, it will be platforms that they have manipulated, pushed up people. So it's possible that, okay, Showore is contesting in one party. In one party, they tell, oh, youth, go and now vote. After all, you have to Showore. But maybe that person is working with them. It may not even be a Showore. It may be some other parties. So you may have a situation where even PDP ends up presenting a candidate, but already they know that, because they have already captured the party, they present a candidate, but it's just for them to, but the real candidates, the people that will give them a tough fight, are already pushed out because the structure of the party will never present their names. So you may be having a multi-party, like people are saying, talking about one party. No, I don't think they will do one party. You may end up having a multi-party that is being infiltrated, and they actually bring up candidates from those parties to contest, weak candidates to contest against them, but making people believe in the fluke that these are real candidates, So maybe they bring up a candidate from AAC, and make it seem, okay, after all, the youth don't have any other, or go for, after all, you have this one, go for this one. And at the end of the day, you find out that it's just a fluke, because none of them can challenge these guys. And then maybe, divide the opposition, and then end up, just, having a second term, and they tell you, after all, you divided yourselves. I keep saying that what costs these parties, because this is also another thing I have with PDP young people who come on Twitter space and tell you that what made Tinubu win in 2023 was because the opposition divided. No, that was not it. I keep saying this because Nigerians tend to have short memory. What happened was the fact that the election was manipulated. If the election was not manipulated, and that's what the politicians, whoever is contesting against these guys, need to work on. Not about, coming together is important, like I mentioned, but please, people should not change the narrative of 2023. What happened? If the election was not manipulated, it would have been, in short, the person there today should have come third. That's the position he should have come. He should have been stored on the ballot. So he wouldn't have even won the election. So my point is that in 2027, whoever wants to challenge these guys must, I'm saying it for the umpteenth times, must work on something beyond the votes. And if you do that, because I know the votes will definitely come, especially if the opposition is not scattered, and especially if they also have a platform, because the INEC I'm seeing today with what they are doing, because somebody came here and tried to start blaming Peter Obi for what is, and then forgot that Atiku is in PDP, which has even bigger problem. I don't know how Nigerians do this. I mean, you can like a candidate without changing the narrative. You can love a candidate, but still keep, if you really think about if you really want the opposition, if you really think about the opposition as a team, then you shouldn't be doing this. You shouldn't, try to change the narrative to destroy one, and then, and even with something is false, is wrong, is not, doesn't even make common sense. You say, oh, they should have taken over labor. You take it over without INEC, without judiciary, or how, or with a chairman that insisted on going to Nnewi to do a convention to return himself, and then even when the party said, the stakeholders said, no, we are going to do an all-inclusive convention, or you are saying, oh, we should have created a faction, the same faction that is there now, that now created opportunity for people to decamp. You don't know that when you have a faction in a political party, you have now created a room for people to decamp from the party. I mean, how do people do this? And then you come online, and because you support a particular candidate, you now, twist the logic, turn it upside down, it's not right now. The PDP has its own problem, all the other parties, and it is this same thing that is being done by the ruling party in all the other parties they see as a threat. Any other party that you see this thing not happening in is probably a party which they are working with. So you see it that suddenly the crisis with AAC, all their problems have suddenly frittered away. They have no problems now. The leadership is intact. But the other parties where they see that they have a threat, are all having issues. So we should really face the issues and even in our partisanship, at least we should be able to stand with the truth. Then you can still make your analogy with the truth, but please let's not twist the truth and make it seem. You can see here, I'm not telling you no to Atiku or no to Obi. I believe that these guys are smart enough. I mean, before then they would have worked out. They would have, they probably will go into a room, have experts. They have experts who will work these things out. On our own part is to insist that whoever will be, first of all, someone who can perform, and then whoever they're going to present must be a team that can perform, within whether 4 years or 8 years that can perform. And two, they must take into consideration every other thing beyond. I take voting as granted. Every other thing beyond voting. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I can take questions if there's any.
Okay. Thank you for that submission. I really can. I want to appreciate you, yeah, for that submission, because we have people listening on Facebook and on YouTube. This guy that streams this spaces, so people who listen from that places, so they can understand instead of having a back and forth argument here and there. So I would like people to just listen, make their submission. If there's a counter, listen, you raise up your hand and you counter whatever you think that is not properly said or against your own opinion. So, anyone, if you have a question for Jimmy, please.
Can I just say something?
Yes,
I
please.
don't even know if it's a question. Jimmy, the the things you believe in are not the only things that are true. You don't just think that everything in your own mind is the only correct thing, and then you run other people down and say, oh, they should be more serious, they should be this, or they come online and talk shit. Nobody knows everything, neither you nor I. And my reality, you can't tell me, I can't tell you yours. So you should be a little bit more, accommodating and respectful when you speak to other people. When it comes to LP was a baby party. Like LP was nothing. Nobody paid attention to LP. So you cannot compare LP to PDP that had so many dogs in there already. LP was nothing until Obi came. So the chance was there to hold it, to displace the people there and put his own people. That is what a Tinubu would have done. And the people, and you guys saying the North, nobody would vote for a ticket from someone from the North. Who set these rules? Who set these rules that we are forcing ourselves to follow? These rules that we are
Sorry,
insisting
did
on
you hear that
following.
from me?
Okay, I
Because
think I
I
moved
thought
on
you were
from you, bro.
responding to what I
I think
said.
I moved on from that. I just want to make
Okay.
this statement.
Sorry.
So,
Avril. Sorry.
I think
I don't
other
want to
people are
cut you
also
short.
on.
Jimmy, thank you. Thank you, Avril. I mean, you've responded to Jimmy, and if you still want to speak, stay around. I'll call on you to speak. But for now, we're going to move the mic to Kema. It is Kema. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. Oh my God, I've just been taking on a rise. All right, so thank you for this opportunity. Can you all hear me, by the way?
Yes.
All
You're
right.
coming out loud and
I'm
clear.
actually not coordinated now. I actually came into the space directly from mindset space. I wanted to have an opportunity to ventilate, and I requested for the mic. He didn't give me to me, and immediately I joined. I was given opportunity to talk, which means for me I was being shielded. I'm happy that this space is recorded because I wanted to ensure that the narratives in that platform I had to dispel them. And also for the lady who hasn't spoken Avril, I'm sorry, I'm going to use some little bit of ad hominem here. I'm going to be calling people's names. It's important to call these names because it seems to be that recently there's been some re-engineering. We call it social re-engineering. I heard some very funny things in mindset space. One of the funniest thing, and you know, they sneak it into to you begin to conceptualize it. Somebody talked about be very hilarious indeed that Obi should join APC. As hilarious as that was, it was topical. People began to have conversations around it. Look, when you see these people doing this, they know. They don't think that they do not know what they are doing. This lady that spoke, don't think that she does not know what she's doing. She know people when people are moving against the tide, they know, but they want this narrative. That is why I had to intervene when I saw it was a back and forth against. No. They want the narration because if you keep saying these things, some people might stick. And that is why I think that we should begin to kill this narrative from the start. So I'm just trying to raise the first point, the reason why I came for this conversation. That narrative is absurd. Yes, people might think that I have a very low tolerance level for these things, but because I know why these people are saying this, I know why they are doing it. They want you to be very tolerant. They want you to stick and they want to repeat it. It should not be allowed. Now I'm going to start with the first point. There was this young man, I'm going to mention his name. By the way, he says his name is Dr. Udo. I will call him Mr. Udo, and I think that is a very surreptitious prefix he put in his name. I've been I'm begging myself, God, that I will have a one-on-one interface with this, but they always shield me from talking. Because this guy, in a very quiet way, he sneaks in some things that I found very, very offensive. First thing they asked him the question about, and that is the same thing one of our colleagues here, I've still mentioned her name, Avril, is trying to reiterate the fact that, the fact that an article presidency, thank you, Madam Batiside, that is a no-no. There's nothing as condescending, I repeat, nothing as condescending than asking Peter Obi to be a vice to anybody in 2025. Look at all of us. We have our places of work. We have our places of work. We have worked in a particular place and then we ask for promotion to the next phase. Now they are telling you to relegate you behind. You will never give your best to that position. Even in our small offices, then you are asking somebody who. Now, this goes to the next point. What kind of governance do we have? I was in a forum recently when the facilitator was asking, which of these two leadership role is better? A very strong leadership and a weak followership, or a very strong followership and a seemingly weak leadership? The conversations went back and forth. A strong leadership is very important. And then the consensus at the end of that conversation was that at different stages of nationhood, the people need different kind of leaders. Nigeria has been held spellbound decades after decades with very strong leaders, very weak followership. The very first time we got into an inflection point. Well, the second time, because I saw it in 1993, I'm seeing the conversations around it. The very first time we are getting to an inflection point where we have followership very strong is where somebody wants to kill because of somebody else's ambition, personal ambition, nothing more than that. An over 80-year-old man who I'm very sure none of them will allow. He's not even heading his own offices. Intel, all his companies, he has delegated those roles. He is not actively in charge of any business he has. But he wants him to fulfill a life ambition to become my president. I will ask that young lady, how old are you? And how old of your life have been already been wasted? And how much? Second point I'm trying to make, there's nothing as condescending as I will give them. See the point she has been saying, we'll give him notes, vice president, so that in 2021, we'll give them notes. Do you have a gift card? Is the presidency a gift card that you share? It is so condescending. I try to rationalize it. Yes, I'm coming to realize that there is a big gap between what is ideal and what is real. Go back to basic chemistry. Chemistry, when they were studying gases in a room, they said, some gases could behave ideal. They said if you put pressure, temperature, gases, you can manipulate how I'm trying to simulate electoral processes now. If you put a B, if you put this, I will B will win. under standard temperature and pressure. We do not have a standard INEC and judiciary. So our permutations around it. So on that, to that extent, I will agree that yes, we should come out from ideal gas to real gas to what is realistic, and then let us begin to negotiate. But I have come to realize clearly that every conversation around coalition has a permutation of an article as the head. That is your an NOV as advice. There is no permutation that is realistic about Atiku and any other candidate. But in that same coalition, there are permutations where they have said, even though I don't have said that Obi can be there, El-Rufai can be there, Kwankwaso can be there, and this Sokoto, this former speaker can be there. Permutations are varied for Obi, but only speak one single permutation for Atiku, just one. That tells you how rigid those people are. And if you see that it's largely elicited. People who think about they are so elicited, it is article. I think that conversation and the coalition should go out because I have lost confidence in whatever they are doing. Look, somebody mentioned about if Obi commits to any platform right now, showing his hands early, he is stuck. Somebody mentioned he'll be finished. And then, do you understand that it's not Obi? It is a strong followership. A strong followership that we can even make decisions because he has what we want as a country right now, an inflection point where we have strong followership. Now, let me come to other points. And this is a point. One of the points that this man, Mr. Wodo, said, he said, when somebody asked him in the last, and he said, who was a better, who did well in the last election? OP without any senator, without anything, got allocated over 6 million votes. Atiku with the codes of all the government functionaries here, how many votes? You know what he said? He said in a very funny way that Atiku won states that were not aboriginally for PDP. And I asked him, did Obi win Nasarawa state? That was Nasarawa state a PDP state? If that was even a Labour state? The same question I will ask, did Obi not win Lagos State? Was Lagos State a PDP state? Lagos State was an APC state. When people want to create narrative, they skew it. This young lady is talking about he should have taken over. There's nothing as I don't know. If that is why when people don't put their pictures on or they don't show, I begin to want to wonder the kind of thought process that go around it. They would say, "Obi is not stuff. He should have. He doesn't have a senate. He doesn't have a House of Assembly." Did you go back to his history in Anambra State? Was he not even impeached for the same fact that he? Look, one thing you should know is that Obi mentioned once that it is the same civil servant that were corrupted under the prior government that is still used to achieve. Human beings are very pliable. I have not seen anybody in that coalition. Look at the names implying the coalition. Somebody did say here that you have 50 communities in coalition. I am so positive that they are. There are so many of them. The same article we did not allow because of zoning. He's still coming here mentioning that hey, on that thing that Mr. Udo said is that when they want to create a narrative that it is not a, I don't even believe in a north and south rotation power. But so Mr. Udo could say that we should start from 1999. And somebody mentioned that 1999 was the Fourth Republic. We have a Second Republic. And then he was trying to say you when you want to make an argument, and that is why every year one student in every university in Nigeria is forced to do logic and philosophy. There's a reason behind it. Because arguments should be logical. When it's not logical, it becomes fallacy. And when you are making a logical statement, two key important things are there: premise and conclusion. If the premise is wrong, or you create a premise wrong, you will derive either an induced conclusion or a deduced, which is wrong. You cannot wake here and say, 1999, since 1999, democracy started. That is why you have so amount of years for the North, so amount of it. That premise is faulty. If you deduce or induce anything from that wrong premise, it is wrong. And then Mr. Udo said, you cannot compare military rule because people died. In 1966, people did not die. In 1993, people did not die. In the election in 2023, people did not die. Very skewed arguments. They create premises that do not exist. Obi should have taken over Labour Party. The same narrative where you said that Obi took from a small party up. You are still saying that he did not. If he could take something that was small and made it very high, it is taking over. You are a despot because you believe in power, in energy, taking over, grabbing, regardless of whatever it is. That is not what we want. Finally, and this is finally, I think the obedient movement should be mindful of people who want to end it. And joining the coalition without being strategic is a major scheming to end the obedient movement. Why am I saying it? If as an Obama and I have markets to sell, I keep saying it. If I'm selling toothbrush and I know every other person wants to sell toothbrush, I need for people to leave other people who are selling toothbrush to come to my shop. I have to have a USP, a unique selling property. The unique selling property of the obedient movement completely differs from other things. They want you to drop that. They want you to tell me that you can skill and grab. You're automatically going to be like going to create the road for Showore to have a voice of his own. What I think that we should do differently in 2027, rather than being like these people, we already know that electoral reforms is not our problem. We don't have STP, sanitary pressure and pressure. No, electoral reforms. I listened to one of the civil society talking in TV about the important elements of the electoral reforms, which they have been begging for, which is the collation system, the electronic transmission. It is not, the weddings were used against us. The weddings, or whether it is transmit or I'm not talking the second word that they used there, that they didn't even put it in that. What INEC even said that they don't want to be having the power to be able to rescind elections except there is obvious violence. No, the weddings around it, regardless, we had a very good piece of legislation in 2022 when the electoral law was there. We don't have STP. And because we don't have standard judiciary and INEC, the only thing we can do as a force is prevention. And in medicine, we have different cadre of prevention. We have primary prevention, we have secondary prevention, and we have tertiary prevention. Primary prevention is what we are doing now, talking about it on the Twitter space and in our own quiet, scheming place where strategies are placed. Try to prevent the rigging that will happen. In the secondary prevention, it is on the day of the election. Activities that will be carried out there differently from what we have known. And we prepare for a tertiary in case they make a mistake to call somebody else, which is not a consensus. We should prepare for that tertiary prevention, which could be whatever form of we want to do. I think this should be narratives, not grabbing, not doing the same thing that we are against. Thank you very much.
PJ, PJ, you kept
Okay,
mentioning me by name. I
just
just
holding
need
this.
to repeat
No, no,
something you
no.
said.
Some of us have been
Hold on,
here
yeah,
since
just
on this. Please, please, please.
hold on a second, please. Hold on a second, please. Give me some seconds to. Yeah, Kema, well, thank you very much for that for a wonderful submission. Again, I like everything you said. I mean, they're straight to the point. So, and whoever that you're referring to, you mentioned their name, so they will have the opportunity to at least say one or two things in regards to what you've said. And please, when you're trying to respond, please just know that it's not your turn. You're just giving you 30 seconds just to, don't deviate from that. Please, Avril,
Um,
when
bro, I don't
if you
even
have
Kema.
something to
Is that
say,
that it
please.
was Kema, right? The reason I never get angry in this movement is because we are all one, and I want Nigeria to succeed. This is not about me. But it is not right the way you come on and call everyone out. The first sign of intelligence is for you to know that you do not know everything, and your take is not the only take that is right, because we are all limited in what we know. All right. And if you knew me, I guess a few people here know me. We have been in the DM since forever. You would never even think that maybe I'm paid to say something or I'm paid to do something. My take might be something you don't agree with, but my heart is in the right place. Do not accuse me of something I am not. Do not, because you do not know me. That's something you should never do. And most times, I always end up right. That's one thing you should keep at the back of your mind. And this movement, this OB movement, right? CJ, 1 minute, 30 seconds. I'm barely at 30 seconds. You have to make it open to everybody. Obedience can't go at this alone. I know we are very passionate about OB, or let's say you guys say I'm not a part of you. That's okay. You are very passionate about OB. You should know that you can't go at this alone. Stop making it about obedience, obedience, obedience. You have to look for a way to open this umbrella to bring everybody in. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, the most important thing is I see passion from every angle. People want Nigeria to work. Everybody wants Nigeria to work. Yeah, thank you very much for that. We're going to go to the next speaker, who is here, Alien
Okay,
X. Alien X,
okay.
please, you have the
Thank
mic.
you, Kema. Honestly speaking, I loved a lot of things you said. I think the only part where you were saying we should do the same thing did in 2023. That is where I think for those people who have been on the space, that is where we have been arguing and arguing. The people saying we should do the same thing we did 2023 in a country that has weaponized poverty even more, in a government that has weaponized poverty even more, with a person like Tinubu who is ordering Lagos governor up and down and doing all manner of funny things. And you are saying we should still go back and send young people out there, because it was a lot of young people who voted for Obi, risked their life, and say we should go and do that same thing again just because you want to do I don't know. I don't know what to tell obedience. And my problem is I don't know which English to say. Now, another thing again I heard Madam Avril say, me and you believe that Obi won the elections last year, but they stole the mandate from him and every single thing like that. They did everything. But you are now telling us as obedient with our head correct that that man that you believe came first should go and do vice president for Atiku because of one divine guidance, because God has told you, Oga, Oga, that thing will never work. I am telling you, I am talking as an obedient. I don't know about the rest. It will never work. The last chance for me to ever have an Obi has told us that after 2027, he doesn't see himself again running. The next time he will have a good opportunity is when they zone it back to the south. That is in he will be around 77 years old. So I should go and tell him to go and do vice president. And you believe Atiku that has been contesting, doing primaries since the time of MKO Abiola, for your information. He came third. MKO Abiola. That man will go and do 4 years and tell you, Obi, we have a deal. Oh yeah, come and take after 4 years. Come and take and be doing. Oh my God. Obedience. Shine your eye. Let me remind us as obedience, for those who are obedient in this state, we are a pressure group. The obedient is a political pressure group. Our job is to ensure that Obi leads that coalition. Our job is to make sure that our voices are heard very, very loud and very, very clear. That whatever coalition that is coming up, Obi is the one leading it, is the one on the main ticket for that issue. If you don't want that, if you are saying Atiku should go and carry it, if you are saying that no, we should go and do the same Obi Dati ticket that they were offering IREV, now that they are in this thing, we should still go and do that same thing. I don't understand. I don't know what to tell you again. Obedience. This is our last chance. Let me remind you. Let me remind all of us here. This is our last chance to ever see a Peter Obi in our lifetime. This may be our last chance ever. We must throw everything to ensure this man gets to the seat of power. What Nigeria needs is his ideology, is someone who would be prudent with the spendings, with the finances we get, is someone who would be able to do what is for the people, is someone who will put the interest of the people first. And that is why we need Obi at this very moment. So please, I beg you, let us support this his journey, this is political journey. And if the coalition doesn't work, we should start brainstorming. This is what I was telling Alfonso and some other people and Malambati said. We should start brainstorming on how we can secure our votes in the north, because that is what brought us down in the last elections. We must look for how to secure these votes there. We must look for how to ensure that our votes are being kept on lock. So if the coalition doesn't work for whatever reason possible, the game players there want to do mago mago and put their people there and sideline Obi and so on and so forth. Let us have a plan B. Okay, if this one doesn't work, how do we ensure that in the north we make inroads in the north and we make inroads to protect what we have over there? We sensitize the people in the north, because at the end of the day, if Nigerian doesn't get Obi, we are the ones that will feel the pain. Obi may not really feel the pain per se. It is ordinary people like us that are spacing without light currently. There's no light in my house as I'm talking to you. It is ordinary people like us that will suffer all of these things. So I plead with us. We need to be smart. We need to be wise. The Nigerian that is going to give you ideology politics, we are not yet at that level yet. We are not at that level yet. We have to do what is right to make sure that he gets to the seat of power and make changes positively. Please, I beg you, all those people pushing article leading the coalition, I can send you link of spaces where you hear yourself very very well. But honestly, as obedient, we should push. We're a pressure group and we are pushing for Obi, the person of Peter Obi, to be the leader of that coalition. If the coalition doesn't work, we must start looking for ways to ensure that we penetrate in the north and we get people who would be able to defend our votes in the north. I yield the mic for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I like when your points are very precise, and so people listening can really understand. The next person that's supposed to speak right now is just hold on a second. Let me not mix that up. It's where is the person? Where is the person now? Has he gone? It's a middle belt, but again, please, I need you to hold on. Let me give the mic to Chidi. I know she's a woman, so we'll always give them the opportunities to speak because we rarely have them here.
Oh, thank you so much
Chidi,
for
please.
thank you so much for that. So, the reason why I requested for the mic was I thought the general consensus was it's okay and it's one's prerogative to push for the candidate that they want, but in doing so, not to talk down or run down on another candidate to head the ticket. So the reason why I picked up the mic was just to push back a little bit on my beloved sister, because there were certain things she said about PO that, I was not happy with. Newsflash, I'm obedient. One. Two, I'm pro coalition. Three, I am Peter Obi must head the ticket. So disclaimer, that is it. So my sister, in your submission, is she there? Oh, if she's if she's not there, maybe I would wait until she comes up.
I said yes. You see my
Oh,
100%. I'm here.
oh, I wasn't looking at my screen. My apologies. Okay, so my sister, you said I'm not sure where you are based, and you did not say, and it's not like it's important, but you said your area or where you are, the perception is that Obi is not strong. Do you mind telling us who the strong candidate is in your, who do you think is the strong candidate? And when you say he is not strong, strength in terms of what exactly?
Oh my God, Chidi, you're putting me on the spot.
No, my job is
Seriously.
here to push back. I'm here to just push back and just dismantle some narrative. So please explain to us. Oh, the general perception where I am is that he's not strong. How?
Okay, with the way the election played out and the
Mm-hmm.
results after it was called, people were waiting for that let's go, you know.
Mm-hmm.
If you take into consideration when GJ they led a protest against them, this Tinubu was at the forefront. And
Mm-hmm.
every protest that was planned after the election that time, it was youth, go your own way, go do it by yourself. There was nobody
Mm-hmm.
trying to lead us to take that mandate back. So that left a sour taste in the mouth of a lot of people.
Okay, thank you. Okay, because I kind of get, okay, so in this past election, 2023 election, was Obi the only candidate that claimed his results were not his? Yes or no?
He wasn't.
Okay.
If you look back, I think a lot of people participated in that election only because of Obi. So there was this love that there's this love everybody has for him. It was like he's like a breath of fresh air.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? So everybody like nobody was waiting for Atiku to come and speak. Everyone was waiting for B to come and speak.
Okay.
So
Okay, so the second part of my question is, so who is the strong candidate? Like who do you guys think is the strong candidate and why?
okay, for me, let us make a point very clear, right?
Mm-hmm.
Atiku has run now for so long, he didn't win.
Mm-hmm.
So we already know his weakness, right? We know he's not that strong.
Mm.
But as a vice president,
Mm-hmm.
a former vice president, there are loyalists, there are people he can know, there are things he can know, there are doors he can open with the people suddenly behind him.
Oh, okay.
You understand?
Okay, so the
So with
key,
the
because
hold
I
on,
know
let
I'm
me paint the
sensitive to
picture,
the
Chidi.
fact that I'm sensitive
Chidi,
to the fact that people are also waiting to speak. So like if I
yeah,
just
no, Chidi, let me
that's why
just
I
paint
don't
it.
want to wait, hold on. That's why I don't want to
It will
ask
take 30
long-winded.
seconds.
Hold on now. That is why I don't want to ask you long-winded questions so you don't give me long-winded answers. So if you just want to like, just hit the answer so we can move on really quickly, okay?
Okay, let me
Mm-hmm.
just, because if I don't make the point, you won't get what I mean.
Okay.
An article without the youth,
Mm.
right, is
Mm.
different from an article with the youth. There are people who would want to stake their neck out for him because they say, oh, the people are suddenly behind him. Do you
Okay.
understand? There are people,
Yes.
there are army generals that can say, oh, okay, this person has a chance. Let me defile these people. Do you understand? So that's what I
Okay.
mean.
All right. So, well, so right now you're kind of like agreeing that maybe the youth, they're not with him all the way or like 100%. Is that accurate?
Oh, of course.
Okay. So, and especially in 2027, right? Voter apathy is not an option, right? We know we need a candidate that will excite the youth. I'm going to say a series of phrases. You tell me who that phrase is attributed to. Go and verify. Who said that?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, Emilio Khan, who said that?
Bala Blue, brown teeth.
I was even going to, Balablu was even going to be my next whatever. And from production to consumption, who said that?
From consumption to
No,
production. That
from
was Obi.
production. No,
Consumption
sorry,
to
consumption.
production is Obi.
Uh-huh. Then what of Bulaba? That's Tinubu, right?
Bala Blue is
Yeah,
brown teeth.
exactly. What was Atiku's tagline?
I don't know.
No, let's think. What was his tagline?
I
What
have
did
no
he say?
idea. I've
Exactly,
never
because
cared
there
for
was,
Atiku.
but he was, did you care for Tinubu? What I'm saying is that at the end of the day, he was part of a keenly contested election. If you did not care for him short 2 years ago, why do you suddenly care for him now? You were
Okay.
you were, at least you were an adult during the 2023 election. He was not my candidate. That doesn't mean I was not also paying attention to like their campaign styles and their messaging. Atiku, what was his tagline? That, oh, the youth to be like, oh yes, this is it. Nothing. Easily forgetful, immemorable. No one actually, okay, what did he campaign on? We cannot remember what he campaigned on just 2 short years ago. And you now think he's suddenly going to turn a switch and then people are going to buy into his message in 2 short years. We all
Chidi,
know.
Chidi, see, if we are just, if please, co-host, I'm begging you in God's name, if we don't get to the root of issues, right, and we all just come and speak, at the end of the day, we don't get anywhere. So please, I would like for us to trash this out.
Mhm.
Chidi,
Yeah.
the reason I am saying, like I made the point that Atiku is not a strong candidate. He didn't win all these years.
Okay.
But that coalition might be a trap for
Mm.
Obi. This coalition might be a trap that if a primary is held today and he's a part of that coalition, he'll be bound by whatever they agree on. And if he doesn't come out at the top, he's relegated. And he can become the candidate. The people they put inside that coalition can become a stumbling block for him. You already see people campaigning against Erufai, right? There are people now on the timeline that
Mhm.
are already telling you if any camp Erufai is. In fact, they're already using it to campaign against Obida, the so-called bad people. He's already aligning himself with them, and
Mhm.
now we are saying he's a saint. The thing I'm trying to say is that Atiku has been running for so long. Whatever wants to be said about him has already been said. Do you get? So I'm saying instead of him being a part of that coalition that we are not sure of, we
Okay.
don't even know who is who in that coalition. Let
Mm.
us pull one person out of that place and become their backbone. The coalition can coalition whatever they want to coalition.
Mhm.
All these people decamping can decamp all they want to decamp. Let us pick one person
Mm.
that is at least saying that cannot be. I'm saying let us step away from that coalition because we don't know what or who is at the background of that thing. Let us speak. And I'm not the reason you guys may not be listening to me is because of this article thing. And I said the reason why I talked about him and I gave the
Mhm.
reason which some people have mocked. That is why I never spoke about it to begin with.
Okay, wait, sorry,
Pick
maybe
up
I'm even
somebody else.
misunderstanding you. Okay, so your position is not Atiku should head it and
Or
Obi
boss.
should be his
No, I think
vice.
it's not article or boss. I am saying step away from that coalition. Pick your person and let us use everything we have to support whoever that person is. But you have to also consider: can this person win? Can this person
Oh.
excite? There's a word I want to use. Can it make people trust? Like, okay, this person is not so bad, but he's bad enough to be able to fight this system. This is not a saint. He don't fit the system a little bit.
You
If he still know
you're
how, because
confusing me.
people
Okay, so
now
wait,
are look.
okay, let me just ask you. Are you pro or anti-coalition? Yes or no? Which one are you?
I would have loved this coalition, but these people we cannot trust them.
Okay,
They
so you
can
are
be.
not
I
because
am not.
okay, you are
I'm see.
not.
I'm for Obi working with someone, but not on
Okay.
their own terms.
Okay, because
We should
I
not wait
when
for
I
them.
started listening, I thought you were trying to push Atiku by, and then that's why you are now taking jabs at Obi saying, "Oh, the general sentiment is that he's not very strong," and then you
No,
said
no, I'm
something
just saying
about, "I am
someone should be.
obedient." You don't love
Yeah,
Obi more
I'm
than
just
me.
saying someone
Imagine he
should
couldn't
be.
even get a hold of LP. So I that's why I thought
No, I'm
so.
just telling you what an APC person will use
Oh,
to attack him.
oh,
Do you
okay.
understand? If when it comes to it, when people are at the beer parlor, when they are
Mm-hmm.
talking, when people like you and me, we do people who don't care. but they are ready to put their lives on the line on election day. When you are trying to convince them, these are the things they can talk about. I can at times, because you are very, your mind is fixated on the time here that they can stop you at any time. I may not be able to express myself
Mm.
properly.
Yeah.
So you
That's
guys
the
have
special all
to,
the time.
yeah,
Okay.
you guys have to like be a little bit, because a lot of people have come up here to say a lot of things to me, which is not fair,
Okay.
because I don't think, anyway, what I'm saying
Okay.
is,
So let's put this to rest. So you are not like, oh, I'm not. You are not pushing Atiku to head the ticket and Obi to vice him, right? That's not even what you're pushing at
if
all, correct?
if that happens,
No, I'm just saying no, not if. I'm saying you as my
that's
sister.
for me.
You're not. That's not what you're here on the space to do today, correct? That's not what you're
Chidi,
pushing at all.
Chidi, hold on. For me, I would love for Obi to allow Atiku do a 4-year term,
Mm.
to remove that talk of this is an Igbo agenda. This is like that coalition, that alliance that APC think they have the monopoly of. That's for you to not be able, for you to take it away from them. That alliance that
Mm.
they are counting on, that they will say, oh, 4 years here. When we do 4 years, we'll pass it over to the north, and then they are cutting us out. Do you understand? Let us take it from, show that good faith, that we are not desperate for power. We can let you do 4 years as long as you are now supporting us the next 8 years.
Who?
So
Okay,
I am
wait.
for that. I will
Who
not
is showing
deny
the
that.
good
But
faith? Who is expected to show the good faith? Who? As in the
see,
southeast or
we don't,
obedience?
yeah,
You said show.
oh, like
When you
the
said show
first the
that good
Nigerian
faith.
youth. Yeah, I
Oh.
like this. I'm not afraid to answer your questions, babe.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to,
For
because honestly, I'm really not sure where your position is. Because prior to me picking up the mic, I was under the impression, and maybe now wrongly so, that you were trying to subtly push Atiku and then Obi as vice. But you're saying that's not your position, correct?
Chidi, I am I am for
Mm-hmm.
Atiku and Obi
And hey, now
personally.
you would have started from
But
that since now.
see, you
That
cannot. This
means
is
you
not
are
a court of
pro
law. Let me
coalition.
explain that.
Okay.
Chidi, let me explain that.
Okay.
If that
Mm-hmm.
is not what the people want, if people will not agree to that, that is fine. I am
Mm.
still ready for us to do this. I'm not a B article or boss. I'm not an article supporter. The only
Mm.
reason I am doing this is because I've seen, I feel that Atiku can win, and we can use that to our advantage. And it can be that we can prop him up to be that show of strength, that this person has been a part of the establishment, but now he is on our side and he
Mm.
can fight if we
Oh,
back
oh,
him. But if you guys say, oh, you don't see the point, that is fine. Let's move
okay.
away from that.
So you're saying
Let us move away from
Atiku.
that and then
You're saying
do,
Atiku can win. He did not win in 2023. Obi
because he
won
didn't have
in.
the people.
Hold on, exactly. So you now want somebody that has the people to now be his deputy. Am I understanding your position?
He has campaign has not
Just
started though,
just tell
Chidi.
No.
us you are for
Chidi,
Atiku.
Because I'm
Just tell
trying
us
to
you're Atiku
Chidi,
understand your
person.
Chidi,
position. Eh?
Chidi,
Come on.
Yes,
campaign has not started though.
I know, but we're
Campaign has
all,
not started.
so
They
this
have
space
not
is just kind
started.
of exactly. So this space is just kind of like a wish list. Oh, if I had my way, this is how I want it. So I'm asking you, what is your opinion? What is your stand?
Okay,
What is your
my
preference?
opinion,
Mm-hmm.
Chidi, let us leave what I think away from, like, because that is making people not to like even want to listen. Do you understand? I gave the reasons why I am supporting this guy right from the beginning. It is
But
not
people
because I like him.
definitely, likewise
Hold on,
myself,
Chidi.
I might go to some spaces and say my preference is Obi. Other people, of course, the
Isn't this going on
expectation
for
is
too
for them
long?
to,
This is
sorry.
going on for too long.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Chidi, thank you so much for how you handle this. I mean, we have people listening, over 100 people listening, and I'm sure everybody listening can, you know, understood what they understand. And so, if you still need a minute to land this your submission, please. Chidi, you have that minute. The question and answer, please. We understand where you stand. We understand where Avril stands. I mean, if she wants to speak again, please raise up your hand and come and clarify. Thank you. Chidi, please.
All right, thank you for that. So in rounding up in 1 minute, and like I
can't hear you, Chidi.
oh, can you hear me now? It was a
Yes.
double mute. Okay, so like I said, the reason why I picked up the mic was when I heard her speak, and I just wanted to like challenge what she said, just to get her perspective. And but in some, because what she's trying to say is Atiku did not win 2 years ago because the people were not behind him. Now, although they were behind another candidate that actually clearly won with almost 10 million votes, but INEC declared 6+ million votes. But now you want the person that has the the goodwill of the people to squander that by queuing behind a candidate that does not have the youth behind him. And what I wanted to also let her know is this: we have to get serious about moving this country forward if that is what we want. In well, I wanted to use the word insanity, but you know, when we keep doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results, Buhari, Tinubu, and the candidate you are trying to push, what do they have in common? Complete disregard for the people. They act like they are bothered by everyday people. They don't even like, almost like, let me just rub shoulders with the elites, and the average Nigerians can, go kick rocks. You're not accessible to the people. You don't take out time to engage with the people. You are looking for a job. Is that not the same MO with Buhari and Tinubu? No engagements, no interviews, no town halls. Guess what? When they won, who can hold them accountable? When you don't present yourself to be accountable to the people before you get into office, how then will the people hold you accountable when you get into office? So these are the things I need you guys that really, really, really think it's time for this country to move forward to consider. Not, oh, he didn't have the time. Like, anyway, let me just yield my mic for now. If I hear something that maybe she says that I think I need to slightly push back, I'll request for the mic. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank
Dr.
you very
CJ,
much.
can
Just a
I say
second,
something,
please.
please?
Just a second, Avril. Just a second. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And Avril, it's okay to have a different opinion. You understand? It's not against the law or anything to have a different opinion. So everybody is entitled to one. I mean, so thank you very much for that. We'll move the mic, please, Avril. Just stay. Let's
So I
keep the
can't get 30
conversation.
seconds.
Just let's move the mic. We'll come back to you. Middle belt, please.
All right. Good morning, Nigeria.
Good morning to you. Good morning.
All right. Um, I asked this question before, and I still want to ask this question again. What do we really want? You know, when I hear some people begin come with this narrative pushing for Atiku, to come and do 4 years, and I see how failure some of us become in our society. And you are pushing a narrative for somebody that is not popular. If we are serious as a Nigeria and we want to get a different result, Peter Obi won the election in 2023. We don't need any alliance or coalition to win 2027. You are not popular in anywhere. You come and push this narrative all the time, push a person of article, this, and it doesn't work. It doesn't work. You start this 2023 and you still want to start it this year again. It will not work. It will end in failures. Why are you stressing yourself? My sister Chid has already taken the word, from my mouth. When you hear, confine obedient, the really obedient speaking, you know that yes, there is really Peter Obi in every Peter obedient, and that is what Chid she is. They are asking you, you came here, you are pushing that, oh, let Atiku go for 4 years, then Peter will be, Peter Obi will come and do 8 years. It doesn't work well. We know each other. All this thing where you guys, you are unpopular, you are not popular now. You are not popular. You don't have the number. From which community, which society you pushing for article? This thing is not working. If you popular, go and take a ticket for councillor in your ward or local government chairman in your local government and your house of assembly. I am middle bet. I am under a Labour Party to see how I'm popular. I'm telling you here, taking a House of Assembly from Agatu local government under Labour Party to make sure that no any other party will come and ring against my own principle. Even though I lost, but my own agenda and mission make sure that I will be there so that nobody from other party will not come, now because this is where they do ring the election. My own to educate, my people in the grassroots. This is my candidate I'm selling to you. And, despite that they believe me and know who I am and my, and my, know the kind of person I am in the society, how honest and, transparent I am and my, principle. Everybody will go along with me. You say something here and my sister use rope to tie you. You say something with your mouth and you don't go straight you go straight to the point. You are, deviate from what you have said with your mouth. I'm very ashamed of you. You and comrade all the time when they don't flash on a small money or I go begin come online, to push a narrative for this article all the time. It will not work. Since I know you and then anywhere you go, I will keep on following you. You cannot say that thing here. It will not work. Your article candidate will not work in anywhere. If you are popular, go and take a ticket for the council or in your place. Let's know, say that you are popular. You are not popular. How many votes you feel conveying? Praise Nigeria. We know what we are looking for. When Peter Obi say after 2027 he will not contest again. That one, na lie, he go contest. He go contest for me. He will contest because Nigeria have never stand. Let us talk to ourselves in our locality, what and what. Not only presidency, other posts, other, yes, like I said, people are contesting. Which one are you taking? Is only the president who is going to take House of Assembly, who is going to take, the National House of Representative, and, and the senator. This is where we're supposed to, engage and talk to ourselves, and we begin to run around, the people, Atiku cannot rule in this country as I'm saying, as I am a middle belt. It will not work. I told Dino Milaye last year when he uttered a word about Peter Obi. I told him, you have lost. You can't win election in Kogi State, and how far? It will not work if no Peter Obi. No, let Tinubu continue. Are you?
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Again, sorry, there's something I want to say, please. Let's stop with the accusation of, I don't know, somebody has been paid and all that. If you don't have any substantial um evidence for that, I mean, you can counter them without throwing such jabs. Again, so that we can have a civil conversation going on here, so people don't feel attacked. I think Avril has gone. I was gonna give her 30 seconds to.
I'm here. I didn't go
Okay,
anywhere.
okay, yeah. So
Middle,
please, since your name has been mentioned a couple of times, so please take 30 seconds to please briefly say something.
middle belt. I have made up my mind never to be angry in this movement. Never, because what I want is a Nigeria that works. And whatever you accuse me of, it doesn't bother me because a clear conscience fears no accusation. Last time the votes were shared between these two men. If they had worked together, they would have won. But then we thought Obi could do it alone, Atiku was bad, and this and that and this, right? And now this coalition, I won't speak for everybody else. I do not trust it because a good a politician that knows what he's doing will always have his hand, especially in a country like Nigeria, in the pot of his opposition. He would want to be in control. So I don't trust that coalition, especially with some people there who have all they are all everybody that we are waiting for to make a decision and then come up with a candidate, or people we are allowing to be mixed up with. These are people that can easily be turned down one way or the other. Like when campaign starts, there are things that will begin to come out about these people that you will not even be able to defend. And we don't even know who is behind this coalition and what they even plan to do, if they would even allow Obi come out at all. Because if he becomes a part of the coalition and they don't nominate him, he cannot go do anything else. He cannot. So he is boxed in. So I am saying we should not wait for this coalition to produce our candidate. Let us be proactive. I said, if Atiku was able to get just one, please let me round up, because if I talk 30 minutes and I'm not making any sense, people will still come for me. If Atiku was able to get 6,000 votes the last time, right? At least if we pair with him, maybe we can get something. But you guys say you don't like Atiku. Now come up with somebody and let us work to make those people, push them to wherever we want to push them to. As long as they have the power, they have the pull with the military, they can talk to police and they will listen. There are so many things involved in this. It is not just only about winning election. Who will talk to the army behind? An army will say, okay, let me risk my life and go against the government of the day. When this man wins, he will protect me. Who will they listen to? You have to think about that too. Who can go meet a police officer at the back and say, see, these people, they support me. We feel we know.
Avril,
Protect them when you go out
I
there.
need you
So
to,
those are the things,
yeah, you've said, like, I need
those
you
are the
to,
those are the things I
s-
am looking at. It is not fair that you accuse me when you do not know me. And thank God for the few people that know me. They know I'm not what you're saying. So I am not say Atiku or bust. But whoever you are coming up
All
with,
right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Avril. I mean, I think you addressed one of the most important reasons why I gave you back the mic is the accusation that you are not being paid or sponsored to push a narrative. That's why I actually gave you the mic because nobody deserves to be accused falsely, without having um, an opportunity to, respond if that is true or not. Thank you very much. We'll move over to 10 over 10. 10 over 10, you have.
Yeah, doctor. Good evening. Yeah, well done.
Good evening. Good evening. It's 4 a.m. here in Moscow,
Oh,
Russia.
good morning. I will say
Thank
good
you.
morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Good morning.
I extend same to everyone. I think I don't even know. I just have here and there things I need to respond to, but I don't want to. I don't want to mention anybody's name or the hand.
Uh, Please continue. It was a mistake. It was a double miss,
Okay,
please.
okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. Yeah, so I bet to disagree with the last speaker that Labour Party was a no. So I can hear myself. I don't know if anybody's mic is on.
No, I can hear you. Just
Okay,
continue.
okay. So quick one for me. I think Labour Party as a political party got to a different level after P2B joined. The last speaker called them Labour Party a no party. If we remember, Olusegun Mimiko in 2007 contested election for governorship of Ondo State under Labour Party. So the argument or coming on spaces to come and give us some boo to me makes no sense. Adams Oshemole contested election under Labour Party. I think it was it 2007, if I'm not mistaken. So coming on space again to say Labour Party was a no party, was a nobody or whatever you call it, to me, that argument is invalid. But when you say if you say Labour Party after P2B joined got a different momentum, that we cannot agree. But that's by the way. The main reason I requested for the mic was when I heard the last speaker again reference P2B when she said Obi's inability to manage Labour Party. And I bet to disagree. And then she eulogized Atiku. See, just come out and take Atiku, hold on Atiku, take it with your full chest and stop this merry-go-rounding up and down, right? Let me even, one thing I don't want to do, or one thing I don't think we need to do, Seth, is calling any of these candidates out. If we believe, and like they've told us, they are having conversation, they are discussing, I don't think it will be a disservice calling any of them out. Let them have their conversation, whatever they agree. P2B will come out. If you're so fixated and you believe in the P2B or Atiku, why don't you just keep your mouth shut and stop demarketing these candidates before they are done with their conversation? And this has been my submission anytime I'm on spaces. You don't come and start telling us how P2B cannot handle Labour Party. If he was that good, how was he not able to handle? And you don't and you think you have an idea what you are saying. So I remember Kema, sorry. Good morning to you, my brother. I was on that space too. And you see, what is so funny is how you hear people asking P2B to deputize, and they make this guy look so loyal that he doesn't have any choice to just deputize Atiku, no matter what. Now, the last speaker again, because my own bullet, I'm throwing it where I'm supposed to throw it, so that I'm not, I will throw you to where it's supposed to go. You said Atiku should do 4 years, and after the 4 years, he can then give it to P2B. It even means you don't even understand what you're talking about. It is the turn of the, if by zoning, because I've heard see, if you want to hear ridiculous submissions and speeches, sometimes just come on Twitter. Some you will hear itself, you will just dey roll on the floor. Atiku should do 4 years and hand over to P2B. It is the turn, if by zoning, if we have to accept and agree that this thing has to be zoned, then it is the turn of the South. But in this point, we are even looking at the capacity of the people in front of us to deliver Nigeria that is sinking. And somebody is saying Atiku should come and do 4 years and give to P2B. By that time that Atiku will be done, let's even accept, without conceding, like they say it, that Atiku is doing 4 years. So by the time it will be the original turn of the North, P2B will now come out and they will now do to him the same thing they did to Goodluck Jonathan when they told him, Oga, it was not the turn of the South. Give us back what we are supposed to get. And you're coming here to sell what I don't understand. Now I come back again because I'm going back and forth just to invalidate some of the argument I heard from very ridiculous submission. So, inability of P2B to manage the crisis in Labour Party, then you are indirectly referring us to go and also query Atiku's inability to manage the crisis in PDP. And this is where, when I listen to people like that, I'll be like, hold on a minute. Is Wike making some sense? Is Wike making any sense from his argument? Power was supposed to be zoned to a particular place, and you said, no, leave it open. But at that time, it wasn't your turn. It was not your turn to contest as at that particular time. And one of the things I told myself, as far as I believe in P2B's capacity to begin to change what Nigeria has become, that I am not in any way in doubt. Looking at the lunatic and the clueless government we have right now, I believe P2B can, a government that has P2B leading it, can do something better. But that does not mean I should come on spaces and begin to demarket Atiku, who is discussing with P2B. And let me say this again. If you think P2B cannot do with anybody in the North, that he should just run on his own, then I will call you an APC person. If you're coming out to say P2B should not coalesce with any other person, he should just run the ticket on his own, I will tell you that, give me that, tell me how much Tinubu paid you. Because he knows and he has accepted that this thing cannot be achieved by him and him alone. As such, he's having this conversation with our brothers from the North. And that's why I have problem with some of the utterances I hear sometimes when some people make it look like it's their entitlement. Now, since everybody is even selling their market, let me sell my own market. Bring the article and bring P2B on a ballot today. Let the two of them contest this election without Tinubu being in the picture. You are telling me that article will win. Look, free and fair election, let's put it like that. So you're telling me that Atiku will beat P2B hands down. You must be joking. You must be joking. So what I'm saying is, if you want to if you want to market Atiku, just come market your Atiku without demarketing the other candidate. Own it with your full chest. Let us know where you stand so that when that thunder will start to strike people that spoil Nigeria, the thunder will know where to locate the person, right? So coming to tell us how P2B was not able to manage whatever was happening in Labour Party, was Atiku able to manage what was happening and what is still happening? How many times? Okay, let's even say this. Since the time the crisis started in PDP, have you heard Atiku call out Wike personally, one-on-one? Has he made comments like call him out and tell him, guy, what is this nonsense? If there's anywhere,
Hold on, please.
come and tell me.
Hold on, please. Kingsley Eze, please. Can you mute your mic, please?
You know, so let me just before I hit the mic, I would still repeat my point. We need this coalition. We need it more than any other thing. This is the only part, as far as I can, as far as I can remember, this is the only part that can guarantee or give some optimism, some belief that there is even an election to contest in the first place. You know, so coming on spaces to tell us how we should give it to Atiku. Why? And I'm asking why. Is it his capacity to do what? Is it his ability to do what? Let me even understand. Is it their turn or what? And then you're saying for Igbo people. See, I don't think any at this point, Seth, I've not heard how many Igbo people have made it a point to campaign with that power should be zoned to the east. We're talking about Nigeria drowning. We're talking about Nigeria drowning, Nigeria in disarray, where the candidate comes from at this point. People are not really talking about it. But people are looking I mean, looking at realities, looking at people we see on our screens and on our faces that keeps telling us to entrust them with this responsibility. Who can we trust? No sentiment. No sentiment. Who can we trust? P2B, Tinubu, and Atiku. If you were to hire any of the three to come and manage your company right now, just talk the truth. Tomorrow on Sunday, before you begin go church, just talk the truth. Who will you hire? If you were to hire somebody and pay your hard-earned money to him or her as a salary to come and do a job, your company is drowning, and you have these three to choose from. You're telling me that you call an article. Since we are even see one of the things, like I said before, anybody that know how I make my submission on spaces, I try my best not to call any candidate out, except the ruling party that is causing misery to Nigerians, be it article, be it P2B. I know these gentlemen. In fact, the kind of friendship they have, I don't think the two of us discussing on Twitter has it. These people they've run on a ticket together. Now they are discussing. You think you know what each other can bring, they will be discussing. So why don't you just keep your mouth shut and stop demarketing them? Let them go and discuss. A mindset, before I hit the mic, sorry, last 1 minute. A mindset space, I was there. A gentleman from the north, we listened to him before Dr. Doc came and started saying what I didn't also understand, came out. Unfortunately, I heard some very ridiculous things. The other young man from the north was telling us how there is some sense of hope, you know, about the conversation that is going on, which I'm not quoting him 100, I'm not believing him 100% anyways. But from what he said that the people from the people around Atiku are beginning to tell him the reality, what the options and what the numbers are, as far as the election for 2027 is concerned. I'm sure anybody that was on that space can attest to what I'm saying. So these people are having conversations and they understand those realities more than me and you on spaces. coming to talk as if we know everything. So please, I beg all of us, like Onyeka said it the other time. We don't need to. We don't need to drive this path. I think everybody just need to be patient. Trust Peter Obis if you believe in him. Trust Atiku if you believe in him, and hope that at the end of this conversation, they know what this man can bring to the table. If they truly love Nigeria, they know what this man can do. And as I am sitting here, I am still believing that at the end of these discussions, if every sincerity is taken into consideration, Peter Obi will come out and they will rally around somebody from the north and give him a vice. I hit my mic.
Sorry, please. My name was
Okay,
mentioned. My name was
thank
mentioned. If
you.
I give me five
Just hold
minutes,
on a
please.
second, please. Hold on a second. Thank you, 10/10 for your submission. I mean, for the rebuttal as well. Isiawolo, I don't know if you're here. If you're down on the listener session, you can request the mic. I don't know what happened to you being on the speaker session. Kema, please. I mean, I don't want us
Exactly.
to just hold on a
Very
second. I don't
short.
want
Very
us
short.
to just hold on. Please, I don't want us to just keep going around the circle on what Avril has said. I mean, everybody knows what she has said. We understand her position, and I absolutely think there's nothing wrong with having a position. So let's tone down on the name calling. I mean, for the upcoming speakers, please let's not be so. So please and please, Kema, I'll give you 30 seconds, and after you, we have a new Nigeria. Isiawolo, I see you. I'm just gonna drop somebody and bring you up now. Okay. Um, Kema,
30
please, 30 seconds.
seconds.
Then
30
yes.
seconds, I will try. Okay, for Avril, I'm sorry if you think anybody took it very personal. I sincerely apologize, but I would like you, if you're a Christian, please read about the parable of the sower. I think that you were not planted on rocky foundation when it came to your position. You kept changing under interrogation. I think you should ask for you be planted on the fertile soil when it comes to your narrative. Secondly, somebody did mention I talked about what did he say? Anyway, I think my position about the coalition basically is as much as possible, we should not be encumbered. Encumbrances is what our problem are. If you go into a coalition where Peter is made to make some decision, whoever is in charge of the coalition is made to make some, the way we have seen Trump and this other man from X fighting, because that coalition it came with a lot of encumbrances for Trump, and you see that they are fighting it out. I think much as possible. I took a story. I did a little bit of research about the vice president or vice presidential candidates for Nigeria from the Second Republic. Alex Ekweme was an architect. He was not a very powerful person for Shagari. And then we all know that the 1983 coup perhaps was just to prevent Alex from becoming the president. We looked at from the only time we had a very strong vice president, indeed, was in 1999 when Atiku was a vice president. We saw how it panned out in the second tenure where they fell out. Strong vice presidents are not very, very good. And that is when we are in the considerations with the president. They always fall out. I looked at this. I looked at what's his name, Buhari. The only time Buhari really had a weak vice president, he had Umezoke, who was in charge, the chairman of AMPP, and then we had Chubaka, who was the former Senate president. Those things he didn't get until he chose perhaps a weak vice president on Osibanjo. In vice presidential position, I've not really seen it really bring things to the table as much as we want to do. I might be wrong. I don't claim to be a political scientist in this way, but I just want us to know that we should try and get into a coalition that will not be excessively encumbered, where we will not fall out. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Kema, for making it short. Thank you. And again, I want to also let us know that we have a topic on the space, and it's P2B 2027 Pathway to Victory. As we make our submissions, as we counter ourselves, please let's also drop nuggets on what we are going to do as a people. I've always said that we need to start to mobilize people across this country, especially going to spaces where we have our northern brothers, those of us who understand Hausa language. You can go there and engage them and make your arguments there so we can start winning some people from that side of the country because As a matter of fact, if there is no unity amongst young people in this country, there is no way we're going to be able to move forward as a people. So let's also have that in mind that unity is also very important amongst every young Nigerian who believes that we can give this country a shot at, taking it out from where it is now and putting it on a very, very good place. So we've had some people waiting for so long. I'm going to move the mic without wasting any time. A new Nigeria, please. After that, we have Pan
Yeah, yeah,
African.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Greetings, everybody.
After that, we have Pan African.
Everybody,
Then we will have
everybody.
Czechs.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Good evening, everybody.
Good. Good.
Greetings,
Yeah.
greetings.
Good evening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I don't understand also. Because I mean, everybody here, people, most of the people here, it's like people, I remember you guys are young people, so you don't know history. See, I want to mention three candidates, and I want people to respond or say if I'm lying. Between Atiku, Tinubu, and Obi, who have you seen that will walk into a TV station and talk to the people of Nigeria? Have you noticed that anytime they want to talk to Atiku, in short, I've not even seen them. They will carry camera to their house. I don't understand. You want a leader that will represent you, that when there will be a problem tomorrow, they will come for you. You are choosing somebody that they will carry camera to his house to talk to you. Have you seen Tinubu on any of these station appear on station to talk to these people? Have you seen Atiku? All these people where they do big man, big man. Like we now they tire for big man life. Obi has shown character. So what is our problem? Look, Obi can decide not to leave his house. If you don't want to, if you don't want to, if you can't come to his house, stay where you are. Is it because the man is just so free? People just come near him, take pictures, everybody just do what they like. You guys just take the guy for granted. Is it the reason? I think he was showing his family recently doing the Salah. Look at all the first children. Look at the first children. I'm not yapping anybody. I'm not saying what is real. We are in a country where corruption has ruined us. But we find out that people are still, it's like we're enjoying Nigeria, man. So people should not complain that Nigeria is bad. How many times have you seen these people on national TV? Go to CNN, Biden they will invite him. Obama has been invited on CNN so many times. Look, I don't tire for now, man. Tinubu did not even show up for debate. Eh? Obi will wake up in the morning and have you ever seen Obi go to channels late or go to Arise News late? When he has an appointment, he's there on time. You guys don't look at all these things. You are looking for big man, big man, big man, total big man. Where they go open door for? If they don't open door, they don't come down. Obi sits in front of his car. A billionaire. He opens his car. He sits in the front seat with his driver. It's not even because I don't tire for now, man. I don't tire for now. All of now, every Nigeria get problem. Look, the best thing, the coalition, we should allow Obi to come out and make a statement. All these, all these things. Is it because of the 30-kilometer road now? If let's say APC don't they enter on ahead, the 30-kilometer road now don't they down? Let's say all they do small. People don't they switch. What do you look at what somebody was saying in mindset, talking about joining APC for? Oh my God! I didn't even because if I came into that set, because mindset by my guy, if I came into that set, it would block me because I for insult people that look. If people are not angry when they say come and talk politely here, come on. Well, not, that means you're not angry. You're not angry. You're not angry. Go and look at what's happening in America today. You saw the riot everywhere. What is going on? They are sending people out of the country because of the vote they made. It is the leaders you vote for. It is what you get. But in Nigeria, people we vote for, they don't win. It's not. We don't get. We leaders we get. We didn't vote for them. Nigeria elections have been rigged continuously, and we know. Please wait for Obi to come out with his decision, and we should stop jumping. Look, what we are doing so as if you're not obedient and you're joining them, saying, "Shut up your mouth and wait for Obi to take a decision." Please, if Obi didn't come out in 2022 to say he's running, we won't know, it won't be our leader today. So please, if you know you have, is it because Obi is so free? Listen to the man, wait for him to take a decision. And before we start making taking our own decision on our own, and that decision we're taking on our own is dividing us. Can you see? It's dividing us. Look at the people talking here. Now, most of them are they are opinions. They have ideas too. But look, if you have the idea, keep it to yourself. Wait till Obi takes a decision. If you don't, because me, I'm waiting for him. If he doesn't do what I feel majority of us want, me self, I will come out and say something. But please, let's wait for that man to make a decision. Thank you. Good night.
All right. Thank you for that submission. Again, sometimes another reason why we have this conversation is because we feel that the coalition we want is a coalition of the people, and sometimes the voice of the people also can also represent the it could be what the leader is listening. All right. So I wouldn't totally rule that out. But again, yes, we'll still wait for him and hope that he is listening. And again, when he's going to make that decision, he's going to be rational, he's going to be thoughtful, and he's going to be very, very considerate. Now, considerate not just to himself, but again to the Nigerian people and to obedient that are supporting him, and also to the fate of the country that I believe, because we're already seeing stars. So I can say that the star is on him. So yeah. Before it happens again. You see, I'll give you a chance. Like, let's just try to circulate the mic a little bit. Please, I want us to also talk about P2B 2027 pathway to victory. It's a very important conversation. So please, not just here to attack or to antagonize what somebody has said. Make a comment, make a contribution, and this thing is true. I mean, there's a media handle that is streaming this space on Facebook and on YouTube. So please, after this space, these things are always there. People listen to them. So let's keep our submission very, very precise and very, very understandable. You understand? So let's have EC Awolowo. Then after that, we'll have Pan African, please.
Oh, you said I was the
Yeah,
next.
you were supposed to be in there because EC Awolowo dropped and at the time. So after him, you go. He's been here. Thank you. EC Awolowo. All right, Pan African, please. You have the mic.
Okay. Thank you very much. This is how destiny works. You said I was the next. Now I'm the next. Thank
Yeah.
you, everybody. Good, good evening. Good morning. I want to first of all sincerely thank everyone that have spoken, the host and the co-host. This is for me. This is gives me extreme level of hope that Nigerians, young people, and some of us are not so young are still connected to what's happening, both people in the diaspora and those at home. First of all, I always like to respect any institution or any setup that I'm in. The host said talk about P2B's pathway to victory in 2027. Number one, I am an obedient whole line and sinker. And number two, I am I am pro coalition. And number three, I am strongly standing behind the belief or the general consensus that whatever coalition Obi is going to go into, he has to fly the flag. And for me, his pathway, before I say other things that we can do with the little time that I have, I hope I'm audible.
Yes, very clear.
Okay, thank you very much. Correct. Thank you. So I said I am standing strongly on that same premise that our P2B should fly the flag of any political party he decides to run under tomorrow. And then here is, for me, the pathway. The pathway is number one, he has to be the flag bearer. And number two, he has to make it very clear, not by like imposing his decision on the coalition. He has to let the coalition, the team from the other part of the ocean, the northern our northern brothers and sisters in the same on the same round table with him to provide him 3 names of their best choice of a running mate to run with him. He do not have to say it must be this person or that person. I hear about all the rumor flying back forth, front line, back and forth that he is insisting on running with Dati Baba Ahmed. I'm not sure he's going to do that. And if he's doing that, that is a very bad move, a very, very bad move. So for me, he's the flag bearer and he will let them give him 3 options. And if Erofai is one of the options, I'm sorry, he should not pick Erofai. I'm comfortable with Kwankwaso, I'm comfortable with Tambuwal and whoever that comes. Now, he has to also find a way to parley very well, speak to their conscience. Again, what are we talking about? We have to also think about equity. What did the Igbo man do to Nigerians? Apart from being the Igbo man, apart from every other thing, equity demands that Igbo person becomes the next president of Nigeria. And even if we remove the Igbo thing, I mean, what I was going to say is that the Igbo people should produce the next president, and they are even lucky to have the best candidate out there now to turn the fortune of Nigerians. So for me, he should parley with the North, talk to Atiku, try to get people to talk to Atiku. He has been a running mate to Atiku. He cannot go and become a running mate to Atiku anymore. So the moment that strength that Atiku has, whatever strength that Atiku has, if he decides to throw that weight behind Obi, the same thing that will happen if he was flying the ticket will still fly. At the end of the day, if Atiku, Kwankwaso, or I don't know about where Kwankwaso is, Tankubuwal, all these members of the coalition, including Erufai, if they all hold Obi's hand around the North, what will happen in the North against Tinubu will still happen. That is my belief. So for me, that is his pathway to victory. And on the party that he's going to fly the flag with, please, I'm not going to talk about that because I don't know what the coalition is coming out. As far as I can see, except something dramatic is done in Labour Party, the APC has infiltrated Labour Party to the extent that if Obi were to take the flag and nothing is done concrete enough to make sure that these people cannot frustrate him along the way, he should never commit to any party. Now, that's my belief. So, going again, let me also reiterate what the host has been saying. Please let us not vilify ourselves. We all wish to have a Nigeria that works for everyone. So whenever you want to speak, even if the last speaker did not say your mind, go straight and say what you think how we should go about the next election. And don't begin to tear down whoever spoke. Everybody have their own mind, and everybody have what they believe is the right way to go about it. It might not suit you. It might not be the right way in your own eyes. None of us knows what is going to be the right way. But as far as I'm concerned, whether somebody is rooting for Atiku or rooting for P2B, anything but Tinubu or 2027 will make me happy. But I have told you people what I want. I want a P2B as the presidential candidate and a running mate from the North who the Northern power brokers in this coalition would have given to him. And of course, he will let them give him 3 options so that I can choose one of them. So again, here is the point. There is this unwritten rule. Let us not forget about it. The unwritten agreement in Nigeria is that power rotates from the south to the north. The only campaign that will work is that the power remains in the south, but that Tinubu is not the right person. Anything that is talking, any coalition agreement that throws up a northern candidate is dead in the waters. Go and make your own findings. People will say, everybody always have this belief that the North wants to have power. And there's one thing they say, perception is true. Everybody believes that Atiku is not for the interest of Nigeria, but for selfish interest. So that perception that the North wants the power, they ganged up against Jonathan and kicked him out. And that perception that Atiku is not just for the interest of Nigeria, but for his selfish interest, are all working against him. Atiku should be now, in my opinion, if I was advising him or in his circle, I'll tell him, now your time is up. Go and become a kingmaker. I can tell you if Atiku raises to his hand with Erufai and Tangba all through the north, Atiku will die a hero in Nigeria if Obi wins. So for me, anything that throws up a northern candidate from this coalition is dead in the waters. That is my own belief. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. So for me, I believe that for the obedience, now, what are we going to do? To me, what we should focus on now is to begin to strategize. You see this thing going around on the internet, rig or you buy, I don't want to use the exact English word. Rig or buy should be in our mind. We should make sure that we join Randy Peters and every other person that is calling for a mandatory transmission of election result from the polling units, not transfer. Somebody was trying to remember that word, not transfer, or not anywhere, any clause in the electoral law that says INEC has the jurisdiction or they have the authority to transmit the result or to collect the result any way they want. They have to make it compulsory. And let us assume that we could not even achieve it because the people in power now from this nation, the presidency to the National Assembly may not want to have that done. There are so many other ways. If Nigerians want this desperately, they will get it. This Tinubu as the president today, you people call him your president. I don't. He has already taught us how election is lost and won in Nigeria. So there's nothing like anybody coming to snatch any polling ballot box anywhere. You try it, you buy there. And another thing that is very important is for us to begin to educate people in the grassroots on all this idea of selling their vote and collecting small money. I know it is going to be difficult, but this is what the obedient movement should be doing in the background. We can't do anything. All of us cannot be in the table where the discussion on the coalition is happening. We cannot decide which party Obi has to run. But what else can we do on the grassroots? We have to start sensitizing people. Okay? So, in my opinion, these are the kind of things that we should be doing. We should make sure that people retain their anger. One secret I'm going to review, which I believe is what's going to happen. These first 2 years, everybody know the Tinubu's administration scorecard. What they are going to do in these next 2 years is to pump out money to find a way to artificially drive down the price of commodities in the market. They will even find a way to drop the petroleum price so that everybody will begin to say, oh, okay, things are beginning to improve. Let's give him another chance. Let our people know that this is a no-no. He has already told us how he governs, and that's it. So watch out. Price of rice will start to drop. Price of beans, so many things will begin to drop. And that is artificial. They are going to, and even the rate of dollar to the naira will begin to drop from now to 2027. And all those things will be window dressing until they somehow deceive Nigerians and win the next election. That we also have to put at the back of our minds. And please, my brothers and sisters, we are all in this together. Let us not, again, let's not vilify ourselves. Let's be inclusive. If somebody says what you don't like, even if you think this person was being sponsored by the APC to come and say something in favor of Atiku, or you might be right, might be wrong, but even if that was the case, try to let the person know why you think that will not work. And don't make the person look that is the person that is trying to make the whole collection not to work or not to make Obi to become the president of Nigeria. So I beg you guys, please, let's bond together as one and fight this as if our life depended on it, because it does depend on it. Thank you very much. I yield.
Thank you. Thank you. The kind of submission I like to hear. The kind of consumption I like to hear. Thank you very much, Pan African, for that wonderful submission. And Let's move the mic. We'll come back to Avril after this person to hear from her again. So let's move the mic to EC Awolowo. I called you before. I don't know if you're here now.
Yeah, I
EC.
am.
All right, you have the mic.
Good morning, everybody. Um, everybody on the space, host, co-host, speakers, listeners. I greet.
Good morning
Well,
to you.
before I start my submission, let me tell the last speaker. See, they are not going to reduce anything for anybody. They don't really care. You get? If they cared, they would have reduced the price of things before now. So they don't care. Don't think these guys are that smart. What they only know how to do is just to grab power, and then that is it. They don't care about doing anything with the power to affect the lives of the everyday Nigerian. So they don't think about itself. Things will even get worse. So they are still looting, stealing, doing all those things. So don't even bother. They are not going to reduce anything for anybody. So to start, I would say, um, Igbo people call democracy Ochichi Onye Kwuo Uche Ya. If you translate it to English, it means is a system of government where everybody says their mind. So in democracy, you have the right to say anything you have to say. You can wish anything you want to wish. But what people like us don't will never appreciate is when you see an obvious truth and you try to paint it. Like the facts are just there. You can just see it with your eyes. And what is this facts that we are talking about? Peter Gregory Obi, from Wago, be like saying Wago Agolo in Anambra State, is bigger than vice president. He's now bigger than it. He don't pass that level. Vice president was in 2019. You get, maybe it would have worked in 2022. But now, as we are talking, Peter Obi is bigger than to be a vice president to anybody. He don't pass him. Like, he cannot be like that again. He just like, I want to take with him now. Messi in his prime, you want to carry and go Bolton Wanderers. You can't. You get, he's beyond that now. So what we are talking about now is the coalition going to make Peter Obi the president and get whoever he can work with to be the vice. You get, if it's for him to come and be Atiku's vice, which everybody here knows that vice president, they are almost nothing. They are just like image. Like, in fact, I think the relevance of vice president is just to snap that picture on election posters where you see president in front and vice president behind. Because after that, there is nothing else. What is the role of Shetima in Tinubu's government? How many times do you see him speak? The Shetima that was going about saying he will control security, Tinubu will control economy. Even security and economy, you don't even see control. Like, is it what you want to make people? You want to read it? That is you reducing people. You get, those you make vice are like vice presidents are just like proteges of president to learn from the president so that when they leave power, they might become the next president. And even in the history of Nigeria, I think it is only Goodluck Jonathan that was vice that later became president. And you know the circumstances of him becoming president. It was just because his Oga died. That was when he became president. Every other vice have not become president. So you think it will start with Peter Obi? It might too, but he's beyond that now. So Peter Obi, like people that knew him before he started contesting for presidency, he has fought so many people. In the history of Anambra State, there was a time in Nigeria where Anambra had the most unstable politics. Like governors, they come, they go. Like if you open TV, you are seeing another governor. You get, it was still Peter Obi that came and stabilized it. This thing that Soludo is enjoying now peacefully, Willie Obiano did 8 years peacefully. It was with Peter Obi. You get, Anambra State back then, there was so many so many crises politically there. Every time you hear one news or the other. But it was just still this same Peter Obi that did it. And the thing is that, imagine all of us were there and Twitter was there when all these things were happening. Imagine the kind of takes people were talking about this one. That is not how it works. You have believed this man. There was something you saw in him that made you believe in him. Is the thing changing? No, it is not changing.
They're using because of the permutations and the opinion of others to start shifting your ground. Why? Atiku has contested for presidency for how many years? The only time Peter Obi contested for presidency, he got almost the same number of votes as Atiku. They have been contesting for presidency for more than 30 years. The votes that Atiku beat Peter Obi with was just 100,000 votes. It was just 100,000 votes. It was not even that significant. Even though it's bigger than the one Showore got. But I'm not going there. But it was not that significant. You get, so why am I now going to say, oh, they hope it will be of 6 million votes to come and deputize that? Why? I think he's old. He's in his 80s now. What do we need him for? Is it the situation of we need his brain and not his body? The one that we got now, that we needed his brain and not his body. How is the brain working? The man is old. Events have overtaken him in the political. He shouldn't even be talking about contesting for president. Yes, it is his right as a person. If you want to contest, fine, let him do it. Let him contest. So if the coalition is about trying to find a way to bring in Peter Obi, to suck in Peter Obi, so that his supporters will now go with whatever they want to throw out. Omo, you no go walk. You no go walk. We are not blind followers. You get, if Peter Obi decides to be a deputy, I might as well not vote because there's no point. What I need him to be the apex man to make those decisions, not to be like a supporting striker. No, he should be the main striker. And if Nigerians as a whole in their political party, whether in coalition, in Labour Party, anything, think that they don't want to make him the president, fine and good. We continue with APC. What is the worst scenario that will happen in 2027? APC will win and continue. Yes, they continue. After all, the devil we know is better than the angel we don't know. We continue with the devil we know. That is it. Me, I'm sure of who Peter Obi is. I believe the man died. And I believe that he is who Nigeria need at this point. Like at this point that Nigeria is sinking, he is who we need. So if they now come and start doing their permutation and combination, and at the end of the day, they want to remove him from there, yeah, they will remove him. They're fine and good. If they remove him, me personally, my own vote, council, and at least the vote of my family members, council, every other person can go ahead. Me, I will stand on what I know and what I believe. So at the moment, until we have another leader that we see what they've done in the past, that we've seen their antecedents, that we've seen how they handle their position, and then we are like, okay, this is another person that has these characteristics that we are looking for. Then we go ahead with that person. I don't know why we, as a country, we take people who are very calm and humble and easygoing as we take them, we just disregard them. It's only people who treat themselves as kings, people who like to show, people who like to suppress us, people who elevate themselves that we consider to be gods, and we think they are better than us. Because Peter Obi makes himself accessible. He comes out, he talks to the people, he engages the people, and we now take it for granted. This is someone who spent at least a great chunk of his adult life in the Western world. The Western world, everybody is aspiring to be like. He spent his greater part of his life there, and he came out without any package. Nobody talks about him having a drug dealing or having a false certificate or anything. He did it and he came back. No issue. But the people that always go and they commit one fraud or one scam or one drug dealing and come back is who you want to pitch your tent on. We've had, after the 2023 presidency, how many times have article that you're talking about come out to engage the people? Even on the Twitter space, at least I can count like 2 or 3 that P2B have done that I even joined and listened to him. This is someone who is just there. He listens, he hears your post. And sometimes when issues get overheated, even on Twitter that he think he's not hearing, he will tweet about it. He talks to the government. Every time things happen, he tweets about it, he talks. He goes to the radio station, he goes to TV stations. Anywhere he see people, you see him engaging people and talking. He's active and vibrant. Now one old man waiting down for Dubai, I want to crown king. This is democracy. This is not monarchical system. This is not feudalism where we have emir. You come and crown someone at emir. No. I'm looking for who have my interest at heart. Who knows that making Nigeria become good doesn't go against his selfish ambition of acquiring wealth. We have people who are just hawks, stealing from everything they can lay their hands on. They will make budget and give out money. Imagine 2 years ago, they gave 15 trillion to build a coastal highway of 720 kilometers. And they came out to be commissioning 30 kilometers, 30 out of 720. And everybody's clapping for them. Hey, is it the kind of people we want to continue? The article we are talking about here, there was a time he was a part of the people that brought this APC in. P2B as a person himself was still a politician as a then, but he didn't join the APC. He knows what he stands for. He has always been on principle. Why don't we want someone who is principled, who no matter what, he still stick to his principle? What else do you want? An average Nigerian politician don't care about principle. They don't care about principle. You've had one that cares about principle, and you're trying to throw the person under the bus because of which nonsense victory. In fact, if the victory will jeopardize his principle, I don't even want to say. Because if you bring someone who can be easily swayed and put him there, tomorrow he'll start doing whatever they bring to him. So if you believe P2B, believe him. Nothing has changed about him. He's still the same P2B of 2022, 2023 that you know. So he has not come out to say anything about the coalition. Why are you not throwing him under the bus? The man will be the presidential flag bearer of the coalition. If they don't want, let him return to his Labour Party. If in 2027 they vote him, fine. If they don't vote him, everybody continues suffering. Simple and short. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that submission. Thank you. I don't know if Checks is here, but again, I see Chidi again trying to speak. If Checks is here, if not,
Yeah,
okay, Checks, please. Let's try
yeah,
to
yes, hi.
let's try to listen to people who are on the speaker session that haven't spoken. Then we'll go over to those people who have spoken again before and still want to speak. All right. Thank you very much. Checks, please. You have the mic.
Yes, thanks to you and others. Thank you, Dr. CJ. Greetings to everybody on the space. I was speaking the last time when my network broke me off, so I have to go back. See,
You're welcome.
I don't have issue with anybody. Yeah, I don't have issue with anybody. See, but this space has topic. Peter 2027 pathway to victory. I believe it should be the topic of the discussion. However, there can be maybe a side attraction. Let that side attraction be a side attraction and not the main topic. As in, let the side attraction not overshadow the main topic. That is the context of this conversation. I don't want to join issue with anybody's opinion. We all have the right to our opinion. Where I have issue is that when people try to impose their opinion on others, that is when we have issue. And again, when you bring in data, because once you introduce data, there will be an avenue to counter your claim or to agree or to disagree. Being that data is fact, if you bring a fake data, don't think that somebody coming against it is antagonizing you. Opinion is different from data. I don't want to talk much because I believe in the last few weeks we have tried as much as we can to bring to light all these myths and non-existing facts about Atiku. Atiku is somebody that we have worked with in several occasions. In 2019, for example, when the Buhari's after Buhari's first term, 2019 was his second term. So in 2018, there was a primary in Port Harcourt, River State. It was this thing, given this thing that the main opposition, which was PDP, must produce a northern candidate that will complete the remaining 4 years of the northerners. So southerners were told to wait until their time. However, it is not in our constitution on the north and south. However, it is not on the north, it is not on our constitution that north should wait for south and south should wait for the north. But sometimes law is different from moral. It is moral that you allow them to complete their 8 years, then south should go ahead. Don't tell me about capability, this and that. Every single group in Nigeria, every single state have capable hands. I believe in fairness. I actually believe in fairness, and it is unfair that a region or a group is allowed to be ruling Nigeria for a long time. But that is not the topic here. So now, in that 2019, we all say that Buhari is bad. We will support Atiku, our main man. I want to discuss some of these fake statistics about this our own Atiku. In that 2019, I know what transpired. The whole Southeast gave their vote to Atiku. Almost the whole South, maybe minus those states because of Ochimolo's influence. And that Edo state was a very strong contest. If APC won Edo state, it should not be more than 10,000 votes or so. So Southeast and South gave their vote. Even in the Southwest, Atiku, 3 states, I think, in Southwest voted for Atiku. It was a strong contest in the Southwest that had their people in APC. What Atiku has to do in the North is just to get, let me say, 40% of votes. Atiku in the Northeast he did not get up to 10% in Borno State. I do not think he get 10% in Yobe State and many other states. He struggled to win his. I want to speak start about this Atiku meat, Atiku lies that you guys are rubbing on our face because you guys insist that you must rub this Atiku lies on our face. Let's bring some this thing that what 2027 might look at. I am not a god. I cannot predict the future, but I am just stating some fact and data. In his Adamawa state, he struggled to win his state. Bro, Atiku lost his polling unit. What it means is that the Northerners do not even trust Atiku that they are rubbing on us. If the Northerners do not trust him, will it be the Southerner that APC? If this coalition introduce Atiku as the main man, I am telling you what the APC will do. They will come to the South and tell them that you see what they are doing. They are trying to impose themselves, and that the game will be the end before it will start. I don't want to go into that. The reason why I touch this is because some people are bent on introducing something that is not in the topic. If this topic is about Atiku's pathway, I will not be here because I will not like to discuss it. I will allow the Atiku boys or the supporters who has the right to support their candidate to discuss him. I will not bring P2B or impose P2B on them or lie about P2B being this one powerful person or the most powerful politician on earth. But how some people will bring Atiku, this Atiku and Atiku that, to reiterate this topic is something else. So now, this is this. In 2019, in 2027 election, no one group, no one part of Nigeria can win election. In fact, 2 parts, even three regions can't win election. You need even more than 3. Northwest might be the biggest region in terms of voters number, but they do not even have up to 25% of registered voters in Nigeria. So they are incapable of winning election in Nigeria. Other regions must be involved. So we have to understand that to take power from this current APC administration, Nigerians have to work together. This is number 1 fact. If we do not work together, we will fail together. This is number 1. Then number 2, this coalition must have a purpose. As much as we are desperate to kick out this Tinubu or to kick out this APC administration, somebody said that nobody can be worse than Tinubu. How do you know? This is the same thing some people said in 2014, 2015, that nobody can be worse than good luck. And so what happened? Sometimes I am not an old man. I will not regard myself as an elderly man, but maybe I have seen 1 or 2 things in my life. And I can tell you something. Sometimes it is better to be pessimistic. You see, there are actually many people worse than this Tinubu or this administration. But the issue is that they do not have the power, or they have not been given the opportunity to show us their true colors. And there are other better candidates that we are not even aware of. So that is number 1. So this coalition must have a purpose. What is the purpose of this coalition? Is it to seize power from this man? And if you seize power, what will you do with it? Who are involved in this, and what is their purpose? Are these the gathering of people that fall out of APC, this thing power sharing or power this thing grab, and then they want to regroup themselves? I am not a politician, so yes, call me naive, but I want to be honest with myself and honest with let us be honest with ourselves. Let us be careful. I will say it before, and I am saying it now, and I will say it tomorrow. Let us be careful with what we are signing up for. This happened in 2015. Let it not happen in 2027. That not only are we planning to get this to kick APC out, but if you kick APC out, are we sure that we will marshal in a better group that we maybe they will not turn Nigeria to Dubai in the next 4 or 8 years, but they will start a new era of changing Nigerians' political sphere. So if you have this group who are capable of doing it, that is who will stand up for. I'm just tired of calling this person out, calling this person out. In fact, I am not the type that condemn or judge people. All I have to say is that, bro, sister, in this space, we have to be very careful. Now, in the pathway, I believe if there is a person that can defeat Tinubu in 2027, I think it is actually Peter Obi. But it is not in the real sense. It is Nigerians. If Nigerians stand up and say no to Tinubu, that will be the end of his administration. There's nothing he can do about it because of what? One man cannot be stronger than the whole Nigeria. As much as he is in the control of army, he has the power to control the police, he has the power to control the thugs. The police, army, thugs, everything, they are all Nigerians. And many of them are actually in the masses of this thing. So no matter how the elites are regrouping, strategizing, when Nigerians say no, that will be the end no. The main pathway, I said it a few hours ago, and I will repeat it again. The main pathway of the victory is, first of all, how do you ginger the people, the masses? Tinubu's administration has turned Nigeria to I don't know, an economic desolate place. The level of hardship is just something else. So you have to, number one, give them hope. Number two, there must be a message that will be passed for them to see that, you can change this thing, but it depends on you. These are the messages that you should be spread. I'm just tired of this article nonsense. I beg. You people should stop introducing this into the space. If you are supporting article, go to his space and discuss about article. What we should try, we should be doing now is to how to know the means of sending message to Nigerians, to start gingering, to start preparing for the next election. That is how to stop this thing. The only way of stopping this APC menace in Nigeria is to kick them out via electoral process, not even on this year imaginary protest or imaginary revolution. It will not work. It will be the electoral process that will kick this APC administration out. Anywhere I am, people, sorry, in a minute I will round up. Anywhere I am, people discussing about this, their imaginary revolution, the Shawara boys, all this, I will not be among that group that are trying to start killing people in the street because it will not work. The only way of kicking this administration out is on election. You can call it electoral revolution. That is the correct distinction. So the pathway now is to start today. Start gingering the people on the ground. Through what? Messages. The number one point of messages is actually the social media. So maybe we should be planning, maybe we can start getting people who are specialists in sending messages. It must not be traditional media. We can start on social media. If they need help, we can even contribute to these people. What help do you need to build your audience? You can help as much as you can. So when you build a following against this APC administration, the election will be over before it even starts. So that is my point. My only point here is that the pathway of the victory is getting the people out against this administration, not just complaining on the ground that they are suffering. No. Prepare them from today. Let us start from today to prepare them for the 2027 election. It will be the elites versus Nigerian citizens. And I hate people trying to talk down on obedient movement. We have achieved a lot and we will even achieve more. Thank you. I have my mic.
Thank you, Checks. Always coming through with, those facts, factual and straightforward, points, for us as a people. Being very realistic with your submission, and again, admonishing respectfully people who want to have an agenda that doesn't align with the people. So I have Avril here. I don't know if she still wants to speak, and Chidi. So Avril, I don't know if you still want to speak. I mean, you can have the mic. Then after that, to have Chidi, then Tize.
Hi everyone. Um,
Your name
I
has
am
been.
not I am not here to push any particular candidate. I only just said the guy has a chance of winning. And if you guys are very, because this space is obviously an obese space, like this is obedience, which I am a part of, but maybe because I have a different view, I no longer qualify, and that is okay. It doesn't bother me. But the thing is, in whatever we do, because in the end we are all Nigerians, we should be careful. When you come on spaces like this and say, oh, you see that will be, or the country continues under APC. When the election starts and that statement is being spun against you, it will be like moving in your eyes. When they will play this same thing for people you are trying to say, come join us, and they say, see, they said it's either you support them or let the country keep suffering. It will be like that's not in the context in which you said it. But when they start to spin it, it will make sense at that point because that is election. And 10 over 10, you were very rude to me when you spoke, but I'm just going to ignore you because in the end, a lot of you say these things. And when the election, all the elections that have passed, that I have spoken, you ended up losing those elections. So I remember when Edo election was coming on, I was trying to explain to you guys that your opponent has a hand in your party. This is the same thing you people were doing. And if anybody was listening to you people then, you think that you have already won the election. It turned out that we were seeing 20,000 votes for LP. So you guys, you always do this. I'm used to it. But what I'm saying is, this coalition, Amechi spoke the last time. Wike already had a lot to say about him. So all the people making up that coalition, they've been in government before. They've had one skeleton or the other. And then a lot of people here are saying, just shut up and wait for them to make their decision. Shut the fuck up. Wait for them to make their decision. And then we'll go queue up. Some of us will die. Some of us will get injured to go vote for those people. And on this same space, some of you have alluded to the fact that these people might systematically push Obi out. Because if he agrees, there's an election, there's a primary, and if he doesn't get the ticket, he can no longer contest. You guys are simply forgetting that part, that APC can have their hand and manipulate things with dollars and different things. These are different characters that we don't even trust. You don't like this, you don't like this person, you don't like that person. But at the same time, you are sitting back waiting for these same people that you don't like to make a decision. And then you now back that decision. What I'm saying is, and I've said it more than how many times here, you don't like Atiku. That is fine. But we have Twitter and we have power. The power is our number as the youth. Let us ignore that coalition and come out and say, these are the people that we want. Because that same coalition that you people are talking about, if they seize power today, like the last speaker, even though it doesn't agree with me, if they seize power today, how are you sure what they are going to do if you have not shown them that you can enthrone and dethrone them? If you have not consolidated your power, you have not put in the work. You are not the one who gathered the people. You are not the one who contributed money and put these people in power. You are waiting for them to make a choice and come and give you, and then you start fighting on yourselves on Twitter, in real life, to elect these people. Forget about anything article. You don't like him. Who do you want to work with? If you say you Obi and Dati, if that is what everybody is okay with, we can come out and make that demand and say, this is who we are okay with, then we start doing the work. To me, I feel APC's hand is in that coalition. And they can pull the rug from under Obi at any time. And that is why you see that he's probably not even, if not, he would have already thrown his back on that. Yeah, he would have already joined that thing already. Let it be that, like, how do we, whatever, you might not even agree with, but at what point are we going to become part of the Nigerian government as the youth? Why are we always so laid back, waiting for these people to recycle themselves? And then we are waiting for what this one did, what this one did not do. At what point are we going to take the bull by the horn? Everything I've been saying about Atiku, if you go on my wall, the things I have posted, is like, let us pick our own poison and support our own poison so that we can have a foot in the government. For me, Obi coming to do 4 years is just to be answering president. With the way things are now, he would not effect enough change. He will not change Nigeria to the, like, he needs to do his 8 years. Obi has to be president for 8 years. So I don't get it. And you guys that are accusing me of stuff, I leave you to God. You understand? Since you think you have the right to just talk about someone you don't even know, I leave you all to God. And you gave
Okay,
you gave them
Avril.
time to speak, CJ. And I did not.
No,
I'm not rebutting.
no,
I waited
I'm
my time.
I'm not. Like I was trying to redirect this space, and I was also trying to protect your from being from this whole thing. So please let's go back to the topic, Avril. There's a topic there, and you've outlined your position on that. Maybe you want to elaborate on it. Maybe you want to expand on it. Maybe you want to. Yeah, please. Can you do that in a minute? Thank you.
It's fine. It's fine, Dr. CJ. Move ahead. Move along. Move it along.
All
That's
right.
I
fine.
don't know
Thank
why
you.
she keeps calling 10 over 10. Am I the only person that, am I the only
It's
person
okay.
that
It's
I
disagreed
only
with?
There's.
mentioned your name once. You're not that special.
It's okay.
Okay,
Thank
then I
you,
think I
guys.
have to respond. Do I have
No,
to?
10 to 10, please. Hold on a
Yeah, if they
second,
don't pay
please.
you for APC, just own it with your full chest.
Uh-uh.
Simple. That's what I'm
Just
You
saying.
so.
don't even know who you are
You
talking
get
to.
what I'm
Shame you.
saying? No, but don't call 10 over 10. I'm calling you out.
I
Don't
beg you,
don't
your brain is
demoralize the
fried. You don't know what
movement.
you are talking
Don't
about.
demoralize the movement. It's either you're here nor there. That's my point. That's what I'm saying.
What you people don't know
You
is
get
that you
leave
don't
the
care about
people,
winning.
leave the
You
people
just
that
have this
believe in this guy.
idea.
Stop.
You
We
have
should
this
do it.
idea in
See,
your head of a perfect
um,
Nigeria. You are not thinking of ways to get to that point. You just want a Nigeria that is perfect to appear before you. You are not thinking of the sacrifices, the things you will give up to get to that point.
CJ,
You just
please
want it to
give the
appear
mic to
like just
somebody
like
else
that.
now, please. We're tired of this back and forth, please.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, you jumped into it now. So,
She,
I mean,
I'm not even learning anything from from the voice I just heard. Please.
all right. It's okay. It's
Nobody
okay.
learns from you either. Forget you.
It's okay, please, guys. It's okay.
I
Let's
beg
not.
you guys to leave Avili alone. I beg you.
It's
Our
okay.
lady.
I beg. Yeah,
Now
please.
Ramadan.
Please, I
Make una
beg.
leave Ramadan alone.
Please, I
Avil,
beg.
our lady.
Yeah, like I said earlier, there's nothing wrong with having a different opinion, and that's why we are sort of faces and our faces and our thumbprints are different, so our minds and thoughts are different. Please, let's respect that. Yeah, again, me, I don't like people calling people like insulting people. That one, I don't really like it. But yeah, we can have a really back and forth here. Can have the back and forth sometimes, but to descend into it's not something that's my style. So I will just before I pass the mic again, my question is Peter will be 2027 pathway to victory, number one. And number two is how are we going to rally the youth of this country across board, east, west, north, and south? Is it a possible thing? Is it something we can do under this movement to get every youth of Nigeria, to have the same mindset into this election? East, west, north, and south. What are the ways? What are we going to do to achieve these things? So, Chidi, let me give the mic to Chidi before she's Chidi,
Okay.
please.
All right, Dr. CJ, thank you very much for that last question you asked. And that's my issue with the coalitors or the people pushing this coalition at the top, like the elites, right? That is the question they should be asking. Who can we present that will be appealing to the youth? You know? So I'm not sure why this their coalition talks is taking too much time, if not for selfishness and ego. And like it's a no-brainer. What they should do, hire a team of what do they call them? Like what was the role David Axelrod played for APC back then? What did they call them? Like this election, whatever people, right? Go to 36 states, the 36 states in Nigeria. Go to the grassroots, interview people, like get like on the ground poll. Who do you present like maybe four potential names? Who do you people want? What are the streets saying? Not what they're doing in closed door. Okay, how will we do it? How will we share position? Okay, I want vice president. I want Ministry of Defense. I want S. That's BS. So to your question, like the topic, Peter Obi 2027, pathway to victory. There are just three pathways, three things that they should do. One, a purposeful coalition is necessary. Quality coalition. A coalition of the people plus a coalition of at least four geopolitical zones. You have to get the people's buy in. Let it not seem as if, oh, we the youth were sitting on our hands, waiting for the big guys to meet behind closed door and now present their anointed candidates. No, go to the street and carry people along the process. Let us know if it's going to be like a Vox Populi or online. Well, online polls might not really be effective because anyone anywhere can vote. How do you determine who actually have a voter's card, a registered voter will be eligible to vote? More reason why they should go to the streets, carry people out, let us see the process, bring some excitement, not this secret cult-ish kind of negotiations behind closed doors. It's giving selfishness to me, and that's my opinion. Two, his pathway. A consensus candidate should head the ticket. Nigeria should reject any idea of primaries. To me, again, that is my opinion. Primaries is a scam. Okay? Anybody will tell you, oh no, it's going to be direct primaries, it's not going to be dollarized. BS. If it's not going to be a consensus candidate, my principal, Peter Obi, should just respectfully pull out of any coalition talk. Number three, people might say I'm biased. Hello, I'm obedient, right? Peter Obi should head the coalition, right? He should get the ticket, and the North must or should be given the opportunity to pick their own vice candidate. The reason why I said that is case in point, the CPC and the ACN merger of 2012/2013. Believe it or not, while CPC and ACN were in talks, they already had a predetermined outcome to make Buhari head the ticket. So all those primaries, Atiku contesting, I'm not sure if Kwankwaso contested in that primaries, it was just for show. They already knew Buhari was going to head the ticket. Do you know why? Because one, he had a solid base behind him. He had the votes. The only thing he was missing was the spread. And when I say spread, I mean 25% in at least 24 states. Now, all the frontline candidates today, who has a solid base behind him? Who has the votes? It's a no-brainer that the person that has the votes and the person that has a solid base should head the ticket. Like, I don't know why we're making it seem like it's rocket science. Any political analyst will tell you, oh, on paper, whoever has the votes, whoever has the base should head the ticket. Then the third thing we're missing is the spread. Then the place where he's struggling, the zones where he's struggling, you get your VP from there, and the person can get you the much needed spread you need. So I'm not sure why everyone is acting like, oh, it has to be A or B. I wanted to actually ask my sister a question, right? If she has time, and maybe it's just like a one word answer. My sister, are you there? Or did she drop?
Avril, she's still here.
Okay, because I'm just rounding up with this question, right? Avril, say you're like imagine that you're a political analyst, right? You have your team in a room, you're going through some people's like resumes or CVs, looking at who do we select as the person to head the ticket, right? Oh, you are looking at Person A's resume. He has won national appeal. He can get the vote. In fact, he has gotten the vote. He has won highest number of votes. He can win state. The only thing is that he might struggle with the spread, getting like a clear 25% in 24 states. And maybe that's still debatable. He might struggle with protecting the vote. But when people say, oh, protect the vote, I have been asking who can protect the vote and how. I still haven't gotten an answer. That is person A's, profile. Person B, he may have national appeal. Outside party structure, his ability to gather vote has really not been tested. And the most important is that he would rather fund his campaign with his own funds rather than like mobilize people. Because if you don't fund your candidates' elections, there is no how you're going to get that buy-in, that excitement. So this candidate B would rather fund his own campaign. And the downside is if he funds his campaigns and wins, you can't hold him accountable because he did not get that he did not get into office on your back. So how are you going to hold him accountable? So my sister, between person A and person B, if you were to select who would head a ticket, who would your choice be? And with that, I yield my mic. Thank you.
Thank you, Chidi. Your question does not have a straightforward answer, and I know people are tired of hearing my voice. Maybe some other time you and I can talk about that. It's not straightforward.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're not tired of hearing your voice, Ariel. We're just going around one and the same thing. That's just it, So your answer, your position has been well explained. I even read your tweet. Well explained. I mean, I don't know what else people want to hear from you. I mean, so again, I always give opportunity to women because they really come to this space. Kema, please just hold on a second. We have a lady just came up right now. Let's hear from her. Then after that, we go to TZ and Kema. TZ and Kema. But for now, let's listen to I Am Ife. I Am Ife. Are you there? I Am Ife is not there. So let's quickly move on to TZ. TZ. Then after him, we have Kema.
Okay. I think I'm audible, right?
Yes, very, very.
Okay. Few things. First, I think these are my opinion, though. I think the coalition the conversation is ongoing. Can we respect and leave it to whoever our principals are to decide and then give us their feedback? And then when they give us our feedback as citizens or as Nigerians, we can decide who to support or who not to support. That's one. Secondly, the fillers we have on ground is for us from the north, we know that based on the political arrangement, 2027 is still 4-year term for the south. So most of us will prefer a southern candidate. If Southerners decided to say they want to give Tinubu their chance, so be it. It's their chance. We can't do anything. since we also provided Buhari, who failed for 8 years, but he was there as a northern guy, so it's their cup of tea. But now, speaking from this other end, that we are talking about coalition, and we already want to oust the current guy from power. Our allies have been pressurizing. There has been a lot of pressure even within the political class down here, because, like, yeah, from what observers are seeing is that my Oga at the top, somebody like Atiku, want to contest. So there has been a lot of pressure for him to step down for a younger candidate, most probably for Peter Obi, if the coalition have to be formed. Um, that conversation is ongoing, and a lot of people believe that he will likely uh, allow Peter Obi, or he will likely support Peter Obi candidacy. That is conversation is ongoing. But most importantly, what we are doing as electorate is spreading the news on the grassroots. There's a lot of mobilization on the grassroots, and this is not only people who believe in coalition. In fact, there are some people who are in the other camp who still believe that whoever is provided, they will go for. So generally, here for us in the north, whoever the coalition or another party present that we see has a better potential than the current person that we have and is from the south, we will likely go for him. Anybody. Because as it is right now, the consensus is for the south, and the guy there is from the south, but he's not doing well. And even people from his party don't want to vote for him. There are people who are diehard APC, and these individuals have made it very clear that, of course, they will not be voting for their party. So this is a good news for both Obedient and PDP guys to also consolidate rather than coming on spaces to cause confusion among themselves. I think it's high time they begin to speak as people who are into politics. If you're into politics, I don't think it is a matter of you proving that you can do it. It's a matter of you selling your candidate and convincing the other person that your candidate is the best. Because if your candidate is the only person, then I don't even see the need of coalition. You could just go on any party and win the ticket. I mean, win the presidency, right? But for you or your candidate to say, oh, there's a need for a coalition, it also indicates that he needs that coalition, or the coalition is needed. Whichever ways you think is the best, that's fine. Thirdly or fourthly, I don't know which point now I'm on. For me, as an ordinary citizen, what is more important for me is what we are doing now. Mobilizing people, explaining to people the ills of the current government, making sure that they get the news, they understand what is happening in the government, and they know that should the coalition work and they see a southern candidate, they should vote for him, irrespective of the party that is being presented. And we are going for one person. If the coalition did not work, if Labour Party present a better candidate, they should go for Labour Party. If any other party present a better candidate from the south, since it is their turn, they should go for that individual. But I think if we want to present an individual, then let's get to work. Get to work means let's go down. Either we do 1 million march, whatever means that we want to show to the elite that we are ready to take over power, and in that response we are presenting candidate A or B or C. Then let's get to do the work. But what I see is a lot of us just want to be catapulating, giving English, giving terminologies, While in reality, what is needed is for you to go and mobilize people for whoever you believe in, and you're not doing that. Again, since we're in democracy, which we all agree we are not practicing democracy, everybody has the right to say whatever he wants. But I think what is important is for us to wake up and put in action into either relation or going for the person of our choice. Somebody did mention that why is the coalition delaying? The coalition is delaying because from the information we have is because at first they wanted to go with STB, and then your man at Asrock sent some money and some mall that did not scale through. They wanted to go with ACN, same thing happened. They went to register a new political party. He did the same thing with INEC. INEC refused to register a new political party. So right now, they have two options. Either for them to use whoever they have within the ranks of INEC to register, to force INEC to register the new political party, or they will go with the existing political party, but at a level of some clear terms and arrangement or agreement, like basically is on the party structure, like some chairman, secretary, and some few persons, so that the guy in the ASROC will not also do the same thing to that political party. Because now because again you can even agree on Peter Obi, you do whatever you want to do, but if the party structure is infiltrated or they have a mole, then they can cook up something. At the end of the day, they will disqualify that person that they see as a threat. I think there was a question around why did Peter Obi did not resolve the madness in Labour Party. To the best of my knowledge, what I was told, it is federal government that is creating all those problems. And if federal government is creating those problems, why should he waste his time on solving federal government problem? It's like you saying let him solve the problem of insecurity in Nigeria when you have people that are dedicated with resources to do that, but for whatever reason they refuse to do that, and then you ask a private citizen to deal with that. So me, lastly or second to the last, I will plead with us to really be very, very careful in the way we attack individuals. At the end of the day, I think all of us want better country, except those who are of the APC. And like I said, from this part of Nigeria, even those in APC have clearly mentioned at several meetings that they are no longer going for their principal, because of course they see when I meet people in APC, it's not even people that comes on Twitter to insult you or insult me. These are people that are eating from APC now. These are people that are looting the government from APC. They are looting, they are really looting, but they can tell you that they are not going to campaign for their principal, because here we give you water. You cannot, all these guys gathering in Kaduna and declaring, it will end in Kaduna. You cannot go to your local government and tell us something that we are seeing different, and then you threaten us. You cannot. You cannot. We'll give you water. We'll do judgment there, and then everybody move on with his life, because either ways everybody is dying. So we will have to die at the end of the day, because most of these guys cannot even go to their state. I mean, not their state, their local government, because of the insecurities. They cannot. And of course, they will continue to do what they do in Abuja and Kaduna. That's okay, because they have police and army there. But if you can not go to your villages, then how are you going to do whatever you're going to do? Before we forget, let's also understand that the major fear now is Southeast. Yeah, Southeast. Because there's a lot of videos going on, some governors forcing their traditional rulers to vote for certain candidate. Whether true or false, I have no idea, but I've seen the videos going around. And we all know that Southwest is already divided. They will go for their person, even though we still believe that there are individuals there that have their mindset who will go for the right person, which we all know who the right person is as it is right now, except it changes if he decided not to run, which I don't see that happening. But now the major point that politicians are even thinking around now is Southeast. Southwest is already going to be a divided vote. North, they will likely go with one person. Likely. If where you're going to have few division is going to be middle belt, and even the middle belt, majority of them will go with the vote will skew towards one direction. So anybody who comes here to tell you that, oh, APC is not panicking, they are lying. They are lying. Like, if there's anything that is giving APC headache or sleepless night, is that the fact that they know they are not going to be elected. They know. So all that they are banking on is how to rig and declare themselves. That's what they are banking on. But if at all, if the North, which they have agreed to do that, decided to vote for one person, that is having three geopolitical zone under that person, and the South is as it is right now, they decide to give that person half. That means half will go for the current guy in power. And then the South is, that is the fair. I mean, Southwest, who decided to share their vote because he has control of that region based on what we have seen. Because we have seen him even disrespecting the sitting governor. I don't want to go into that, but we have seen all that. So Southeast is the fair, but we believe also Southeast are people who, in all the past history of their vote, they have been logical in who they vote for. They have been logical so far. We don't know what's going to happen in 7. They have been logical. But anybody who will come here to tell you that, oh, it's either we go for this and that, or whether you do it or not, APC is returning to power. He's just trying to gaslight you. They are trying to lodge a psychological war to make you feel that they have won the election. That's why you hear people saying that, oh, whether you vote or not vote, Tinubu has power, Tinubu has military, he has DSS, he has that, he has that. We have forgotten so soon that Jonathan had more than that, right? And don't forget, the military, the police, the DSS, they are also human beings. They are also Nigerians. In fact, a lot of them suffer more than you. So don't forget, these individuals also go to the same market that we go to. And for me, I think let's go with what happened in Ghana in their last election. I know now APC, they are trying to twist it, that they are trying to say that other Nigerians who are not APC, they are trying to go into 2027 with violence, but just know that is gaslighting, because we have seen videos where APC people injured, kill, beat, dehumanize either obedient or PDP individuals in Lagos or even across the country. And we have seen their principal saying, go grab, run with it. That is war. That is like violence. In fact, my brother Buhari was the person who introduced violence in our in our political space. So if anything APC is telling you is what they are doing, and they don't want you to do the same. So I think it's high time we start having conversation outside Twitter, because there are certain things that I may not even say them here on the space, because of course we don't know who is listening to who, and of course we know people are here that you don't know them. And for me, I will advise it's high time we begin to have a conversation outside Twitter space at our locals. Let's control our ward. Let's control our poly unit. Let's control our local government. With that, then you can control your state, and then you can control your region. But if you come to space here, whatever I will spill here is just my English and my grammar. But the real thing is, I should, as an individual or as a group of youth, be able to take control of my polling unit. And in fact, not even polling unit, my house first. I should be able to take control of my house, my father, my mother, my younger ones, my wife, my kid, my friends. If I take control of that, then I will use those elements to take control of my polling unit. If I take control of my polling unit, I should use that element to take control of my ward. If I take control of my ward, then it should spread down to my local government, from my local government to my state. Let us not forget that all the PDP people that you see them, going to APC, they are going there for survival, because everybody, most of the governors that you see them moving, they are scared of what happened to Fubara, and we have seen how it is turning out. So most of them, they are doing that to sustain their political madness. That's all. It's not because of 2027 election. 2027 election, they know that in APC, I don't see them winning. But right now, they are trying to cross carpet so that they can survive, loot money, save for 2027. Maybe to 2026, you may see changes. Maybe they may go back or whatever. You will see changes possibly. And also, just for us to understand also, if you observe, most of these guys that have been moving up and down, they are all from certain region. Unfortunately, for whatever reason best known to them, maybe they feel they are not Nigerian as other governors. Because I did not see any governor from my side who moved. Even though we have governors who are in PDP, we have governors who are in other parties apart from APC. Even the governors in APC states, if you look at their language, if you look at what they discuss in some of the meetings that youths have attended in this side, they are very clear that the center has to change. And let me remind us also that we have had this kind of thing several times in the north, like Borno specifically, Yobe and Adamawa. They have always have. Adamawa is a bit tricky, but Borno, Yobe have consistently have a different governor at different party at the state, different party at the federal level. So when I tell you that the governors cannot even talk about their party at certain meetings, you should have a glimpse of what I'm trying to say. So, my fellow Nigerians, I think the fight is not amongst ourselves. The fight is between us and our rulers or our rulers. So, all this energy that we will caspate on individual or on each other, let's use those energy to go down to the grassroots, to the market women, to the farmers, to people that are being killed, raped, maimed, people that cannot get food. Let's go, let's take the message to them. Those are the people that need your intelligence. Those are the people that need your advice. Those are the people that need your courage. Those are the people that need your political grammar. But most of us here, we are learned, and I believe that we will go for the right person. And I don't think there's any one of us here that will go for people like my respected former vice president. So again, let's keep the fire going outside this Twitter space. I yield. Except if there's a question for me, then I will gladly respond.
Okay. If the host is going to allow me to talk, he has already given me the permission to talk. Can I go on? And can anybody hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So thank you very much for your very good submissions, Tisti. And indeed, I very clear. You spoke with a lot of clarity, and I think you spoke from a position of an informed position. But if you just hold back, let me just speak to the speaker before you, and then I'll come to you. My submission basically is reactive. Uh, one of the speaker, yes, her name is Avery. I'm sorry, we still need to come back to you, Avery, simply because of one point. You are completely, very not straightforward with your submissions. I mean, that's why I think you should understand what Maradona is. Nobody can actually hold you for you will move to the left, come back to the right, move to the right. So please don't be offended that people always ask for clarity from what you say, because there is no atom of clarity in your submissions. You keep saying you respond to what I'm saying now
Who is
with a
speaking?
lot
Who
of
is speaking?
confusion.
I can't
Let
see.
me
Who is
finish, please. Let
speaking?
me finish,
Who
please.
is speaking?
Please let me
What's your
finish.
name? Who is speaking?
Okay.
Be-
It's
His name
Kema.
is Kemi.
Okay.
His name is
Kema.
Kemi.
All right.
Kema.
Kema.
I
All
don't
right.
His
see
name
him.
is
So
Kemi.
okay. So there is a lot of ambiguities in your submission. So please don't be offended that people always need to recall and ask you for clarity. And then let's go to the last speaker. Like I said, thank you very much, sir. Your position was clear, informative, but I have three major concerns for you. Uh, First, I respectfully say I do not accept your position when it comes to. Okay, I will ask my question at the end. Let me just make my submission before I ask my question. The first is that, unlike some other Twitter gurus, and I'll call his name Dr. Udo, that's one. He will tell you, I get calls from my friend. I get calls, and that's why he's making his inferences based on the one or two, three calls. Somebody would think that is why politics is a science, political science. And she did say that in order to get the feeling of the people, sampling is very important. When we want to take opinion, even when we want to do studies, research, we sample, and there are scientific way of sampling opinion. Apparently not on Twitter because it's a little bit skewed opinion, but there are ways. And I tell you the truth, people know. But and I also heard that I think Erifai somewhere was saying to say that they've had sampled opinion. I know these people, the elites, they have their strategies of sampling opinion. They will be able to know so that they will know the candidates where we have some extent of spread. And I think they had their information already. That is why I do not totally believe that those in the, yeah, you gave an example why the coalition perhaps will have been a little bit delayed because they're looking for a vehicle to move. But I think they already have an idea of who has the votes and who has the spread. But my challenge here really is that every election goes with a clear narrative. And I think that the only narrative that will sell in 2027 is elite versus the masses. I repeat again, the elite versus the masses. That is the only one that will unify. These politicians are very unique. They will break us in terms of it is a north or it's a south turn. If that does not work, they'll break us in terms of it's a religion, it's a Muslim ticket. If that does not work, the one that they are scared of, very scared of, as a narrative of election is the rich versus the poor, because that will unite everybody and it will give whoever. And if you look at the forerunners of the candidate, the only person I feel we all know, I don't even project him, who will stand as for the masses as against the elites. You understand? And that is the narrative that we should be looking forward to. If we have a consensus around this narrative, I just read somewhere now that even the governor of Plateau State is about to just help some pictures with the president. Perhaps who knows if he wants to defect. Let them all do the defection, but let us hold that narrative of. And I guess that if that narrative is a consensus, it will inform who should be the head of the tickets, the rich people, so that all the politicians are scared and they are boxed in together. Then we have somebody who is a clear representative of the downtrodden. I think that is one pathway. But then let me now go to you, sir, where I have my questions. You raised a lot of, in fact, you consistently raised a concern about the Southeast being a problem in the election. Respectfully, sir, I think that is not correct. Look, the white man did not break the Southeast. He did not, because in an Igbo man, they say, in the Igbo when it means that the Igbo man does not have an Eze. He does not have a king. He's individually opinionated. Whether you tell, I heard it from a Boeing state that the Boeing state commissioner is telling leaders, people don't even listen to their parents, talking of listening to a community leader. No way, that could work in certain part of the country, not in the southeast. So that analogy, please, it is not something you should worry about. The southeastern part does not have a problem with elite consensus. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't. Actually, of all the years, this time, please, it is impossible. That narrative should not even be a thing to lose sleep about. I can say it confidently because I've walked through the train around that area. That is not something you should lose sleep about. Except somebody has something to counter that from. If the white man, even the missionaries, even whatever it is in the past, in the history of Nigeria, the Eastern people are self-opinionated. You cannot come and tell me because the governor is your son will go against you. Then you raised another concern, and I hope you do not agree with you, sir, when you said we should wait for the elites, the people in the coalition, to make decisions. No way. 18 years, you are allowed to vote. I should wait for the same elites which we are trying to create a narrative around as the problem of the country to come and amongst themselves make a decision for us. No, that is not what we are waiting for. Let me tell you, these guys they are listening to everything you and I are saying. They are listening to the Twitter spaces. They are listening to everything, and they are forming their opinions based on this thing. That is why, very unlike me, I speak because I know that these guys are forming their opinion based on what they hear people say. So they sit there. Maybe it's just like a man who meets a young lady for the first time. From the spot, he has already made his decision if he wants to make this a lifetime commitment or if he just wants to make it a one day. It goes to your subconscious. This elite already know. They just want to see if they can pass. That is why I always say when you see people who pass narratives that are paid, they will never let you. They will gag you. They won't let, when you go to spaces where you want to talk, they won't leave you as free as this. They will select those who will pass the narrative and they will quickly end the space. Just like the one that just did the mindset space they don't have. Quickly, when we were trying to, no, very restrict that thing because they know that people listen and they try to create a narrative. So, no, sir, we will not allow the elites make that decision for us. We will keep talking and they will hear us and they will see an unadulterated, unfiltered choice for the Nigerian people. And finally, I've always talked about decisions for the coalition when it comes to who should be the president, who should be the vice president. I keep wanting to insist that Bola Ahmed Tinubu made a decisive decision in 2015, 2014 to not go as a vice president to Buhari. I mean, he was offered. In his Emiloko speech, he said that. Rather, he gave it to somebody who was, he gave it to somebody like, what's his name? Professor Steve Banjo, who was relatively unknown at that time. You understand? Who was relatively unknown at that time. He gave it to him to come. And he stood behind the scene. Thank you. Okay. He stood behind the scene and then he made everything possible for that election to work. Indeed. That is what we ask from some of our senior elites. They don't need to. Let me now tell you what I think about the presidential and vice presidential tickets is. I think that it should be a complementing and not a supplementing tickets. What do I mean? Rice and beans is complementary. Bread and tea is complementary. But bread and eba is supplementary. Either you leave eba and you drink bread and tea. You cannot be eating bread and tea at the same time eating eba. You can supplement. I think a ticket that works as a present advice is that is complementary, where you have a leader has his thoughts in certain things, and then the vice president, who's not challenged, is not as powerful as the president, but complementary in other things. And that is why I said that the only ticket that has really president and vice presidential ticket that has caused problems so far was Atiku and OPG. They were supplementing each other. They were not complementing each other. So in the choice of the vice president, whoever goes to this, they should find someone that complements. That is why some of us feel that, well, if Mr. Atiku really wants to support, he doesn't need to take the single position. He can sit and find someone that is complementing. I yield.
Doc, can I answer some of the questions that he directed to me? Or
And the way he said, I am here and there. It's just that when you're already biased for some reason, you don't listen anymore. It happens to the best of us. I'm not all over the place. I have told you, I was in my own mind saying, let us work with these two people, pull them out of that coalition, because we don't know the plan of that coalition. You even said it. What if at the end of the day, even the people in there is a wicked there that will pull the rug at the last minute, because you don't even know what these people are planning. Erofai and Tinubu, they were together just yesterday, and all of a sudden is in the opposition. And all these people are people that are disgruntled, that are people that are angry from APC. They are now forming a new party. And I just don't feel comfortable working with them. I'm saying, let us go at this by ourselves, but with the right people behind us. So if you have any question for me, and my DM is open, I'm not I'm not here to sell anything to anybody. I am not. I am not campaigning for Atiku just for the sake of campaigning for Atiku. I am looking for a way for us to get into this government. Like one way, how do we become how do people begin to see us for what we are? We should stop being the people that they just use for election and then dump. How do we become powerful, that these people will know that the power resides with us. That is what I am after. If you have any question, my DM is open. Don't spread any narrative about me because you are refusing to understand me. You yourself said it that we should not wait for the elites. You are not waiting for the elites. Then what are you doing? What is it that we can do today to make sure that if there's actually a plan behind this coalition to put the rug up from under our foot at the last minute so that we can avoid it? Do you think Tinubu is just sitting down waiting for you to form a coalition to come and beat him? If he has something off his sleeves, let us find a way to avoid it. If the youths come out today and start clamoring for a political party, we are on a rise, we are holding press conferences, we are posting stuff, we'll force their hand to allow a political party to be registered. That is the kind of thing I'm telling us to do. What if this, at the end of the day, they are not allowing them register political party? They are not allowing them do that. And we are waiting. When we have the power to change these things, we are waiting. What if it is too late? These men are not hungry. The people you are waiting for, none of them are hungry. None of them suffer from insecurity. None of them have the problems that we have. We are waiting for them. And you are attacking me. You are attacking me. Say, if you people, it's either if you don't want to listen to me, that is okay. You don't want to listen, but stop giving me a name that is not mine. I'm telling you, if APC, they are even listening to me now, they will be happy that you are not listening to me. They will be very happy that you are not listening to me. You have the power because we have the numbers. But if we go at this alone, it's not going to work. And if we go in a way that if there is one formidable opposition, Tinubu will rig and tell you that the votes were shared. They will even give your opposition the higher vote like they gave to Atiku. We have to scatter that plan of opposition, that any opposition that even rises up will be useless from the beginning. We will begin to show our power that this is where the youths have this is where they have put their tent. This is who they are standing with. We are not minding what from now. We'll start telling them that don't come and tell us that we shared votes. We are rallying every month or twice a month. We are everywhere. We are talking. This is who we are supporting. We don't care. And if we check, we get lawyers to check or whatever we want to do to make sure that if anything is wrong with that party, that it can be used against us in the future. We will cry, do everything we want to do to make sure that thing is resolved. We make sure that thing is resolved. You are waiting for people that are not hungry. And even if you wait for this coalition, how are you sure they will not be worse than APC? How are you sure they will not end up being worse than APC if you just wait for them to gather themselves? What if they even sure to be out of this thing at the last minute? You guys are not thinking about that. What if they do this thing and they sure to be out at the last minute that he is not even able to run? Have you thought of that? I'm saying take Obi out of that place. Push him like this is who we want. Decide that this is who you want. You say you don't want him to vice anybody. Now, bring him out of that coalition. Let's start clamoring for him to come out of there because he can be boxed in there. You guys think you love him more than me. And
Sorry.
I beg.
Um, um,
Don't interrupt me. You're not the co-host. I was speaking.
oh, sorry. I thought you were done because you keep repeating the same point
I
all
did not
over and
repeat. I
over
did not
again.
repeat the same point. Maybe I have to repeat it for someone like you that is full of accusation, but you know nothing. You don't know jack about politics. If we check, the first time you ever got interested in politics is in 2023.
Maybe it's my turn to respond. And unfortunately, I'm not even responding to you because I feel
Because you have nothing to say.
it's not in my
Most of
it's
you
not in
have
my
nothing to say. You
it's not
don't
in my
even know if
DNA
you guys are
to
not even sure if Obi can
respond
run. You
to.
have nothing to say. That's just the truth. You have nothing to say. You have
So
no plan. You have no plan. You just have this idea in your head. But if they ask you for a step-by-step plan for you to achieve what you have in your head, you do not have it. Most of you don't have the idea on how to achieve what you want. You just want it.
I don't know if the co-host would allow me speak. Like I said, I am not responding to the last speaker because I don't.
Because you have nothing to say. Let's get that straight. I'm
When
going to
when
ignore you
when
now.
when we see the Judases, we can identify them. That's just the point. When we see those Judases in our midst, it should and one should call
This
them
is
out.
what you do. You
That
guys
being
you
said,
don't win elections, so I don't listen to you. You end up losing. That's why I don't
so
take you people
in
seriously. You
fact,
don't win elections. You do
from
this, you
this
yap, and end up going to make a fool of yourselves, and you lose because you don't
and
listen. You
you
are
see
full
the way
of
you're
emotions. You
saying,
don't listen.
the way you're even saying you don't win elections, it's obvious you're working for different political party, putting it right in my
Oh
front
my
that we don't win elections.
God.
That's the point.
Oh
It
my
shows
Lord.
if you belong to where you claim to belong, you shouldn't be sounding you don't win elections, you don't win elections, you
You
come
won't
and try.
gatekeep how I
That's
will
the point.
speak. You won't
So
tell me how I
now
will speak.
I
I
am
say
I
even
am coming out.
if you even see
uh,
the tweet I made today, I didn't refer to myself. That's how I speak, and you will not gatekeep how I speak. You are not
you
more
can't
Nigerian than me, and you will not force it on me that I am where I don't belong.
you can't prove me less. Everything
Should I
you've done here
place a
is to
curse on it?
bring the
Should
house
I
down,
place a
bring the
curse on
house
it? Are
down.
you should I place a curse on it?
You keep saying
Should
bring
I
the house
place a
down,
Please
bring
let
can
the
you
him
house
stand
down.
speak.
your ground? Should I
Gabriel,
place
please
a
let
curse
him
on it?
talk so that we can hear each other, please.
Should I
When you're
place
So
a
talking,
curse on it?
please.
let me go ahead and speak, right?
Motherfucker.
And like I said, unfortunately, I am not even responding to you. The reason I picked up the mic or I requested the mic to speak was because I wanted to respond or ask the speaker before Kema or make some clarifications. Not even, I don't think I have to waste my time responding to you.
Attention, I'm listening to
Okay,
you. Ask me the
so
question, then I can respond to the both questions.
okay, so you made reference to Southeast and their position. It seemed like I got a feeling like you don't trust or there's issue with trust as far as the numbers that will be coming from the Southeast and if at the end of the day the coalition happens. Now I come with my response. Southeast loyalty has never been questioned as far starting from PDP days. You can we can go with statistics since 1999 until until what happened in the PDP happened. Southeast has always given their votes and their loyalty, and it's always been clear. So that trajectory will not change. In fact, what you're even expressing as a concern for us from the Southeast, because I am from the Southeast, for a lot of us from the Southeast, we've been accused. Okay, why am I? What am I even saying? You can see what is going on. Ojizo Kalu, couple of them and their colleagues have been sent back to the Southeast to go and keep trying to convince the Southeasterners to vote for APC. Isn't that an indication that they are the government in power is to an extent concerned about where the votes that will be going to Southeast is concerned. I mean, as far as where the vote coming from Southeast is concerned. Now I give you a response since you expressed that as a concern. We from the Southeast, we also have a concern that looking at what is going on with the coalition and the conversation around it, can we really trust these guys? People who want to build bridges with from the north. You get what I'm saying? So I'm trying to respond to let you know that in fact, you will hear my brothers from the southeast when they tell you that. Example, if you can hear, if you've heard somebody like Onyekachi, how he has severally and on different occasions talked about the guaranteed loyalty from the Southeast. Southeast votes is locked down. He says that, and we all know that. So now look at it with a coalition that, after conclusion, brings out a P2B as a leading candidate. Don't tell me, I mean, I bet to disagree that Southeasterners will look at one of their own. Now, let's even go tribal a little bit. As much as I am not an advocate of tribal politics to that extreme extent, but I don't think anybody would disagree that a coalition that has P2B on a on the ballot as a presidential candidate will not get the needed support from the southeast. Come on, let's like my Yoruba brothers will say, if we dey cry, make we dey see road. You know, So I bet to disagree. But now another thing you will see, and that's why we keep talking about who would be on that ballot. If that coalition comes out and P2B is not on the ticket, it begins to justify what some people from the APC will tell us from the south is to say, we've told you people, try to align with the center, try to align, and that's what they're trying to sell to us now. Try to align with the center. Whatever can come to you faster. And for us who disagree to that narrative, we keep telling them we don't even want to align. We have a better shot at the presidency right now. We can never have a better time to occupy that seat, be it on zoning, be it on capacity. We have a better chance now. So my brother that spoke before Kema, I am just responding to you to tell you that we can be, in fact, our trust and loyalty cannot be questioned if our own, who has that capacity, goes into that coalition, comes out, and he's on that ballot as the leading candidate with the support of your brothers and people from the north rallying around him, giving him a vice president that can work with him. You get what I'm saying? So that's why I just requested the mic, not to discuss what I consider irrelevant. I just wanted to make give a response to what you said. Our loyalty remains 100%, but we would want, based on equity, fairness, and justice, however we want to look at it, and capacity in addition to that, we believe that this is the best chance. If we look at zoning, 100% is worth it. If we look at capacity, 100% is worth it. And the fact that power, like they say, will have to go back to the north after 2027 is it can only make a better sense. It can only be fair if he retains in the south. And looking at that south, who is more competent at this point, we believe. And one thing a lot of us are happy about is selling P2B. He will not be It will not be a difficult task to do across all regions, be it in the southwest, south. He has that ability. But look at it again. How much effort can you put in to sell an article as a candidate? I am not saying he does not have value. He has more value right now if he can rally around P2B, play the elderly brothers role, giving a better candidate advice, give them the necessary support, follow them every nook and cranny of the country as if he was running. And that's what we're asking for. To be honest, that's what we're asking for. I have not come out here to say he does not have the capacity to run as a president. He can. But in the current realities Nigeria is at this point, we believe and we feel a P2B's candidate can stimulate that response again when you compare it to bear with me, an article candidate, right? A lot of us voted in 2023 and then we traveled, we left. I don't know how many of us, to be honest, and this is me being realistic, and I don't know how many of us, knowing that, okay, this coalition is bringing this person other than P2B, would wake up and get their ticket again, put in more work than they did in 2023. To be honest, I am not trying to sound pessimistic, but your guess is as good as mine. I don't know how many people will wake up now, say, okay, I'm traveling to Nigeria for 3 weeks for campaign and voting, stay back and blah, blah, blah. But a P2B on that ticket would easily stimulate that response again. That's the point I'm trying to make. So I don't know if I've been able to answer your question about the trust issues you're having with the people, I mean with my people from the southeast, but be rest assured we don't have anything, you guys don't have anything to worry about that. We only need the required support from the north, and then we go to middle belt, get those numbers, and hopefully deliver Peter to the presidency. That's the point I wanted to make.
Sister, you can respond if you want.
Okay, thank you, the two guys that
Yeah,
spoke with
I'm
Irene,
back. Wait, who is
Abi
going?
Irene.
Tize, right? Okay, Tize can go now. I'm back. I'm very back. I'm back. I was sleeping anyway, so but I was listening. So you can go on.
Okay, you are sleeping, but you're listening.
Yeah,
Funny. Anyways,
I could hear the conversation, but I don't know. But I was actually sleeping.
anyways, welcome back. Yeah, so thanks guys for the clarification. So, if Southeast can, like I said, I think maybe some people did not get what I said before. I said based on statistics before, they have been voting in a logical pattern. Right now, the concerns within some of the politicians in the north is what their governors are doing, moving to APC, even if to scare, even if to hold their seat, they are feeling like they are playing north versus south. But I'm not saying that is. I'm just telling you what the concerns are. Because if we are going to play north versus south, then it means even if the North give their vote to Peter Obi or to whoever the coalition present or to a better person on a different platform, it means the South will do something different and we may not be able to ox Tinubu out of power because the plan or the intention in the North is to get Tinubu out. And like I said, for us here, we are not interested in taking over power to the southern. We want the southern person to take it. So which also gives more uh, it also treated towards the OB candidates. Now, about the other guy who did mention that like again, like I said, all I urge us is let's go back to do our work rather than perception on anyone is working for this and that. Whoever is working for this and that is their business, but majority will always carry the vote. So again, this is good that I'm getting this feedback. Maybe in our next meeting, I will be able to pass. This is what I get from this, but I wish you good luck. But please, let's also restrain from passing judgment on individuals. Like I said, the plan is to get this guy out of power, and for us here, we are already mobilizing because this is the first time in the history of our country where somebody who did nothing is declaring presidency after 2 years, which tells you the level of panic in APC. And like I said, even those from that party here cannot campaign for their people. But we know towards the election, there's going to be sharing of money, threatening people. So few, they may get few votes, but I can tell you, it's over if the coalition can present somebody that is sellable. And even if the coalition presents somebody that is not sellable, we can move our support to the next person in other party. So congratulations to whoever they present. Even the most of us, of course, will prefer the Peter of big guy because so far in the side, I don't see any guy that is doing well like him. But again, like I said, our position is whoever you guys provided, they're going to support because the town is for the South. So if the South decided to present a meeting, this is a cup of tea. But of course, everybody is anticipating a different of. So yeah, let's go and do our homework, let's mobilize, and yeah, it will be history. So the conversation now, we have moved outside Twitter now. We are now on the grassroots. We are now doing the real work because even our boss, the Tinubu, is campaigning. So we are also doing campaign, and we're mobilizing, and that's what we're doing. And mobilization is against him, including his party are doing the same. So again, let's put that our goodwill into action, and then we should be able to see by 2027 we form a new government that will focus on people rather than the allies. I agree with the other guy who said the campaign should be the allies and the masses. That is a good strategy. Let's begin to sell that. Let's begin to put in our own best, but let's stop accusing and demoralizing any elder politician. Even if they have done that, that's not part of our work. Our work is to mobilize people and take power from them. I yield.
Afo, please let me just chip in this before I call it a night, please. So my brother that just spoke, yeah, thank you so much. What you see happening in the south as far as the governors and the campaign, I'm sure you know what it is. Of course, it's not as if these governors from the south or the ones that are the campaign, it's not as if they found APC very, very, very attractive to that extent. We know, me and you know the reason. Of course, the politics behind it. Um, um, what isn't it the desperation from the sitting president himself? The truth is, he knows that he's becoming unpopular from your end. I mean, when I say from your end, I mean from the north. He's becoming unpopular in the north, and you can't be surprised that he's trying to pitch his tent from a different direction or in a different direction, right? Because of course, what do you expect? Seeing how unpopular he's becoming, you can't you can't expect him or you don't expect him to just fold his hands and not try to build another alliance from a different direction. So, in summary, or to in my submission, I'm trying to make the point that what you see, it's not as if the governors hobnobbing with him or declaring support for him are doing that with genuine intention. It's because he needs those numbers from that direction, and then because he's becoming um, unpopular from where he thought he would remain popular until the next election. So one shouldn't be surprised that those alliances are coming from those ends. But if you know the way those regions vote, which one of them have mentioned to you about, you can, I mean, one shouldn't be worried about the southeast, for example, giving him 100% as long as the right thing is done. And like I said before, the right thing, I will assume, would mean a ticket that represents fairness, you know. And that's where I keep talking about not demarketing anybody, because at the end of the day, this 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 relationship between the coalition candidates or coalition members would be very, very important when the coalition is formed. So why call names? Why demarcate the other person when you will probably still need them in the future? So I just wanted to make this response, give this response. He's doing all he's doing because he needs to get those numbers from another direction, seeing what is happening in the north and how unpopular, I suppose, he's becoming. So that's the point I wanted to make. Alfonso, thank you. You don't leave us here, go sleep since now.
Okay, I'm back. I mean, he's supposed to go next. Dr. CJ, are you there? No, Dr. CJ is not there. How about a woman? Not there. Well, who is going next? Okay, it will like say everybody on the speaker session don't even talk safe.
Amy something. Amy credible. If he's online, he should be the one to go, I think.
Who is him? Amy credible, you can go now.
That's if he's online. If he's not online, then please or
People, I agree. So, good morning.
Okay, Reynolds, you can go.
Yeah, well done. I have a question. Based on 2023 elections, those people that rode on the back of Obi to get into elective positions, particularly in the legislature, some of them eventually defected to APC. So, has there been any root cause analysis as to why this happened and to prevent this from happening going forward? What do you think? Because it comes across as some people were opportunists in the movement just to get what they want, and they don't give a damn about the people. But I just want to hear has any root cause analysis been done as to why these defections happened and to prevent something similar going forward? Thank you.
Yeah, first of all, politicians are selfish. The mistake of 2023 is that we all came out for P2B, not being aware of some sort of, I don't want to call them crayfish, but some backdoor political opportunists that rode on the wave. Do you understand me? So when they join, they rode on the wave of P2B's this thing and won the election, but without putting much effort. Most of them did not put this in effort. Now, when they entered into their seats, some of them see it that maybe their next sure way of guaranteeing their position is to enter APC, because they believe that APC will win the election. So in some states, you can see in some states that people defected are mainly under the control of APC. There are not much defection in the Southeast. There are some, but not much. Do you understand me? So they feel that the only way to guarantee their position in the next election is for them to defect to the ruling party, because maybe it is their sure way of retaining their position. Being that they did not perform well, and in the next election, Obedient will not vote him back. Now, the mistake is that we were not aware of these people and how they joined through the back door. How to correct the mistake is that in the next election, not only are we going to advocate for P2B, you see this registration, Senate, House of Press, even the House of Assembly, we should know all of them. Not only should we know all of them, I am of opinion that obedience, the younger ones, it is not elderly people like us or old men like us. Preferably those below 40, maybe a bit above 40, should contest. Do you understand me? And the only way that can happen is that if there is this new party, then the cost of buying the ticket of the buying the form will not be expensive as this APC, PDP, even Labour Party. So, if possible, we should sponsor them to contest. Do you understand me? So that we have people there that we can hold accountable. Now, those ones that are not performing or those that join other parties, maybe we will have a chance to avenge or to revenge on their political misfortune. So there's nothing we can do now, because first of all, they have their political reasons that the party is in crisis, and when the party is in crisis, candidates or electors, those that are elected into the position, can defect. If you charge them to court, they have the proof that their party is in crisis, so you will not win them in the court. So
that one a foolish excuse, Sha. They were not loyal to the cause. The party in crisis or not, that one is just a foolish excuse.
They don't care. That is the issue. They don't care. So now we have identified all these people and we have seen it as mistakes. The correction is to make sure that those crayfish, those crabs, will not take that opportunity again. We will have to lock
So checks. In reality, what would have been the right thing to do in that last election? Should we have been voting for PDP people? Because anybody, people keep saying that was a mistake, right? Now you see Labour Party, you see PDP, you see APC, right? And those were the only viable option in the election, right? We'll now say, oh, because some of these Labour Party guys would defect. So should we have voted for PDP people? Personally, in the Senate, right, I voted YPP, right? Because the Labour Party guy was not a viable option. Because even now, I think he's now running in APC for the guy that died from my senatorial district. But my own senator also moved to APC. I mean, faster than any other person before he died, anyway. So I don't know. For me, I think it doesn't matter what happens, right? I believe that if PO was in power, there's no way those guys would have moved. That's the first truth.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well, that
well,
one is
that one is
true.
true.
That's
So,
true.
so many of them moved because they needed to be part of the government and they didn't want to be sidelined. Some of them also moved for selfish reasons. Some of them moved because of the disorganization in Labour Party. Let's not throw that away and say it doesn't. It means a lot. Like, if not that Senator Tony Nwoye tried as much as possible to be loyal to Peter, we would have also moved because the crisis in Labour Party is very embarrassing, to be honest with you. Very embarrassing. If you look at it, the ones in, yeah, go.
But I want to badge in. If Tony Nwoye join APC today, he will be rest assured that he's not coming back in the next election. We have made it clear to him. Tony Nwoye represents my senatorial district, and we have made it very clear to him. If he join APC or any other party, we will make sure that he will not return to that position. So he himself is aware of that. We have to make sure that these guys that are not loyal to what we believe will not return to the seat, to the positions, because they are not doing their job well. And if they are political betrayal, that is what they are. They don't care what is happening in Nigeria. Who is joining APC in this
No,
Nigeria?
can I come in?
What are their
Can I
reasons?
come in?
So thank you. If just you have to anyway,
Can I come in?
they have to be punished politically. That is my point. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I come in? When the obedient movement started in 2022, when they were campaigning, at first, the first mistake they did
Sorry, who is speaking? I
was
can't see who is speaking.
now when the obedient movement started.
Sorry, who is speaking? No vex, I beg. I just did look out for you.
Francis.
Okay. All right.
When the obedient movement started, at first, when Peter Obi went to the Labour Party, there were people in the Labour Party before Peter Obi got there. And those people were SPVs from the PDP. Take, for example, the senator representing Edo South, Maswe. He was a PA to Senator Matthew Roide. Senator Matthew Roide was the former PDP senator representing that region. When he was not promised a second term ticket, he now bought a form from the Labour Party that if he is being denied, he would switch over to the Labour Party. It was him that bought the form. But later, he gave it to his PA to hold, just like placeholder, hold this thing for me. And that's how some of those people that you saw that got Labour Party's ticket, actually, they were, I would call, political neophytes from the PDP. People who were not sure that they would have a ticket. But when the narrative now later changed prior to the election, that if Peter Obi gets there, we will not want a situation where he will be president, but there will not be Labour Party members in the Senate and in the House of Reps who will back all his policies. That is where the idea of from top to bottom came. say no, no matter what, we know that these people are this. Let's just vote them from top to bottom. There were some other people in the Labour Party who were also PDP members who were not really a strong force, who just normally, that's how politicians do. If you go to all the, I don't know how many, but I think about 20 something political party now, if not up to 2030. If you go there, you see that almost every political party, they always have candidates. These candidates just stand there to cash in on any opportunities. And when Peter Obi was making waves, those candidates, most especially from the PDP, who bought from and they were in Labour Party, now saw the opportunity for them that with Peter Obi's wave, they will win an election. So they were not really strong candidates, and that is why they did not even campaign, because they believe that if they rode on the platform of Peter Obi, they will get the victory. And that's how majority of them got into the house. Now, these are just PDP members. Majority of them were PDP members. Now, when he got into the house and they saw the lag race that is going, knowing fully well that their second term is not guaranteed, they have decided to switch. Some of them just said, okay, let's stay loyal to the party and let's at least, no matter what, we can use this one to better our lives. But others who felt that, okay, I've amassed a lot of wealth from the Senate and all that. If I switch, the APC, can they guarantee me a second 10 tickets? And not knowing fully well that I have won an election before. Some of them now switch to the APC to give them a boost in their locality. So that is what is going on. So they were not actually following Peter Obi because of ideology. They were just children of circumstances. That's how I'll say it. Thank you.
Thanks for that.
Okay. Alpha, can I now
Yes,
come in?
yes, TZ.
Yeah, so
Welcome.
yeah, so I think the great submission. Now it also goes back. It also takes us back to my first submission, where I did say that right now we have 2 years to this election, right? In fact, the reason why most of us are even talking about election now is because we have the worst of worst president now in Asro. And this guy is not ready to do anything rather than to play politics. And that is why we are now saying that, okay, if that's what you want, since you are panicking, rather than for you to sit down and do what you're supposed to do, and then 1 year to election, you can campaign, but because you have nothing to offer, you're already campaigning. Then we, the citizens, I think it is high time also we go into this game, because for them it's just a game of looting, and for us it's a game that if we don't play it actively, we lost our future, we lost our present, and we lost the future of our kids or the future of our younger ones. And that is why we need to go in with all that matters. That's number one. Number two, like I said, these things has to be offline. Of course, we can say we can discuss the generics here online, but the main strategies, these things have to be discussed offline. And most times these strategies have to be done like a month or two to the election. Of course, majorly is generally the means and the methods may differ, but it's generally around mobilizing people, making sure that people go and vote on the day of the election. And after they vote, they must stay to protect their vote. And after they stay to protect their vote, they must escort their vote. And after they escort their vote, they must make sure that their vote is counted, which means it is reflected at the ward level, at the polling unit level, and at the state level. Until at that point, even at that point at the state level, they have to leave some persons with the coalition officer, I mean, they call it the returning officer, so that they make sure that they are not rigged out. Now, us down here, a lot of people are doing a lot of mobilization in that regard. And already they are doing real work, real politicking is going in that regard. The only thing that has not been clear is who they're going to support for. But it's already clear that they're going to be supporting against the sitting party. So, again, whether the coalition produce who we want, which is supposed to be a southerner, because based on the general view, southern have spent 4 years. Also need they're supposed to spend 8 years, so they still have another 4 year. Either the coalition present a southerner that is accepted, and in fact, the reason why people like us we don't call names, is that we understand whenever you're talking about coalition, you're talking about taking over power, and whenever you're taking over power, you don't need to have any conversation of who should fly in the ticket. You certainly have to give someone who has chances of winning. And since within that room, there are a lot of people who are pressurizing Atiku Abubakar according to what we are told, whether they lie to us or they tell us the truth, it is left for them, but we will have our final decision to make at the end of the day, that they are already pressurizing Atiku to give Peter Obi. In fact, within the camp, there are people who are saying since INEC refused them to register a new political party, Peter Obi should go back to PDP, and then they give him the party ticket, and then Atiku or the Northerners or whoever that is interested in the North should come together and anoint a candidate that all of them will support to deliver that ticket. And from that conversation, it is very clear that they will work to present a block vote. Of course, you will have few individuals who are APC diehard because of they want to show Tinubu that yeah, they have looted with him. They will try to give some small portion of vote to him, but the majority of the vote will go to that coalition candidate. Or if the coalition for whatever reason refuse to present what people want, they will go for another selected or decided candidate from another party, maybe Labour Party or any other party of their choice. Now, the majority work is with the masses, because as it is right now, even the elites, there are those who are working against APC. So you should not bother yourself about the elite. These guys, they know what they are doing. Again, somebody did mention that they are always on spaces. Of course, they don't come to spaces, but of course, you always have DSS officials on these spaces, Nigerian military, Nigerian intelligence agency, and then the CID of the police, the NIA. They're always on these spaces. Of course, they gather information, they analyze this information, they share with their state directors or their state commandants, and then their state commandants share with the airlines. Of course, as usual, the airlines know the temperature of what is happening. They get this briefing either on daily basis or weekly basis. So they know what has happened. They know what people are saying out there. They know what people want. In fact, even the suggestion from one of the respected lady, I think she's out now, she left, that the coalition should go and conduct a street interview. We know these guys know all these things. If you want to know this information, go and meet one correct GSS in your state if you're close to him, buy him a beer, sit outside and have a conversation with him. They know these things. Whatever that is being discussed on the street, these guys give real time information about. If you think in Nigeria security are joke, wait until you become a state, until you become a capital threat or you become a state threat, then you'll understand that those guys, they are not jokes. Just that they are always tools in the hands of the politicians, right? And again, if you doubt that, you could see what happened during the October, is it October or August bad governance protest, you could see that immediately the youth said they are going out. What happened? Tinubu released 8 billion for security. You could see a police with APC with APC. You could see security are deployed at strategic location. In fact, some of us we are like, "Ah, so we have this number of security in Nigeria that Boko Haram and the bandits and some criminals have been terrorizing people." But so that tells you that these guys know what they are doing. If they want to deal with insecurity, they can do it because they have intel about what is happening. They know who is attacking who. They know how to deal with those individuals. But there's no political will to do that. Or either there's no political will, or that madness is happening as a ways to keep looting money to be given to the generals so that they will not stage coup. So they know what they are doing you know. So again, I will still talk to us as citizens that we are, as people who clamor for good governance, that all that we have to do now is to do the homework. Let's have our people coalition, even if the allied are doing their own coalition. Once we have a people coalition and the allied see that we are determined and we are ready to go for that which we want, they will have no option rather than to even sway in our own direction. But as it is right now, I don't see Oga coming back, except he goes back to his plan, rig and declare himself and go to hell. So that can happen if we all sleep and decided not to go out and fight for ourselves. Again, I will encourage some of us to go. This is our online. Please go and check what Ghana did in the last election. Ghana had some strategic meeting a night or 2 nights to that election, and they go out head on for one person. They protected their vote. They made sure that individual came to power, and it was very clear because they made it very clear either him or them. Even in fact, during the election, you could see that the government agencies are backing the ousted president. But because they see that people are ready to die for that vote, they have to retrain. One thing that we need to understand is this police and this military know what they are doing. Once they see that people are determined and they are in their mass, they will have no choice than to side with the people because even then they want a country where they will call their own, and if they will kill, how many are they going to kill? And also let's not forget in these 20 in these 2 years of Tinubu, go and look at the numbers. The number of people that have died, either in insecurity or one reason or the other. So I think it was on this Twitter also I saw a video of a lady, I don't know, one of the state whom was slaughtered because she refused to pay 1,500 naira in a market. That is what these guys are doing. And don't forget, most of these things that they are doing to instigate the people. They are doing most of these things to see what the people will do. And you could see that they have done in several states. We have seen that in Edo. We have seen that most of the recent state that election we have carried on, where they go against what people want and see what people will do, and people will go back and do nothing. We have seen in Jam, you could see even the last budget where they padded something $1 trillion. Even the last road, so called the coastal road that the guy issued, you give 750-kilometer road, 26 is done. You say it's 30, you go and commission. This is the first in the history of Nigeria we are seeing this kind of madness. But one thing I can tell us here is that whether we agree or not, Tinubu is panicking more than any
If I
politician in
if I
Nigeria.
might
He's
add, if I
scared
might
because he
add, the
knows.
reason why this whole campaign, whatever, was brought forward, I might sound crazy now, but next month we'll see how far. It's because of these FBI drug files coming out. All these ones are just media narratives to distort our attention from that. You get, and everybody has bought into it.
Yeah, but
Everybody's talking
but
about elections instead
but
of that. Well, that's
brother, brother, with or without that FBI file, it is clear that this guy is losing. because, like I said, here people that are in APC are even the one now championing meeting. They want to remove him from power. So it is clear. We don't have to agree, but I'm telling you, even APC itself is going to explode. So, like I said, and which some few guys from the south have cleared that concern. What we are afraid of, the way we are seeing the governors in the south moving into APC, but these guys have cleared that is for them to also to cover their incompetency and whatever. But fine, if that is the case, we have no cause to worry. Let's go back. Let's keep mobilizing people. When we come to spaces, let's respectfully disagree with people. You don't need to insult anyone in terms of those political big wig. Just disagree with them, give them facts. Whether they agree or not, that's their business. We just want a working Nigeria. But close to the election, please let's hold those strategic meetings outside Twitter. Let's empower people with information on how to share information. Let's empower people on how to protect their vote. Let's empower people to come in mass and vote. Let's discourage this apathy because that's one of the things that APC want to use. Remember, if you have 10,000 votes and only 500 are out, the remaining is easy to buy them off. It's easy to intimidate them with your thoughts. But if they all come out in mass and they say they want Peter Obi, there's nothing they can do. You know, even the guys in social will support them because the guys in uniform will only go with the people who have the highest number. Let's not forget all those political talks. They live within us. Let's begin to have conversation with them. Let's begin to talk to them. Let's begin to tell them that their life they are becoming thugs or cultists or whatever because of what is happening at the center or at the top or the governor or whatever. And if they refuse, no wahala. During the election, I believe one political talk cannot deal with 100 youth of that area. So let's deal with them. Let's give it to them what they're giving us. Simple. And I wish us well. But let's do what we do to present the best candidate. Please, Southeast, we are begging you guys now. I be Southern Nigeria, we are begging you guys now to give us the best. But rest assured, you guys are going to get the vote from here. And those who are scared of Atiku, I don't see that guy doing anything. And even if he comes out, people are going to pressurize him to step down. I don't think he's going to go anywhere. So forget about that old one. Please, let's focus on real issues. Let's focus on people that we know can be able to deliver us from where we are. Yeah. And yeah, I yield. So I think the future is bright. Let's not lose hope. Let's just do our own. Let's do our own part. We have the numbers and we can do it. Let's not listen to people who are gaslighting us that he will never be president or this can never be this or that can never be that. We are all Nigerians. Everybody has equal stake in this Nigeria. And there's no Nigeria, there's more Nigerian than the other. Whether Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba, Ikere, other small tribe, Michika like my tribe, we are all Nigerians. We are all stakeholder in this country. Nobody is more Nigeria than the other. So anyone gaslighting you, just ignore the idiot. But we know what we want. And let's focus on that. Let's put the eye on that. If the files is out, let's talk about it. But more importantly, let's have jingles, let's have communication in small languages, Hausa, Yoruba, Kanuri, how and then spread it across. I know there are people who are talented here. Can you start having these jingles so that we can share them on our platforms on WhatsApp, on Facebook, on TikTok, on whatever, Snapchat, so that we have new youths now who are now, then they are 16 years by now. I mean, during the last election, they are 14. Now they are 18. So they can be able to vote. Let's get those fold into our fold. Let's begin to educate them. That's what we're supposed to do. We don't have guns, we don't have bombs, but I can tell you we have a number. Anybody telling you about tribe, religion, they're just scammers. We have tried Muslim, it's not working. We have tried whatever, it's not working. So let's go with people that are competent. Competency should be the watchword now, or the mass versus the elite. But don't forget, these elites they know what they are doing. If we can come together in unity and work towards that, we can achieve it. And also don't forget, for some of us who have political interest, please, I beg of you, when the coalition wahala is settled or Labour Party you're going, whatever party you're going with, go there, buy forms. Buy form for senator, buy form for reps, buy form for local government chairman. All of you here, you're qualified to be a governor or senator if we can have somebody with NEPA certificate to be our president for 8 years. You're all qualified.
Thank
I
you,
yield.
TJ. Now talk say when drug file come out, we should talk about it. I've been everywhere bust finish. Chase this scam out of power. Anyways, um for the ones that are currently in Labour Party now, right? That's still obedient and all of that. Do they still come up on your spaces to, carry everyone along on what they've done so far and what their plans are for the next between now and the next election with regards to giving that dividends of democracy to the people? Do they still come around, or do you feel they are just in a bubble on their own, not interacting with the grassroots? It's an open question. Anyone can jump on it if you want.
I don't know any. I don't know anyway. The ones that I want, like,
Oga,
I don't know.
let me say something now. Let me say something now. Look, am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
Um, the truth of the matter is this. We had the issues and that was very vocal critics and all that. He got into government as a senator in 2015, and he openly said it that if I say the things, the senators will suspend me. To be sincere, the Senate is a cesspool of corruptions and all that. If you listen to what Michael Zekome said yes on channels, Hard Talk, I want you to go and listen to it. They added over one, is it 1,000 or 11,000 projects to this present budget that we have. Needless projects that constituted about 12, it means specifically, I said 12.5% of those budgets of the 54 billion naira that was passed this year were infused by members of these people. And as such, the Senate has always been that cesspool of corruption where they will do the bidding if only you will agree for you to allow them do what they want to do. They can give you a leeway to do it. And this present day Senate is even the worst of them all. Now the question is for people that rode on the back of Peter Obi to go into the house. I expected them, like for example, when Peter Obi came out openly and said he did not expect any senator who was given a car, a bulletproof car of over 160 million. I never saw any Labour Party senator that came out and said, these things that we are doing is wastage. Everybody just kept quiet. And to me, the truth about it is just that they are not different from the PDP or the APC
Sorry, who is
that are in
speaking? I
government.
can't even see who is speaking. No vex, I beg. France. Oh,
It's
Francis. Okay,
Francis.
okay.
Francis. So they are not different from anybody in government, irrespective of the fact whether they're APC or PDP. The truth about it is just that the only way they can make a difference is when they imbibe the culture that Peter Obi represented. Because he said it point blank that if he was president, he won't succumb to the senators buying bulletproof jeep. I also saw a senior spokesman who said that, who came on Channel TV and said, my jeep that I have, do you think the senators are poor? The jeep that I have is even more expensive than this jeep that they bought for us. 160 million naira jeep. So the truth about it is that majority of them who rode on this thing, as I tell you, that majority of them, all of them, they are opportunists who just use Peter Obi's wave to get into the house and all that. But as far as making legislative policy for the common good of Nigerians, they are not to be seen. They are not to be seen because some of them just feel, okay, fine, I've got in there and all that. Let me do, I just enjoy my 1 year this year. I'm not interested if I'm elected in government. At least I'll use whatever I earn from there to go and better my life. Some may feel, okay, fine, let me just put into the APC and see whether I can have another shot again and all that. So I have not seen any of them that have that same ideology as Peter Obi, who believes in reducing cost of governance for the better for the growth of the nation and all that. So um, all the Labour Party senators as of rep and all that, to me, if I want to score them, I'll score them very low because these are people that we should have been hearing them talking about budget padding, even if their voices are not to be heard because they are the minority, but at least they should be coming out to be giving daily speeches and all that, that the government is padding budget and as such rally the people around them because it was the people that brought them in, not because of their popularity, not because of their political strength. They rode on the back of Peter Obi, who had the people with him. And also, these are some of the things that we want to be seen. And to be sincere, even Ireti Kungibe of Abuja, I'm highly disappointed with her. They have been talking about electoral reforms. We have not seen any of them that has come. And this was an electoral reform that shot your presidential candidate on the foot, where they say INEC has every right to decide how to collate results. And these people very deliberately switched off the visas, claiming it was a glitch. And we have never seen any Labour Party senator or who is championing that bill or trying to get that thing off the table for us to have votes to be done electronically and all that. So if we have senators that are supposed to be representing us sitting down and behaving docile, then what do you expect? We're not saying that they must change it, but their voices should be loud. Their voices should be loud. There were people in that house who stood against when they said Obasanjo is purportedly going for the third term. People like the Gali Naba stood against them, even from the same party. We heard their voices. They came Namani. These were people that we heard their voices, and they say, no, we will not agree. But if the president, look, we have a situation where a governor was removed from office by emergency rule. There was no Labour Party senator who came out and said the president is trying to be a dictator because this is not what is in our constitution. But even when they say they will not accept a voice vote, apart from Seraki DC and all that, and not from the PDP, I never see any Labour Party senator who everybody just told. And this is not what an opposition will be, should be. No matter what, there should be even if it's a lone voice. Let us hear them speak, but we cannot see them speak. So I cannot really say much whether these people are representing our interests or not. They're just interested in the interests of their pocket. And that is why they are ready to kowtow into what the president is saying. There are a lot of things that would have heard them. Their voices should have been louder. I believe that if they have a low voice here, look at Natasha. Natasha is giving the Senate serious headache. Who is anybody supporting Natasha in the house? No. But when he spoke, Nigerian masses were the one that is giving Akpabio sleepless nights. It's not Natasha. It is Nigerian public in spaces everywhere and all that. So I should not, even if they are going to guard you, even if they are going to guard you in the house, but speak out. There are millions and one of Nigeria, millions of Nigerians who are ready to amplify your voice, even if you feel that your voice will not be listened to in the house. There are millions and one million Nigerians waiting outside who are going to amplify your voice and give it that needed touch. But you've not heard any senator coming out. And so I'm not really impressed about them and all that. Even that's why I said when the election was going on, I was I was never really a party to from top to bottom. I only just did it in the interest of the Labour Party, not basically because I trusted those candidates and all that. So that's just it because they I they did not, they don't have that conviction of saying, okay, we are really standing for a change. Because throughout the primaries, throughout the campaigns and all that, we never saw them coming out to give fiery speeches. We never saw, they just hid in one corner. Look at the attack of Lagos. Nobody even knew him. He was not engaging anybody. There are a lot of them. They just like they were Labour Party candidate, they were there in the ticket. I was so unfortunate. Okay, let's just vote all across board. We never saw anybody, and that's why after the election, people cried and said, "Ah, that if we had known, we would have even selected the Banky W in Lagos over an attack because at least we saw what he was doing." But then we were just swayed by from top to bottom issues. I think so. That's just the this thing. That's just the basic truth about it. So we're not really impressed about them. You know that, to be sincere. That's my submission.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Questions well answered. But I was just thinking to forestall something like this going forward, I think it was mentioned that, anybody that runs under the obedience movement or is it Labour Party now, they will all be screened and at least, their plans for the next 4 years would be put down and all of that. So if they go that route, then that's good. That's good. That's good.
If you decide to go that route, that means you are not ready for a coalition. That's another problem. If we decide to go that route, we're not ready
No,
for a
I mean
coalition.
anybody
And
running
let me
under
be
the
let me,
platform or what have you, so that you won't have cases of questionable characters, repeating what they did in 2023, jumping on the back of an arrangement, then God knows what, just to do their own selfish ambition and give the people a middle finger. So it's just like, aside the president, and knowing who is running under what and what their plans are for the next 4 years and holding them to account to that. And also ensuring they come to interact with the grassroots, not that they get into there and just, keep doing their thing. And when it's election time, that's when you see them on spaces again. Uh-huh.
and that is why most of the times, even when even after the election, when the obedient movement wanted to infuse into the Labour Party, these were some of the stopgap that was put to make sure that those obedient members should not go into the Labour Party because most likely they felt they were going to hijack the party and they'll call for questioning. And that is one of another problem I have with the Labour Party and all that. So basically, and all that, I think the truth about it, like I keep telling everybody, let us first of all get there first. When we get there, we can decide to now start having change. Does not just come drastically; it comes gradually and all that. So, but first, you cannot start change when you are not inside the house. So that is it. So you cannot start changing when you're inside. First of all, when you get into the house and all that, they will say, okay, fine, we have secured this vote. What is the next thing to do now? We need to now talk about how to get better legislatures that will come in and make good policies for the good of the nation and all that. Because like I told people certain years when they said from top to bottom, I said Peter Obi was governor of Anambra State. At the first year he was governor of Anambra State, there was no Abga candidate in the village. Everybody were just PDP mess. And that's why he was impeached twice. First for not I think house. He said he directed the funds to do another thing. Billion million to go and this whereas what I'm going to use is less than 40 something million. So he was impeached. So he went, but then he could still weather the storm. And I said, even if we have PDP senators and APC senators, I'm not interested in somebody that will just write to victory without first of all working for it. if he can work with these people and do that, I'm not still bothered. If they bring a budget that is padded, I know who he is. He will strike it out and we will start fighting and he will let the populace know. So I'm not really interested whether they are there or not. The truth about it is that whatever they are going to implement, whatever budget they are going to place, it will be the actual budget, and they are going to make sure that such projects are done, not all these fictitious projects without like this coastal road project that does not have an EIA report and all that, and they're busy building roads without even knowing the cost of the roads and all that. These are some of the things that are costing wastage in our government, which Peter Obi is going to plug out and all that. So I'm not really too bothered about who is the senator, who is the House of Rep. So long as the person who is going to execute that project will see that each and every a project is being scrutinized. So whatever, so that is it. So that's why I really at first never believed in the mantra of top to bottom. But then I just said, okay, for easy route to governance, let's just support the top to bottom idea. So we always get there, but first, the first thing that we need to tackle first is how to get power. When we get power and all that, then we will now talk about how to use the power. And power should definitely reside in the people. That's our greatest challenge. The power is not residing in the people. That's the greatest challenge we have. Thank you.
That was Famsis, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. There was something I was trying to talk about the structure of the country as well. Don't you think? Don't you think it's going to be better? In my opinion, I feel it would be once power and resource control is decentralized, because all these political permutations and calculations that are being made now to put someone in the center is because our power and resource control is concentrated in the center. If we run a decentralized government like they do in the US, for example, and to some extent in the UK, don't you think it would be better? Because say having an OB.
It will reduce the I mean, the law for people to choose presidents. Are you saying, is that what you're saying?
You said what? Sorry.
It will reduce the passion and everything people have towards
Exactly, the
president.
whole tussle and
No,
everything to
that's
put
actually,
somebody in
I
the
mean,
center. You
US
just put your
election,
own man in your region, you get. So all this stress and everything.
US election is the most expensive election in the world now. I mean, when US want to hold presidential election, the whole world want to see, I mean, want to watch.
Of
So
course.
did it actually affect it because they have resource control? It doesn't now. So I do not actually think it will come a time where there
Though,
will be
though
someone
the
at the
US,
center. People won't be interested in what is happening there, or there will be
though
less
the
interest.
US,
I don't think they will come
though
at it.
though the US decentralized governance, but you see, there are some states that is still being funded by the state government because everybody will always grow at the same pace. They want everybody to graduate, like the city of Maine and all that, of Maine and all, they are being funded by government now because they know fully well that there are some states that are very rich and all that. So the US government collects taxes from all these things. They look at states where they are not too viable and they tend to subsidize for them, for those states and all that, so that everybody will grow at the same pace. So, but whatever this case be, whether what they call it, whether decentralizing government, whether they are trying to say, okay, let's form a ministry government like as is practiced now, or whether power is so concentrated in the south. The basic problem with governance is when people do not follow the rules and the laws of the land, and when there's no equity and fairness, the truth about it is that there's no form of governance that would be good. That's the first thing. There should be equity and fairness, and people will follow rules and regulations. If they do it, that this is what, see, in a house, if there is a rule in the house and all that, The only reasons why that house will progress is if each and every one follows it to the latter. If they make exceptions for people, that house will crumble. So whatever form of government, be it parliamentary, be it presidential, be it whatever, be it power concentrating in the south, in the center, be it devolution of powers to the this thing and all that. The truth about it is just that if people do not follow, like for example now, yes, people are saying power is concentrated in the center, it makes the president very strong. But the truth about it is that if we are strengthening our senators, our House of Assembly members, if our judiciary, which they said is autonomous, stands on its own and all that, do you think the president can be able to write when the president calls for state of emergency? Is it not the House of Assembly he used, the National Assembly, which is the senator and House of Rep, that ratified the EC before it's now this thing? It's now if they had said no, they kicked against it. Do you think Tinubu will continue with the state of emergency? So these are some of the problems that we have. So it's not about power concentration. It's each person knowing fully well this is my job profile. This is what I am going to stand for my country, irrespective of whose party I belong. And that is our greatest problem. So we have leaders that do not want to be accountable. And I saw the reasons why they want to be accountable is because they get away with a lot of things. So if the power resides in the people will force them to be accountable. Whether you like, if you decide decentralized states, okay, look at they have given resource control now to some people. So, okay, resource control. Go to the Niger Delta. Go and see the likes of Tom Polo flaunting wealth. Are his people not suffering? Are his people not suffering? So even if you like, you decentralize, if everybody hold the resources.
So please wrap
These
up
same
so that
people,
people are raising up their hands.
these same people will continue to have mini gods in each of these small regions, and they will still deprive you from the dividends of democracy. So anyway, for that, if you like, it's okay, everybody go and hold your resources. That resources will not still get to the common man.
But I think
So
the good thing is the common man will not have to look far away in Abuja though, because they know it's within their vicinity, their oppressor is. Anyways. So I'm just thinking because concentrate the risk with concentrating it to one person or a few people is if they decide to sell out and start doing stupid things like we're seeing now, putting on these satanic policies, impoverishing the people, it rains on everyone. That's just my that's just because look at it now. Okay, so if the West is saying that the East are making mad progress and their standard of living there is good because they have a compassionate, people-oriented leader. Those ones too, they will have sense and sit up now. If not, they know that next election cycle they are going to vote the hell out of them, vote them out, and get someone who has the people at heart. But when you have a few idiots holding on to power and resource control, and they're just doing anyhow, like these stupid APC are doing for the past 10 years, then everybody go suffer. Well, anyways, I hear you loud and clear because again, it boils down to people issues as well. When you have people with flawed character in the corridors of power, then yeah, it's just a mess.
Okay, let's hear from Pan Africa. After that, we'll go to Dr. Crow. Pan Africa, if you're there, you can go on.
Okay. Thank you. I didn't know that this space was still going on. I was driving. At a point, there was a back and forth between our sister Ivory and one other guy. I just felt it was toxic at that point. I left the space and just came back. Again, let me just say what I had said. I mean, the advice I had there. beating that kind of behavior is something that is too elementary for me. And I think with all due respect, Mr. Host, I'm not sure if you were there at the time that was going on. It was not good on your own part because
Probably was when I was sleeping, but I don't know. But I whatever happens, I don't know. People don't usually fight on my space, so you can go on. I didn't know. So, but I don't know. Did she speak again? Was there any other time? Anyway, you can go on because there was no um.
okay, let me say one thing quickly. And my point here is, I have so much, I really, for all that has been said, I respect what every person have said. Try to arrogate their own opinion and lord it over everybody. So people just make their opinion. Allow them to do that. And then maybe make a counter submission as you think it should be. So for me, I'm still going to that after the election was stolen, we considered that mandate to be P2B's mandate. And that we have to change. It was not P2B's mandate. It was our mandate. Everybody thought P2B would have said this or would have done that. The truth of the matter is that that thing that was stolen belonged to all of us. And to tell us what to do because it does not belong to him, it belongs to us. So that is number one. Number two, I so much connect with what just our brother, Mr. Buga, to his. I can communities from our family unit to our council area to our local government level up to the state. As a matter of fact, I've tried to get movement organizing committee to know who is the one the this is local. All these things will come to everybody knows everything. We all come to spaces and we blow grammar from Jerusalem to riders in our locality, in our council leader, in our village. How much have we been able to penetrate to find who is the leader of the market to women in that local market in your village? How have we been able to connect to the people that are, in fact, guys that controls that community, even if it's local vigilantes? How much are we trying to get the message of this change, this moving from the culture of rascality in our politics, which has brought us to where we are now, to moving a new direction to the ears and into the hearts, to to grab the attention, the consciousness of those people that are susceptible to being bribed to vote against their conscience. As far as I'm concerned, that is what we none of us can do anything about what is going on in that war room or whatever they call it. We should be able to trust the fact that the people representing us will do the right thing, which will be to the best of our own interest. We should be able to other person that works closest with him, they will know what kind of alliance they would go into, because they also know, they feel the heartbeat of the obedient movement and everybody that is associated with it. Or reach out to whoever is coordinating the obedient movement in your state or in your local government and make your point, put your point across. In my own opinion, we can always the last name, and that is the one I can quickly easily pronounce. He made a point. You are giving your enemy your ammunition. You are telling them all the strategies. We did all these things, even the period of the tribunal, up to all eyes on the judiciary. This is becoming too. We are becoming too predictable. That's what I'm saying. So to me, we should begin to educate each other what to do at the local level. Whether Obi will accept Obi knows he will not accept to become running mate. So why are you fighting about it? Obi knows that he will not form coalition with people that just want to grab power and will not work for the people. Why are we fighting about it? So local level, even if you are in the diaspora, get one of your relative that is back in your village to begin to become part of it, so that we can be raising small money. Election involves money, and it's not like we are going to be donating to individuals that we don't know, But we have to, that is why each and every one of us connecting to the coordinator of obedient movement in our village. I can't decide, I can't make any input, and I can't decide on that. Whichever platform he says is going to run, if you believe in him, join him there. So that we can be raising small money. 5 t-shirts or 10 t-shirts for people in my village or around my community, give to people to wear. Things are hard now. Anybody will give any free shirt, even if the person is a Tinubu supporter, I go wear them. Those things that we do not have any way of influencing. Let us channel our ideas, if we think we have so much of it, and privately to those that are coordinating obedient movement as my case for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Crooks.
Alpha, uh, how are you doing this? Hosting space is not easy. Are you sleeping? I try hosting space few times. It was really first. Why did you even invite me? Did you want me to speak on anything particularly?
Said
As why did you send me an invite? You wanted me to speak on anything particularly? Vision of is it devolution of power or regionalism that we need to practice? I think eventually we won't have any choice than to take that. He's connecting Lagos to Calabar. The thing is connecting almost 5 states, I think, all together. Rivers. So I can't remember the state that we included in the list. It's going to open up mass. I don't have any doubt they will complete the shop because it's private companies that are sponsoring the project, contrary to what most people think that is the government. There's the Swiss bank and in trillions of naira. So hopefully, when we go to regional government, you see that the Southwest have been set up for progress already. They are dredging many seaport now. So I think it's only the because this system that are going is not sustainable. We get to a point that we realize that I made a statement on Twitter here and I was attacked and insulted. The state of Dudua to rotate this presidency. and that any other group, before it will get to any other group, is going to be very difficult. Very, very difficult because of the structure that we have. And people were like, hey, all these things. Do you know how much we spend? More than 300 billion naira. Organizing election. 10 people in APC removed 100 million naira to buy APC form. Removed, suspended as Minister of What, I can't remember, of Poverty Alleviation, I can't remember her post. Those are 10 people, including Yaya Bello, bought 100 million naira APC form for primary, only for them to drop out at the end of the day. To be done on a single day, so that everything will be all together. I hope that it has passed second reading. Hopefully, it will pass the third reading, and then they will put it into action. So hopefully, we're going to see that. So once we have this to rule mentality that people think, once they are in the hem of power, in short, the presidency should become useless. Once we go back to regional government, every region should strive to grow. I believe once we are set to compete against each other, Haba, so imagine regional competition, or imagine all the 5 southeast states connected with rail, all the 5 south states connected with rail, or they will be competing, or southwest, or competition like that. So president will be very bold to do something. Then lastly, on Peter Obi's pathway to big victory, he's trying. I saw what he did in Niger State. He went and donated 20 million, and packages and food were given. Television, grab power. Politicians are here to kill, to steal, and to destroy. And he wants them to go out the umbrella. But the guy is not going on grassroots the way Peter Obi is doing now. Mark this down. You're going to see Rufai is going to pick one pastor from Lagos, Pastor Tunde Bakari, as his VP. You will see them. Is to not join the accord.
Is it this next election?
And this next election, but this next one, 2031, you will pick
Okay,
back.
yeah, okay, Pastor Tunde Bakari wants to run.
I don't know what's that his nickname. Is this Ekute Abina Okute Abina Ekute? Okute, or I hope I'm calling it correctly. He's smart. He talks, he looks meek, malleable, but he's very, very tough guy. has the time to contest and recontest again. They will play Peter Obi when it comes to political jiu-jitsu, and if they have to organize primaries and all that, so it will be to say he want to deputize any of them. That will be the end of his career, because that's one thing I like the Obidia movement. They have the brain of their own. Maybe if you go chook it for one fight, they will not follow you. Atiku, so, but yeah, we're going to see it. Peter be pathway to victory. So that should be the calculation. 27 is going to be tough. There is so much is going to be divided uh, between all the powers and all the houses. The House of God. During the election season, it's one of the most traumatic seasons for me personally. The kind of trauma I experience is crazy. So I can imagine, they are waiting for result to be announced, and heart attack, Atiku, and all that when he lost his press. I don't know. Although this is a game for him, but then again, there is machination of somebody is trying to use you as Godfather. You know, you want to do your thing. You are being called to meeting and say, please step down for this feelings and tension and suspicion among families and you people that you are close to every day. They are now looking at you somehow. They won't even care if they stab you because of politics. Your own neighbor at you. We were just seated in our house. All of a sudden, one of the member just this is something that night his house was set ablaze by his opponent. That they had to stay there. Nobody knew that they were there for days and weeks before they leave. This overnight, you lose your property, your house, everything is gone. Eh, wish we will have a reform in Nigeria that will not go through all these things, and the platform still.
All right. Yeah, thank you very much. So, have you changed your mind on who you are going to vote?
What do you mean if I've changed my mind who I'm going to vote?
Uh,
I'm still an APC member, but what I said is that I have an affinity for Peter Obi. I have never campaigned against him. I've never done that. I've never written anything negative about Peter Obi. I've never campaigned for him, and I've never campaigned against him. Do you know why? Because I can acknowledge that he's a very nice person. Peter Obi, but my political mind, my political calculation is Jagaban. I see him using all the elements to win the election. And for that reason, I look at it realistically and say, okay, yeah, this
last election.
I didn't hear that.
I said, but P2B won your state in the last election.
Then my entire family voted for him. My mother, my sister, all of them voted. I'm the only black swan in my family. Join us, I say, man, I want to continue. I will not stop any person or fighting. No, go on. He's a very good person. I cannot deny that. So I stop here.
Yeah, no problem. Yes, sir. Anyway, you will soon see how it will happen.
I say, if the day they announce him winner, I will celebrate it. Do you know why? Because I know that during his campaign in Nasarawa State, all my friends that were working for him, they were using their money. In short, I even donated money to his campaign. It wasn't and teamed up and donated their money to print posters, buy shirts, drinks. They were sharing pure water and all those things. Peter Obi his campaign, and I can guarantee you, assuming he was announced president of Nigeria, people in diaspora, Nigerians in diaspora, are capable of raising nothing less than $30 billion. Nigerians are sending to Nigeria is massive. The government can use that to get FX, but they are not. So, but I know that he has that aura. He's capable of pulling such things. So if they announce him winner, why not? We'll celebrate. That would be good for Nigeria. Good. I'll be behind. We will see anything that we can do to support him in any capacity. Why not? Why not? I stop here.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes, enough fun.
Adeo. One last question from me. You see all these major parties that sell nomination price of the common man from any attempt at holding power. What do you think?
Is the question directed to you, Alfonso?
It's an open question. Anyone can jump on it.
With ministerial position. All of them. At least no, just some. Jack Rich, for example, he was not rewarded. I don't think he needed that. He just went back to his comfort. I don't know why Jack Rich brought himself for presidency. I don't know. But all of them come out and steal after that. You know. So your Renault, your calculation is up actually.
So this is the masses versus the elite. It's a class struggle at the end of the day.
Do you know a campaign? Do you know how much people spend? It's ordinary. I don't know if I should call it ordinary state house of reps. I don't know if I should use that word. But you spend money. You spend a lot of money. A lot. You are not even starting. They are saying kings are almost people. That's why I respect Peter B because he broke all the rules in Nigeria. Every single rule that you can imagine in Nigeria was violated by Peter B. Every single rule they refused to do and spend money. I don't know if he spent money on that stuff, but that guy violated almost all the rules. All the rules. That day, that was when I knew that Atiku was overrated. Wallahi talai. That guy is overrated. This is his last chance. I know that he might not even pass. Hey, Alfonso, I made a bet on this platform. To even reach primary.
Send
So
it to my account immediately.
let's find a neutral person.
I,
Maybe
I'm neutral. I'm neutral. Let me see my
No,
account.
that guy, someone else wants to
Sweet
Uh,
Angel can collect the money and keep
you
$500.
don't
no,
trust.
I'm open.
Me, I want to keep the $500. So anyone that wants to bet,
Sweet Angel will keep it for us.
even Sweet Angel trusts me.
send the money. Sharp.
Who wants to
When
bet
you
with
have
me?
sent it, you look for who will bet with you. Anyway, Chuka,
So I guess um so I guess Obi did it again. What is Peter Obi's pathway to victory? I don't see it.
The
About
kind of
poverty.
space for that,
We can
please.
feel how
we want to feel
This
about
is not the
Nigeria,
space for that.
he
Please,
doesn't
okay?
have a pathway in
This is
2027,
not the
guys.
space for that.
And we know that.
This
We
is
know
not the
that.
Chuka facts, have you ever run election in Nigeria? Have you ever won a local government election? This, I mean, this thing is actually very funny, right? In the last election, right, I was so. I mean, this thing you're saying doesn't trigger anybody. To be honest with you, I'm sure in your own village, if you put you with Peter Obi, 500 people would have voted for Peter Obi before you. So you're not. All this thing you're saying will not remove one vote from Peter Obi. Not one. Thank you. So you can continue. Atiku will run, Peter Obi will run, APC, win in any way because you have a president that has not performed, and he had a lot of votes in the last election, joining the campaign too late. And I think if he starts early enough this time, he stands missing. And for me, he can win, and I believe he will win. But for you who say he will not win, I do not care. We'll check the result after it's announced, and we'll see who actually this and that. But Nanyelu did some analysis on how the 2027 election. I agree with you, share it, and I believe he's actually right on that. But many of you really who say this thing have don't really participate in Nigerian election. But anyway, thank you.
Okay, let me change what I said. I don't think they're going to announce him. He will probably win. I don't think he's going to get announced if it's going to be a three-horse race. So Peter Obi's pathway to victory is convincing Atiku not to run. Because if it is a three-horse race, that favors the incumbent government. And you know how demonic Tinubu is. That's the reality. So that's the pathway to victory, to being announced. Because for me, I'm done complaining. I actually want things to be implemented. I actually want to have the power to be able to go because we need a government that's for the people and we need to get power. That's what people are saying. I don't know what you guys think, but I bet for my mind, all these policies and electoral reforms, we don't go get that if we don't get power. I'm not gonna lie you. It's time for the people to have a revolution and get power back. Anyway, so Peter Obi, I don't want to do another protest vote because that's what 2023 was. It was a protest vote. We lost. We didn't get announced. We don't have power. They halved the economy, an economy that was already down 60% from its high in 2014. I don't want them to, these people need to get out of power. And if the people aren't able to get power, at least let's have a voice because we don't have nothing. And we can't say what's the worst that can happen. Another 8 years of life wasted, getting nothing. So people need to think about that. But if we're all being honest, I don't see the pathway to being announced. I don't think Tinubu can win an election. A fair election, Nigeria can't win. But there's never going to be a fair election, Nigeria, because we're dealing with Nigeria. We're dealing with reality. Now, with
Okay,
how we feel, hunger,
Chuka fact.
the politics on ground.
Chuka fact. Let me ask you direct question, right? Supposing there's just two horse race, right? And there is Nasiru El Rufai and a candidate on the other side, and Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the candidate on the other side, both of them going head to head in 2027. Who do you think will win? Whether free and fair or rigging? I mean, free and fair, not even rigging. Who do you think will get the highest number of votes?
Verify,
I mean, you don't know the reality of things. I mean,
probably,
yeah.
probably. There's
I
no way
mean,
that Southeast,
what?
South, South will vote for Tinubu. There's no way.
I mean, that
It's
is
impossible.
this is the delusion. So they will
It's
vote for El Rufai.
impossible. It's
What? So
impossible.
wait,
There's
wait,
no
wait.
way you can. We will never vote APC. Never.
I mean, I mean that
People,
is
people will just stay home. We'll have vote. Southeast. We just won't vote. Whoever's gonna go and vote, they're gonna vote for Erifai.
that's
That's the
a lie.
reality.
That's
That's
a
the
lie.
reality. Who gonna vote
That
Tinubu?
is
Tinubu that we voted
is
90% against. Has
um,
APC ever won a presidential election in Southeast? We vote against them 80, 90%. That will not change. Nobody's voting Tinubu.
I
Forget.
mean see the
Nobody's voting
problem.
Tinubu.
Wait,
Nobody. They
Chuka,
just will stay home. They go stay home. They go their house.
Wait. The problem with people like you is that is the same problem I had with PDP delusional psychophants in the last election, right? These people believe that no matter what happened, PDP is home. I mean, Southeast is home of PDP. So they were looking at what happened in 2019. Understand that time changes, right? Time changes. I put it to you, if you have an election between El Rufai and Tinubu in Nigeria today, Tinubu will win 5 states of the southeast and you get nothing less than 1.5 million.
Lie. We can bet
Um,
money. We can bet
And
money. It no
the
go happen.
problem,
Impossible.
Just to let
no,
you know, I'm the one keeping the bet, so I'll put my
no.
account details on the jumbotron shortly.
The,
Yeah.
the,
Why
the,
should
the, the
an
problem,
AAC person keep the bet? Like what? Is it because the host has
I'm a
afforded
neutral
you
party,
respect?
no.
Is this how
I'm
you guys
neutral.
treat dissenting opinions and views in your spaces? Because
No, there was
Alpha
a
has
bet.
been
There was a bet. There was a
hold on,
bet.
I'm
There was a
speaking.
bet.
Because Alpha has been respectful to you, you now want to overreach. Respect yourself and know your place, okay?
Now fight.
Yes, it is
Now
fight. Have you
wow.
forgotten who you're speaking to? Remember
Am I
engineer
speaking to
space.
God? Am
You
I speaking to
remember
God?
engineer
Sorry.
space. Did you even let me finish my first sentence? I was
Did I?
about to
Was
ask.
I the one that
It
blocked
was
you? Did I
you.
shout you down?
It was
Now
you.
wow.
Now, yeah, I've
Me?
been listening to you since you're on this space.
Me?
I just said, let me keep mute.
Sorry,
I will
me? Who is
remind
speaking,
you.
please?
I
Me,
would
Reynolds,
remind
me.
you. So
I
better
shot you
watch
down.
it. Just, you know what? Just respect yourself and stay in your
Hold on,
lane.
who is making
You
this
AAC
accusation,
person.
please? I shot you
I am
down.
going
Did
to
I
mute my
shut
mouth.
you down?
Alphonsus,
Did I
I'm
shut
over
you
to you.
down?
But if this guy overreaches,
Come
I'm
out
going to
plainly.
put
Did
him
I
in his
shut you
place.
down? Be
Let me
honest.
mute.
Be
Imagine him
honest in
saying,
obedience
yeah,
movement.
you're
Did
the
I shut you
you're the
down? Say
middleman to
it.
keep which belt. Come on, just keep quiet and let other
Please,
people
I don't
speak.
know. I don't know the side of the
The,
bed you
the
woke
the
up on,
title
but
of the
keep your
space.
touchiness
It
yourself.
was you
We're
that
all having a good
was it
time
not
here.
you on that
Keep.
space you brought?
Did I shut you down on the space? Yes
Yes,
or no?
yes.
You are going all over the
I
place.
am saying it with my full
Isi
chest. I
Awolowo is here.
said
Let him.
It's okay. It's
Damn.
okay. It's
I
okay.
said
What sort of shady
yes.
characters you have
Okay,
here?
ask
Mm.
again. Ask
Let Isi
again.
Awolowo speak. Did I shut you down?
I beg, but Chidi, why will he everybody is a criminal, everybody is a thief for this thing? I mean, except if I want to laugh, or I mean, how will you go there and be having conversation with people who do not anyway? Anyway, so okay, see Awolowo, you can go now, so that we'll continue what you're saying.
But no, look, the title of their space was AAC and its ideology. Is
Is she speaking or what? Because I can't hear her.
I can't hear. I can't hear her also.
Alpha, see how I've conducted myself on the space. We discuss the issues, right? Do you see me coming to push anything or say this or that, or I'm loading AAC here? We stick to the issues. She claimed that is it Chidi that is speaking? She claimed that on the space I bullied her, I shut that down. The same person that asked me questions that should paint the picture of what a revolution looked like. I took my time to even explain it to her. But yet, today I'm now the person she's accusing of shutting her down on the space. Why are people so duplicitous in nature and double-faced? Why? Take my character as a person. Who have I shut down? Who have I bullied? I stick to the issues. I don't go around licking politicians' asses. If I see a politician whose mindset and ideology aligns with mine, that's what we have in common, and it ends there. I'm not a Showore worshiper. I have my brain to think for myself. Why you just come here and lie on my head that
host,
I,
can we
I
move
bullied
on, please?
my
This space is not
AAC
about
spaces? Why?
the
Why?
blackmailer in chief. Let's move on, please.
Well, we should move on now after the whole lie you said, yeah? Let's clear it.
Wait, Reynolds, I don't know why they drag the matter now. You don't do. You've
No,
spoken more.
not right
Exactly.
now.
You
It's
don't
not
talk
right
more
now.
past the
Exactly.
lady
I
self.
was
You
Let's
don't
move
speaking.
do
on,
now.
please.
I was
Eh?
speaking in a jovial manner that will hold the
Eh,
bet. Why did
To play.
Okay, thank
When
you.
you
I've
guys are
heard.
not
I've
in your
heard you. It's not a
AAC
banter
spaces,
space. I've
you
heard
guys
you.
act
I've
like
heard you. Thank
chihuahuas.
you.
But if
Thank
it's
you. Thank
AAC
you.
spaces, you guys are bulldogs. This is not a banter space. We're
Thank you
serious
very
here.
much. Thank you
You're
very much.
welcome.
Thank
Host,
you.
can we
Well,
move on? Thank you.
well,
Thank you.
number one is that kind of bet, there is no way you can win because that is wishful thinking. There is no way they will conduct election today for Tinubu to start winning or not winning. So that kind of bet, if no even get head, you get if you're betting, you
I
bet on
shall won't
something
hold the money
realistic.
on my own.
No, the thing not even they not be realistic bets. You go use because of how much we want put say made and conduct election for Southeast. So that one safe. That by the way. I greet everybody. Good afternoon. I did greet all of you now. The thing is that
How can you be greeting good
if
afternoon by this time now?
it's 2:45 p.m. where I am, so I'm greeting everybody. Good afternoon. Okay, good morning for people with day morning. Good evening for people with day evening. The thing is that is there a pathway? Yeah, there is chances for everybody who wants to contest an election to win. You get even if the probability might be, let's say 0.0000 for some people where they get 14K, you get, but they still have probability. There is a probability that they might win.
Those one don't
Uh-huh.
have any probability
No, they
now.
get
Which
probability
no,
0.0000. Uh-huh.
not
So
even the
everybody has
the probability that one is negative, like minus. So it's not even there.
so everybody
The only
has
time they
probability
will
to
win
win.
is the election does not hold.
No, but Shaggy, everybody have their probability. The thing is that P2B knows his strengths. His strength is the Nigerian people. He knows his weakness. His weakness is the votes he didn't get up north. You get, yeah. It's part of yeah. The weakness is the
It's
vote he didn't get up
not
north.
Nigerian elites now.
Yeah, Nigeria elite. Yeah, but part of the weakness that he has also is that the Nigerian people are docile. You get, forget this elite something. Elite, how many them they? How many are they? It's just that we don't
But
how we
they
don't
are
how to
more
chop them.
organized. They don't need that of number. What they have is what the other people don't have. They have organization. They are very organized. Are you
Yeah, they are
ruling that out?
yeah, they are very organized, but we have not really, there is a part there is a point you reach in your life, motivation will beat any form of organization. See, if Nigerian masses are motivated, forget any organization where you want to talk. What even make, okay, what do you think is power? Power is just anybody who has the instrument of coercion. It is who has power. If that instrument of coercion, which is most in organized societies, the military, the police, the armed forces, if you don't have the armed forces by your side, you don't have power. You just don't have power. You get, but the thing now is that you now ask yourself, even the people that controls the military, do they even have power? Is part of the question. The people who watch Game of Thrones, there was a time this guy, I don't forgot, I've forgotten himself, his name. He said three people are in a room. You have the king, you have the swordsman, and I've forgotten the third person. He now asks, who is the most powerful? I think one person said the king. Their welfare is almost as poor and as despicable as the Nigerian people. If they really want to, if they want to wake up, they wake up and things will change. But me, I'll be the last person to call for any form of military governance. You know, go help any of us. I cannot romanticize what is happening in Burkina Faso because I know Nigeria have practiced it before. But that is me digressing. So let me come back to Peter Obi. Peter Obi has a pathway to victory.
So you mean Traore is just using propaganda?
No, I'm not. I'm not saying he's using propaganda. I said
No
I
go
don't
there. Oh.
romanticize it.
No go there. Oh.
Wait now. Wait. Why they put mouth now? They ask me question. I said I'm not romanticizing it because Nigeria have had coups and
So
counter coups in the
what
past.
actually do you think? Because me, I don't believe anything that comes from that place. To be honest with you, I think it makes no sense if he's the one telling us what is happening.
No, see, Burkina Faso no concern me. What is happening there is their business. I don't care. I don't know. Me, I be that kind of person. I don't really mind until if the thing begin affect me. What concerns me is what is happening in Nigeria. If they want to use propaganda, kill themselves or Burkina Faso, now their business. But me, I'm saying that as Nigeria is, I don't
romanticize or wish that military coup on us. Because number one is that the top people in the military are northerners. If they do any military coup, you have 90% chances of having a northerner as the head of the coup. So we suffer all this Buhari, this thing, can't carry power, give back to the north again. Like why do you think they were the ones clamoring for military coup during that what is it called, that end bad governance protest? They were calling the military to come and take over. You get, so the thing is even disadvantage. There is no fairness and equity in it. So I know they even go there. Number two is that military. What do they know about governance? You get, you're a military man all your life. They don't channel you to military, everything about military. What do you know about governance? What do you know about organization? If the military were great, as we think they are, why they not change Nigeria with their power and everything? Everything we are suffering today is still part of what we got from the military. You get? So, but that one is, by the way, what I'm on now is P2B's pathway to victory. Yes, P2B, I know he has taken stocks. He's a good businessman. And you know, for you to be a good businessman, there are some characteristics you will have to exhibit. If not, you'll be failing and your business will shut down. But him, he has taken stocks. He knows where he missed out. And the good thing I like about a personality like P2B, he's someone that knows if he makes mistake, he retrace. You get? He's very firm and principled. He knows what he's doing. Even though nobody is perfect, but he tries as much as possible to do things that goes hand in hand with his conscience as a person. You get? So he has taken stock of what happened in 2023. He's open to coalition. But he has said with his mouth that he's not going to enter any coalition that for people who are desperate to take power. Even him, he said he's not desperate to take power. You get? So if the coalition for him is like opening a pathway for him to get more supporters or more voters from the north, it is a good thing. Because already, you see, Southeast, that one are locked down. 99% election votes. Even if they want to be 200 in that election to contest, P2B will get 99% from all the south from southeast. South, he has chances. Forget all these, their governors jumping into APC. He will get at least 80% from the south. North central, yeah, it is divided. We know. Southwest, he still has his Lagos, he still has people in Lagos who will vote for him and in other places. I'm not here to analyze everything, but I know that where his weakness in the last election, based on number, was from the northeast and people, and also for him to get that numbers to put him in the presidency. See, the main thing is that we want a personality like P2B to become a president, not just to become a president, for him not to be put in a compromised situation back to make some demands that he cannot fulfill without hurting Nigerians. Okay, so what is now the point that we want a face copy to be in the presidency who will still give us the results that we are getting from Tinubu? There's no point in that. So I know he's trying his possible best with his calculations, his advisors, to navigate this whole terrain. Yeah, we are private people. We'll definitely be saying something now. We cannot just keep quiet. Obviously, people will be talking. Anybody can make his permutation and combination. But I will still repeat that if there's anything you saw in P2B in 2022, I don't think that thing have changed today. I don't think anything about the character and the personality of P2B in 2022 have changed today. He's still the same person that he was. The same principled man that you know. So why will people be selling him short? Like making him look as if he's a bad market or he's a bad... No, he's not. If you repeat 2023 election today that we are talking, he will still have even more votes than he did in 2023 election. The only thing is that APC know that it is not a free and fair election that will give them power. You get, so they are trying to institutionalize their rigging. It is not even the people. That is even the bigger things we should be looking at. Because now that they are having governors going to them, that means they can do that thing Wike did in River State, in all the states. You go and you vote your this thing. The governors will go meet with the rec people. They will write election and then they'll present it in Abuja. It is what they are planning to do. If it's by popular votes, like let's count the votes, like let them not rig the election, let everybody come out and vote their conscience on that day. And they win. Who is going to vote for them? Who wants to vote for APC? Okay, that is the thing. But P2B is entering this coalition. P2B is entering this coalition to secure his position, to solidify his base. It's not like because he didn't know, to solidify his base. So that if someone has 50 million votes, where you want to start to the rigor? You get, if those in the north are saying if you pull head, we go scatter everywhere. Those in south and southeast are saying the same thing. North central and northeast are saying the same thing. So where do you want to now start? You get, part of the reason why this Tinubu issue happened was that they looked the most volatile region, which is the north, somehow, in fact, not somehow, they obviously aligned with Tinubu by voting for him. You get, they obviously aligned with Tinubu by voting for him. So if you even check the temperature of Nigeria before that time, they all loved it because of the Muslim ticket. Like to them, yeah, it is what they want, and they align to it. Yeah, I know now everybody's crying because they feel them now. Everybody they feel them, but that was what happened in the past. You get, so, but 2027, P2B have taken note. He knows where he didn't do well, or the areas he neglected. Let me not even say do well. Some things he didn't consider, or some things he neglected. You get, because everybody was thinking projecting or just saying my own. Whichever strategy they will come up with, I'm fine with it. But what I will not be fine with is my beloved P2B being a deputy or vice for anybody. If P2B become vice for anybody, I cannot threaten him. He's a big man, a rich man. If he becomes vice president for anybody, I will not vote for him. I'm not going to even vote for anybody. That they will just sit down in the house. That's just the thing. I want him. Tinubu will continue. So that is the thing. Tinubu continues. We Kukuma finish the Abado 8 years, and anything we see, we take.
I beg you.
No, but that is it now. If we don't want to rally around someone who we think is competent, leave it for whoever takes it. So no, this one not be even matter of a beg or anything. Then if anybody no one come put person where go do the work. Move them now. So that is the thing. P2B remains the best candidate so far. If there are anybody better than P2B, let them come out and show us their track record. Let us question it. Let us verify it. P2B will tell you, go and verify. We'll go and verify it. If you think you are better, you can do the job. You come out, we see you.
I believe
Even if
Reynolds knows
P2B,
someone that he thinks is better. Reynolds,
Chidi,
are you
I
keeping
know the
mute?
angle Chidi is going, but that's not
Are
for
you
that
keeping
now.
mute?
First,
You don't
we,
want to
we
talk
no
now
see
because
we
this is
have an
not
unresolved
Chidi, I
AA.
issue
beg.
here. No,
Chidi,
we have
waiting
an
be your marital.
unresolved issue here.
Wait.
For me, it's not
Chidi,
obedience
If
versus
Chidi,
you see the way
AAC. It is me versus Chidi.
the
Isi
way
Chidi,
he's
waiting be your
running his
Isi
tongue in his
wait.
sentences,
Chidi,
like now
waiting be your
a
marital
century.
status. You they single, I be married. Make I know whether you and Dreno
Isi
will go find one
Awolowo.
room.
Isi
That's
You
not
they
Awolowo.
married, I be
necessary in this.
Isi
single.
Awolowo.
No,
Not
it's
necessary in
necessary
this
because
house,
this
though.
tension,
No,
is
but
beyond politics.
no. The
So
thing is
It's
that
beyond politics, my brother.
in
no,
his
it's not.
in
It's
their
not in a bad way
spaces,
now.
I know how he runs that PO. Now he's here in this space acting like he's all
We have,
reasonable
see,
and
that we have different opinions
at
does not mean
last
you
week,
should come at
no,
me like
differing
that. Isia
opinion
Wolowo, have
is
I gagged you in
different.
any space?
No, different
Wait,
Isia
wait,
Wolowo,
opinion
have
is
I gagged you
different
in any
wait,
from
space?
running him down,
wait.
especially when you
Chidi,
know those
Chidi,
are
Chidi,
lies.
hold
You
on,
are
hold on. You
parroting
accuse me of gagging you in a
AAC's
space. So let's
false
clear
Wait,
that one.
talking
Reynolds,
points.
Wait, wait.
Let's clear that one up.
Chidi.
Yes.
Normally, they see AAC people don't take anything they are doing to heart. You are the one even
I know. No,
disturbing
no, my
yourself.
Isia
point
You don't
is
even
that
mind
he
Wolowo,
them.
should maintain the
Isia
You get?
energy. Why
Wolowo.
is he acting like he's reasonable in this space? But when he's
Yeah,
with
but
his
he has no
folks,
option now.
they'll
He's
be
outnumbered
parroting
now.
the AAC.
Oh
Oh,
my
PWB
God.
increased poverty
He
Talking
in
has no
about
Anambra.
option now.
character
He's a
here. You are
money
talking about
launderer.
No,
He
politics
put
and he
his
acting
money
see,
in
stupid.
Pandora's
Isia
shares.
Wolowo.
Reynolds,
Do you know the what
Reynolds.
this
Isia
Reynolds himself,
Wolowo.
as
Have
at
I
last
gagged you in
week,
any
said
space?
Again, to be honest with you, Reynolds, what other options do you have? Because they say let Tinubu continue, say God forbid, but a typical AAC person wants Tinubu to do second tenor. And that's the truth. And you guys should not lie about it. I mean, all AAC supporters, because of course you know Showore is not going to win. All of you know that, except the person is living in the moon, right? So, what other options do you have? So, for AAC supporters, what other options? Just answer me quick so that we move back to Isiawolo, then come back to Amma.
Okay, straight to the point. Me, I'm going for Showore. And why? Because he has plans to
No. So
decentralize. Hold on, to
that's not.
decentralize power and
Calm
resource.
down now. Calm down. Calm down. Showore is not going to win the next election, even if it's conducted in the mass. You know that. I know that. Every Nigerian know that. He can't even get 1 million votes in the next election. That is true. I mean, you know that. I know that. Right. So, and again, so since you know he's not going to win, what other options do you have? Since he's very sure. I mean, he's sure as Anya said, what I want to know.
Me,
I don't
I am loyal to ideologies, not people. Right? I am loyal to ideologies, not people. So
think,
whether he wins
I
or
do not
not,
care about those things now. I mean, I know Showore. You say God forbid, and you and I know that Showore will not win because it was there was this popular voice note. I mean, it was